following is a special presentation from E-Star Studios. Carry harder. History says, work hard, play harder, embrace the grind. The journey is an arduous lane, yet creates a lifetime bond.
1, 2, 3!
Fight. Learn. Reach beyond. History can't say what happens next.
Hello everyone, welcome to the North America Challenger Tournament Spring Season. We are now in week 3, day 5 of the tournament. I will be your host for this weekend, XinaLili, and here with me are my wonderful friends and your amazing casters, the quick-witted, awesome Tato, and the Hanabi playing but charming Ben.
Xina speaks nothing but facts, and it seems like it's been forever. 2 whole weeks without this amazing pair, but we are here. Myself, Private Dancer, and of course the one and only BenDoneHadDid.
That's right, Franco and Valir are back, and it's so happy to be back. So much has happened, and so much is going to happen today.
And aren't we glad to see Franco and Valir? But before we get started, let's take a moment to explain the tournament format. We'll have 7 weeks of regular season games that will take on a double round robin format. By week 8, your top 4 teams will be going off into the playoffs. And these games will be streamed online, but our grand final will be held in Sin City, Las Vegas, in the HyperX Arena. This will be happening on May 14th and streamed live, so be sure to mark your calendars. You don't want to miss it. And now, for today's lineups, Private, could you run us through?
Well, we are going to be starting off the night with some tiny little morsels in the appetizers in the form of Wasians taking on Fallout. Both of these teams looking to kind of climb their way up to that top 4. Then moving on to the main course, those meaty morsels, Area 77 going to be taking on Ackerman. Both teams tied, looking for their place at second.
It's a full 4-course meal, because then we have dessert. Empire versus TheOhioBrothers, followed out with a couple of nightcaps, a couple of drinks. BTK versus LaimiTop. Big games for the day.
Oh God, I'm ready to eat, guys. But first, let us check out our prizes. The total prize pool features $50,000 worth of rewards, which is split into 24,000 cash and over 900,000 diamonds. The first place will get $15,000 cash and 100,000 diamonds. And the best part, the North America champs will be going to the MSC, which is the Mobile Legends Southeast Asia Cup. This is the first time that North America is going to be in this tournament, which is a feat for North America as we show them we mean business. But wow, what a prize pool. What do you guys think with all that money and diamonds?
Well, you already know there's just tons of diamonds, tons of money, tons of skins always being updated by Moonton here to kind of revamp and give us something tasty to go by. But the biggest news is, what are these teams going to be doing in preparation for that MSC?
Yeah, that's what I think. Like, the money and the diamonds are big, but MSC is even bigger. It's a chance midway through the season to compete at an international level. And will NA stack up? Will we have that 3rd to 5th place mark, or is it different this time?
Shoot, I would love to get all that money and diamonds spent on those skins, but for our challengers, we aren't the only ones getting something. We like for the winners, but we have not forgotten about you guys, our lovely community. We have 40 codes that you have on screen right there. Bam! You can put it in right now. 12.5% chance of getting one of these awesome skins. So type it in your phones right now. Don't miss out. Also, we'll also be doing another one in halftime, so be sure to stick around for that. At the moment, our teams are the TheOhioBrothers in first, and second is Area 77. Third is Ackerman. Fourth is BloodThirstyKings. Fifth is The Empire. Sixth is Fallout. Seventh is Wasians. And eighth is LaimiTop. But first, let us get an update on our patch notes. Private, what could you tell us about this?
Well, I know we will be talking about Minthithar a little bit later. He is, however, banned because he is basically a revamped hero. But moving on down the line, the big news are the nerfs to Fredrin and the changes to Joy, Ben.
Yeah, and in addition to that, I think Esme a little bit of buff. I doubt we'll see it in, but just maybe. And then Pack as well. Pack seems to be a little bit stronger. We saw Zane play him in weeks previous, but now he has a little bit of a buff to amp that on.
Yes. He's been getting buffed. He's pretty tough right now. But okay, we're almost getting to the matches. But one last thing. What are our casters' predictions for Wasian versus Fallout? Private.
Yeah.
What do we have?
These are going to be kind of amazing. You can see our predictions here kind of down the middle, a little bit more in favor of Fallout. But in addition to that, you can see the standings for the predictions for the casters. At the tippy top of the mountain, you can see Deku there. 15 correct, 1 wrong. Eunice at second place with 14 correct and 2 wrong. And then a triple tie for third place, Steph Wheezy, Ben, and myself. With 13 correct guesses and 3 incorrect. Unfortunately, there has to be a last place, and that goes to the one and only Trex. Unfortunately, with 12 correct and 4 not. And I mean, it comes down to luck most of the time, but it's just amazing to see that. But as we're talking about this match with Wasians, the way I kind of voted the way I did was because Wasians have just been juggling around that roster a little too much for my liking when it comes to these matches. It's just not something that I can give them the benefit of the doubt with, because you never really know who's going to be playing in what position. So I have to give this to Fallout.
Yeah, a lot of the casters are going the Fallout way. I'm going the Wasians way, though, because I love their intentional draft, and because Fallout usually takes like a later game comp, and I think that hurts them sometimes.
Well, that is an amazing thing too. It's been very interesting to watch some of these matches, especially with how they've kind of come in there. Fallout does have some work to do, and I know that their name has been on a lot of people's mouths so far, just because of what has been going on with the name changes, them wanting to be just a team. And I think that kind of speaks for something for them, of them wanting to kind of stay together when they're versing a team who has been very comfortable kind of shifting people in and out of their roster. We'll see how that plays out for them in the next coming match.
All right, now we're ready for the first round, but I'm sure you all are too to get into this match. So let's head into the draft and let's see our incredible casters. Take it away, guys.
Ben, do you smell that? That is a new patch smell, very fresh right off the presses. We are waiting to see if those changes are going to be reflected in the draft.
I can't wait to see us switch up for draft. I love a fresh draft. You know I'm all about the nerdy details, especially in the draft. Draft's like half of the game. You still got to make it work. But hopefully this patch has changed things around. Maybe the Pat comes up. Maybe the Esme comes up. Maybe the Fredrin's dropped out in priority. Still probably going to be played, but because a lot of teams have practice on it, right? And sometimes you don't want to play something you haven't practiced a lot.
Yeah, and that was a discussion we had offline about Fredrin. He took probably about the biggest nerf to his damage, but does that really affect the tanking ability of him to take him out of being a priority pick? Yeah. Normally, you see him as a first round pick or ban here. Of course, we are seeing a Valentina taken out here. So we're going to wonder how that is going to play into some of these matches, because it's been across the board. A lot of changes, even to Joy and Wanwan, who you see banned down there.
Yeah, I think Wanwan's going to stay at the ban status just because the itemization for Wanwan is so strong. Those attack speed items are so strong, but Wanwan has that ability, even if she's behind, to just take over, win one team fight, and run the game. So I think Wanwan's going to always be banned. Interesting to see a Valentina here, because usually we see Valentina slotted in that first or second round of picks, in the first 3 picks of the game. Will we see a Fredrin here? Will the Martis still remain on top? Because nothing changed for Martis, and if Fredrin gets nerfed, it seems like Martis steps up a little bit in priority as far as like an early game tempo.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing. There's been a lot of changes to the XP lane, as we were talking about earlier. Fortunately, Minsathar is banned out, so their teams are not going to be able to pick him up just yet. But once he comes in, and even now that he's not in there are some changes to the XP lane. Esmeralda has a little bit more damage on her auto attacks, a little bit shorter of a cooldown on that second ability. Freya has a lot of changes to her now, where she can spam that second ability as long as she has orbs and that passive up. So it's going to be very interesting. I think that's going to be the note for the day for me, is seeing how the changes for that XP lane might be going.
Yeah, I actually want to see if Freya's played, right? Because we talked about it, she's very kiteable, and we don't know if she'll be played at this like high pro level. But in ranked games, man, she's stomping. I have lost many a game to the new Freya. I'm telling you, it hurts, brother.
Yeah, we do see that Diggy has been getting taken out. He's been a big major place, especially with that ultimate time journey to basically take away any of the CC that your enemies have and be able to either use it as a disengage or even as an engagement tool for them, giving them a bunch of shields for you to be able to charge in when you might have to resist the onflow of CC coming from your enemies. Barja has been taken out as well, the long distance. It's very amazing, because this is already changes for me. We've taken out some of the bigger long distance mages there for the side of Fallout, and we're gonna start it off with an Esmeralda pick. And this already gets me tingly, because we're kind of shifting what we're seeing in the meta right now.
And Merciless has a nasty Esme. He's known for his Esme gameplay. So with a little bit of buff to that, you know he's taking it first away. Wasians, though, always with an intentional draft. I feel like every time they draft, they have a very clear purpose in mind. They don't just like ban out OPs, take what they're comfortable with, and kind of work it out in the last 2 picks. They're very intentional, targeting the mid lane hard here, taking out the Joy, sure, but Farsa and Valentina, that's targeting the mid lane. Maybe they're looking at Eve. Maybe something else will show today.
Yeah, but you do have Valentina banned out. What does that open up for me? That opens up a Faramis. That opens up possibly an Atlas on your side. Things that the Valentina usually counters, or that usually at least brings you even with, so that you can have those same ultimates and kind of fend off some of these attacks. We'll see if they actually play into that, but you're absolutely correct. When it comes to Wasians, they always have a very deliberate draft. It might not be entirely meta, but it will be something that you can see it and be like, well, I understand what they're trying to do. Whether they ban out a bunch of fighters and pick a bunch of marksmen on their team, or they go into these off-brand picks that really kind of find the little holes in the meta. But we do go ahead, pick out Eve and Claude for the side of Wasians.
Now, even Claude, I assumed Fallout was going for Claude, because it seems like they pick Claude almost like more than half their games. They're very comfortable on that late game scale. They go for a different late game scale. Similar vibe, though, the Melissa and the Claude. I think Melissa has a lot more presence in the lane, though, so Claude may struggle there. The Fredrin, though, taken again. Now, it's the damage of Fredrin that's been nerfed. His tankiness hasn't. So if his job here is just create that front line and be that beef shield and that zoning for Melissa to do her work, sure, I think that can still work, but we'll see how the changes of Fredrin affect early game specifically, when he can just walk through the jungle like the big man he is. Ooh, Kadita got through. That's going to be big in the Eve.
Yeah, this is the problem I see for the line. Well, not for the line. This is going to be the problem for Wasians when it comes to dealing with Fallout, is going to be able to try to get to that marksman into the back line. You're going to have the front line of the Fredrin. You're going to have that ultimate go away from Melissa to be able to kind of keep everybody at a distance. So I'm not even sure what we can do into that, because you have a lot of CC, a front line, and this is something that you're going to need to pay attention to, especially in the early parts of the game, where you're going to want to hold her down. We're moving into the second banning phase, and what I'm curious is what we are going to do for that back line of Fallout.
Yeah, and I think Claude can like get back there, right? But he's only for a second. He's very vulnerable. And I think Esme has a good dive. Yves can kind of lock it in and create that team fight. So I do think they have the beginnings of a good team fight. It reminds me a lot of an MPL draft where you don't really see the whole purpose of it. Is it a dive comp? Is it a zone CC comp? Like, what are we doing? Are we playing pick? Are we playing like group team fight? You don't really see it yet. And Faramus has been looked over completely. Something we thought would be brought in here early in sake for the Kadita. And I love Kadita gameplay. The ability, the escape ability of Kadita is so good, but also the burst CC in combination with a few other things on your team can completely knock somebody at most points in the game out of the game.
Well, she really does favor those compositions that already have CC, because you're going to trap a group of people together, especially with Fredrin, who has that energy eruption, which can get all of the aggro from all of the team together. Kadita can just lie in there, pop them all up, and then bring on those that ultimate for them. So, and that's the big problem here I'm going to see. We already banned out Diggy, so I feel like as far as Fallout is concerned, maybe a little bit of switching the boat here, because they had a very intentional draft where they take out Diggy and then just have a load of CC on their side.
Yeah, I actually like this draft from Fallout. I actually gave this game to Wasians because Fallout plays that late game comp all the time, and they're trying to just slowly wait to that point, and at the 15 minutes we win, right? At 20-minute mark we win, and that's what it seemed like Fallout was going to that again and again. But now with Kadita, with Fredrin, maybe you pick up something a little bit more of an early game roamer here, and you have a really nice early and mid spike, and it'll be Wasians actually waiting to the later points of the game. Esme wants to scale, Claude wants to scale, even so a little bit of DPS in the mid, but still wants to scale. So a lot of scaling lineup, and you're right, it feels like things have like shifted around here with these two drafts.
Yeah, and both teams are going ahead and taking out these setting potential roamers. Kufra, who can jump in with that ultimate and be able to kind of push them all against the wall. We have the Numenon Blast from Lolita, a great setting tool, taken out by both teams. So it looks like both teams trying to take away the exact same thing from the outside here when it comes to the roaming position. I know we're still possibly looking for a roam on Wasians. I'm going to assume that Fredrin, they're still very comfortable. You were talking about it before. I mean, there are some details about Fredrin taken down, but if you're comfortable on that hero, why change something when those nerfs might not affect the actual gameplay you're going for here? Grok going to be picked up for the side of Fallout.
And what could be really flexible here for Fallout, the Kadita could go roam, the Grok could go roam. There's things that can switch around here in this draft. The Fredrin could go XP. You know, there's a lot of flexibility with Fallout's draft, and I really like that. I think the problem is sometimes you get too creative and then somebody ends up in a bad matchup where maybe they aren't exactly as comfortable, right? So we'll have to see how far these players have their hero pools and their comfortability on playing such a flexible lineup. Now, we assume that it's kind of as we see it. Fredrin jungle, Kadita mid, Grok's going to be XP, and then we pick up a good support, but it could get flexed around. And so Fallout has like a little mystery card here, playing mind games in the draft.
Well, it also could be Kadita as a roam, Grok as a roam. Oh, we see the Estes, so maybe part E and Ubi strat. Not just an Ubi, but you have the jungler of Barat, a very thick, very health-dependent hero, very tanky, with an Estes behind him. So that's going to be something to think about as we move in. And I don't even know what we're looking for on the side of Fallout. Like I said, you were talking about it. This Kadita could be a mage, could be a mid, a Grok the same way. But that last Lapu pick pretty much locks it in for us. Yep.
Yeah. I think Lapu will have a great lane into the Esme until Esme gets that scaling going, right? Lapu actually was changed a little while back to where when he releases his bravery stacks, he has to get shield. He can't burn him in the skill 1 and not take it. So Esme gets a lot more shield in the matchup. Now that Esme's buff, it's going to be even more of a good matchup as she scales. Lapu still has a chance though early. I love the comp coming out of Wasians, this late game Ube strat. Estes is going to play so well Brats and the Esme, giving a lot of time for this like DPS over time kind of AoE from Ashley and Hove here. So great team fight. I don't know how this is going to go, Private. Who do you favor?
For right now, it's how it's going to be played. I'm definitely waiting for these spells to kind of come out. I'm assuming Estes might have a Purify because the amount of CC on the side of Fallout, if you get popped up by one person, you're pretty much taking a coma for the rest of that matchup because you're not going to be able to get out of it. You're going to have the Kadita, you have the Fredrin coming in there. But we are going to go ahead starting up here. It is Wasians taking out Fallout. Both these teams with something something to prove, looking for a way and a pathway into the top 4.
First game of the day. Let's start out with a bang. I want to see a great match. Wasians, Fallout. Two teams that are actually battling at the bottom of the bubble have a chance to make playoffs if they go on a run. This is when they need to start making that run, though. It's an important game for them.
Yeah, and we see a lot of pressure here. Merciless actually doing a great job against Uzi. That early game auto attacks he has, the lower cooldown on his second, really kind of pushing his way and muscling around here. You can see him already up there trying to put a little bit hassle onto that purple buff. Not successful, but did the job anyway of creating some type of pressure.
Right, I think Lapu is going to struggle in this lane. He has a chance to all in at 4. He's going to need some help, but Lapu was picked into this, right? They wanted this matchup. Merciless already slotted Esme, so Lapu picked into this with a little bit of knowledge. Maybe he's going to try to get out of lane. Esme is a little bit squishier than Esme of old, but it's still so good against the shielding of Lapu.
Yeah, a great rotation here by Fallout here. You can see 3 of them, Guapsi, Melody, and Midnights here, really kind of outsourcing and pushing away Cade and Ashley there. So doing a great job, and then going to go ahead and rotate to top.
Yeah, a bit of a spread here. You see that they're actually babysitting the marksman in the side of Claude here, making sure Claude doesn't get punished by this puppet, because as Melissa pushes out, have so much poke in the lane against Claude, he really can't answer that back. So a good investment from Wasians here, put a little bit of time into Claude until he can sustain himself, until he can move back and forth and clear the lane. You expect Estes to be there, but then Barats just leaves it and goes to the bottom. Interesting gameplay from Wasians here, covering up their weaknesses a bit.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing both of these teams paying a bit of respect to each other, not wanting to make the first mistake, especially before we get the advantage of the first turtle, which is what we're kind of planning for right here, right now.
Yeah, level 4s on the XP laners. We're going to roll in. This is going to be a big fight. Don't know who's going to win it.
Yeah, looking in, Bravest Fighter comes in. Guapsi able to go ahead and get that first one, and now they are in a fight. You do see Merciless jumping in with that ultimate popped up, and Petrified is Ashley, who gets taken down as well. So that is a well, they get the turtle and a kill for the side of Fallout. Just great opening for them.
Yeah, a really good start for Fallout, honestly. And I think that it's Merciless's team on the side of Wasians. They're going to want to group towards the late game. Right now, this is all going to be, uh-oh, we might have a pick here. It looks like,
yeah,
take it down roughly.
Yeah, that stay away, not going to be enough to protect them, unfortunately for them. And that's going to go ahead, even this up to 1-1 apiece, Ben.
It was even, and then Estes came up there and made it an unfair fight. They were 1v1 in the lane, and Estes ruined it, but that's a great kill to go over to Claude, right? An early kill onto Claude and into Melissa, nonetheless, is really big for Claude to relieve this pressure here. He needs help from this lane, and they've got to get to that late game point where they can group up and really use this Ube strat, but it's up to the side of Fallout to break this up and win before they can get to that point.
Yeah, I mean, you can see here already, Fallout just has I want to say, a little bit of a better advantageous position when it comes to some of these rotations. They never put themselves in too much of a harm's way, even when they're alone. Grok up there has still had that wild charge to get himself out of harm's way, and now starting to do a great job is Hove here at the top. Still has about 3 members there, so definitely not wanting to get into too big of a fight, but Chacho here bringing up this side and the flank. Not really sure if we're looking for a fight here. Few seconds left on this turtle.
I think it's actually Fallout who's reacting to the play of Wasians here. It's Wasians taking the proactiveness, and that should be kind of them backing off, but they're taking an aggressive stance here. You love to see that out of a late game scaling comp is able to play into this early game, able to play into this mid game, and not completely lose it, just holding on for dear life. They're actually making moves, which is a really good look for Wasians on the scaling comp.
Yeah, and I think right now, for me, the name of the game is going to be which one of these XP laners is going to have the bigger, I want to say, team fighting ability. You can see them both kind of coming up here, trying to join for this turtle fight. It is going to be on the better positioning for Fallout. They get the turtle all the way onto their side from the pit. A little bit of damage coming out there from Ashley, and they are going to go ahead and take the turtle all the way out. So now it is resetting.
What a cheeky spell there by Ashley. Lays it where Grok would take damage if you continue to leash it, and he had to back off it, resetting it. And that gives Barats time to roam over. Big fight should stir around this turtle.
Yeah, you see, Midnight is going to have to back off there, so that means that this fight is going to be a 4v5. Both marksmen actually in a bad way up at top, but Claude probably in a better position as you see that Melissa is going to have to go back to base. A little bit of an engagement there. Pop-up there does catch Esmeralda. Merciless goes down, and now we are trying to, nom-noms for Chacho as he picks up the kill onto Uzi. You see Wapsi getting stunned there, is going to go ahead, use that dash to get away. And this turtle still has not been taken down. We're still at about halfway health there. Melody doing his best against 3 members of Wasians, but that's going to get picked up easily by Chacho.
You could see the communication there between Mello and Guapsi as they try to steal right there after they lost the fight. They knew they couldn't. He places the wall, stalling, being so annoying with those Grok walls. I think great Groks do a really good job of wall placement, resetting neutral objectives, blocking out pushes, blocking out a team from your push. Great Grok wall there. Mello, I got to give it to him. Midnight's 2-0, but Mello's making some good, smart plays.
Yeah, and that's the big news for me right now. Midnight's is 2-0, and this is just going to continue if they cannot find a pick and keep on leaving those openings. This is why you see Kadita banned in other regions. She can just be so powerful when it comes to those fights. You kind of stop thinking about her when you're against all of this CC, hides in a bush, comes in, gets the pop-up, then gets the rough waves out there. So, I mean, an amazing job right now by Midnight's.
Yeah, 2-2 in a very slow beginning to this game. Very calculated, very farmy. And I think that plays in the side of Wasians. And to echo Private's point, Midnight has 2 kills. The Estus heal won't matter if you get instantly destroyed by Kadita, right? Coming in with the rough waves, you can be annihilated. 2-0 is like the point you want to be. With the Petrify, that's an all-in. And Estus won't matter as much. They have to get away from this Kadita. But if they group up too much, Kadita's going to have a field day. It's a tough call for where Wasians groups and how they do. They need vision of Kadita.
Yeah, it's very interesting as we see here, kind of even, oh, Merciless actually might be getting flanked here by Guapsi, who's coming around the back, trying to show a little bit of pressure. Merciless getting dove onto. I'm not sure what's going up on top. He is going to be able to get away as we focus a little down at the bottom. Guapsi is going to go ahead and pick up that tower.
Yeah, we're seeing the damage of Lapu come into the slightly less tanky of Esme version we're seeing run on the screen now. Esme has that buff, but it's not in the defensive capabilities. It doesn't cool down the damage. As they go in on Chacho here, I don't think they're going to get much. That's a beefy boy with an Estus in the background. But to bring this to a wider point here, we're 7 minutes in. It's 2-2. The gold is dead even. And I just think that has to favor Wasians. Unless Kadita gets a huge pick, this is going exactly how they want.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and start onto this turtle halfway down. Oh, getting down to about 1/3, but here comes the rest of Fallout. Wasian's a little bit out of position. That's going to be picked up by Guapsi. Bravest Fighter comes down with a stun. Uzi doing the best to put on the damage. He's not even down to about half health. Is going to go ahead and use that flicker to get out up there. Midnight expends that ultimate to get herself out of harm's way as well. And you see that blessing of the Moon Goddess healing coming from K to keep the teams up there. They're doing a great job. Nobody has gone down yet, and looking to try to make them pay. Wasians is not able to push onto the front here, even though Fallout got the turtle.
Yeah, they're going to try to press into this mid turret with all that advantage, and it looks like a May team fight may occur.
Yeah, Chacho trying to put on the damage, trying to lay up there onto the front. Great job by the side of Fallout, especially with those Grok walls to kind of keep the rest of Wasians at bay from taking this tower. However, they do ignore, and you do see that Hove was able to take the bottom tower.
I think that right there, Wasians got a little bit too caught up in going for the fight rather than the objective, and Turtle kind of seemed a little bit later on the platter. Taking us into itemization a bit since they're up on the screen. Look at how the gold's manifesting itself in these items. Esme's picked up the book, and now she's going tanky. Wants to continue that scaling, wants to get to the Oracle, wants to get to that Dom Ice, to shut the Lapu down, and have that split push threat, but also be super tanky in these team fights. This new Esme, we want to see how it works.
Yeah, blazing duet by Hove, diving deep into the back line, and they're still trying to put on. Ooh, real world manipulation comes down, but does not catch enough on there. Fallout is doing such a great job of keeping themselves zoned out of a lot of these abilities. Speaking of which, we do have a wild charge that's come in, and with a stun, taking down Ashley and Cade. What a turnaround there for a team of Wasians who were hoping to get this top tower. This turns around for them. Hove is not done yet. He's not trying to give up on it. He's going to have to use that battle mirror image to get away from Midnight. Chacho doing his best, staying at the front line, is going to get walled off. He might be in trouble here. This is 4 members. Petrify onto Hove, takes him down. Chacho is alone against 4 members. Is going to go ahead, get a last meal, and take down Midnight. And that might be all she wrote for Chacho. Merciless comes in, putting on the damage. Look at that. That's that new Esmeralda damage. Oh, but the flicker and outplay costs Merciless that kill.
So much just happened there. It's hard to pick up where to unpack all of that. But in total, Fallout totally takes control of the game. They find the Estus without the Brats. The Brats was caught around the other side of that wall, not fighting as 5. And Wasians lose sight of their team comp, lose sight of their win condition, and fight them in a skirmish.
Yeah, you see Ashley with that real world manipulation, and immediately Uzi with that Bravest Fighter dives into the back line. Ashley has to give up that ult to reposition so that she doesn't get killed. And this is just such a great job by Fallout to read and react to what Wasians are doing on the map.
I think they needed that, right? And they found themselves, and I think they need to get the maximum effect out of this. And a new change in this patch, actually, is that Lord will hit and ram every single turret of Luminous Lord. This isn't a Luminous Lord yet, but the next Lord will knock down every turret in its path in that lane, not just the inhibitor turret. So it's a very big comeback mechanic for a late game Wasians. If they maybe get the next Lord, they can take a lot of this material off the map.
Yeah, and that's one thing that we have yet to see yet with this new patch coming out, the Lord, and how it's going to react for these comeback mechanics. Chacho sitting here on the front trying to tank a bunch of this Lord, making sure he doesn't do too much. Oh, a nice little pop-up there. Does catch Merciless, who goes down. K trying to put a little bit of damage and slow down, but it's not going to be enough, and they are down one player. They do make short work of that non-Luminous Lord, though.
I mean, what did they lose? Like 1-2 turrets there? That's a great defense for Wasians. And honestly, Fallout doesn't get much. They don't clear off the outer ring of turrets. They may try to get a little bit more with this push here, but they didn't even break an inhibitor. And Luminous Lord will be the next big contention.
Yeah, nice slow and damage coming out there from Ashley.
Oh.
Glopsy trying to put on the damage to Chacho, gets stunned into oblivion, but is going to shake that off and continue on his way. You see Fallout decide next against going for this mid tower. They're going to go ahead and regroup on the map because they have a great control right now.
Now, 3K gold is a good bit at 11 minutes. It's not a crazy lead, but it is a substantial lead, and definitely Fallout has the lead in this game. The problem for them is they're going up against a scaling matchup, where every minute, as this slips from the mid game to the late game, every minute, this grouped up Ube strat coming out of Wasians is going to be stronger and stronger. And it's up to Fallout to pick them apart, maybe play a little bit more of a macro game, spread them out, and then pounce when they're not this grouped up 5-ball.
Well, the problem for me is with Wasians, you have to be very grouped. For everybody to benefit from that healing, the blessing of the moon goddess, from that Estus, you have to be grouped. But when you're grouped up, you're basically this huge, beautiful meal for the Midnights there. Oh, we do see now Merciless is going to go ahead. I don't think he's really scared. He's got a lot of damage. He's really taking advantage. You talked about it. Merciless, actually, absolutely genius on this Ezreal. He's going to go ahead and get himself back to safety. There are 5 members here from Fallout. They decide against pushing more onto this top tower.
And that's just an XP laner in his wheelhouse right there. Very, very comfortable. A lot of members approaching, and you play it really cool, calm, and collected. Maybe an engage here as his team groups up.
Ooh, Merciless comes in there with that Falling Star Moon. Does not catch any of the members there, but they do fend off another defense for that tower. Starting to slow down now is Fallout.
Right. Yeah, and we talked about that. As they slip further, they need to continue to spread this map. The problem is, it's Lapu who you want to send in that XP lane to split. And Esme's beating Lapu in this 1v1, needs 2 people, and even with 2 people, Esme's not really scared of him. So I see that Fallout's going to have a lot of trouble. They need a mistake here from Wasians. They need this Kadita to hit. Kadita 3-1, looking for a pick.
A good job by Merciless to go ahead and clear up that top lane. That means he's going to be able to rotate down here for this Lord fight, hopefully, while the minions at top are doing some work. You do see Merciless does get popped up there, so the focus is on Merciless. Is he going to be taken down? Does get taken down by Anna. And now we have another meal for Chacho. Actually not. Uzi does dive out of the way there while earning himself a pop-up, does Chacho. Still trying to put on the damage here. Look at this Lord so far down. Chacho in a great position. Does pick up and steal this Lord from Fallout. The rest of Fallout is going to have to disengage from this match. You see Uzi exiting with a flicker there.
Yeah, and Lapu Flicker Burn means that Ashley and even, honestly, Estus, maybe sometimes Claude are very comfortable in the backline, but because Grok has his ability of the Wild Charge Flicker still, they still have one tool. So it's not like it's like really bad battle spell economy for the side of Fallout. They still have some tools to pick, and they need to pick somebody out, because if you burn cooldowns over the fight, it's not going to go for you.
Yeah, we're seeing some great positioning here. Oh, Chacho does eat up and gets a stun onto 4 members of Fallout. Is that going to be enough, though? You see Midnight's going to have to use that flicker to get out. Hove came in with a blazing weapon, gets taken down as well. And we have a Dino down too. Merciless gets taken. I mean, what a great engagement by Wasians, but Fallout still come out on top.
They stand tall, and I think that's just Kadita plus Melissa. There's like, while yes, the side of Wasians wants to group, look at all the tools you have. The AoE stuns, the AoE engage, Lapu, Grok, Kadita, the puppet from Melissa, Fredrum with the taunt. There's so many tools on the side of Fallout to combat that. So while yes, Wasians wants to group up, it's like, don't group up too close, you know, we don't get it too close, you might get all CC'd. And I think that's what happened. It's hard to tell when the team gets that grouped up what really happened in that, but man, Fallout take a good win here, and they needed it right here. They need to close the game soon. You can feel it slipping, the momentum slipping.
Ashley finding her escape blocked off. Who is going to be able to come out of that alive? There was a little bit of a panic there. You can see, hoping that that barrier can be taken down. Midnight's is here, missing a pop-up onto Merciless, and is going to go ahead and expend that ult to retreat.
Yeah, Merciless going to be continued to scale in this matchup. He wants a little bit more. 15 with his last item. He wants a little bit more. That's why I think Wasians even want the game to go further. They're fine with it going longer. They just can't keep doing the same thing, losing big team fights. It's going to get to the point in the game where these death timers are so long. If you lose that big team fight at the wrong time, they're going to run it down one lane and destroy your turrets and win the game very quickly. So they got to be really careful grouping up, and it's like group up but spread out a little bit.
Yeah, and that's the point here, is they're winning some of these skirmishes in the lane, but it's when the objectives are up, and those are the most important fights, especially as we're moving into the 16-minute mark here. You see both teams, and this is what usually happens wherever you are, especially at the top of the leagues, is you have a lot of these dances around the Lord while teams wait for a mistake to be made. You saw when the last Lord fight happened, that Esmeralda came in from the top, was able to basically bait the entire team into a fight while Wasians got into position to take that Lord. We're going to see if we can kind of mix that up and replay that as well here as we're moving into the 16-minute.
And we've talked a lot about Wasians scaling, right? But Fallout's very comfortable going to the late game. They play that comp a lot. They didn't necessarily draft for it this time, but they're in a very comfortable position as this 16-minute rolls around. 16 to 20-minute mark, Fallout's very comfortable, and lays back, is always falling back, feels very comfortable. It's up to Wasians to close, but there's so many different competing ideas in this game. I'm like confused which way to say it because they're so good.
Yeah, we see Merciless is getting zoned out a little bit at top as Wasians have started this Lord. Looking for a little bit of patience from them. 3 members down here while that Estes is keeping everybody topped up. Gawapsi down at the bottom is trying to engage onto this Lord. He's waiting patiently, trying to find a great opening. Chacho sees it, is going to try to make, at least a little bit of a distraction for him. Down to about 1/3 health is this Lord. Chacho coming in, still trying to zone out Fallout. They're doing a great job. This Lord, gets reset. I wonder if that was a misplay, but up at the top, you see that Hove actually gets stunned by Uzi. Uzi might be getting taken out here. 2 flickers expended, and a kill picked up and onto Uzi. Now we are still on this Lord. Great positioning for Chacho. He gets popped up there. I don't think the rest of Fallout's going to be able to stop this. Chacho picks up that Lord without an answer from Fallout.
Disaster from Fallout. They actually lose the split battle between Claude and Lapu. Claude wins out. He outplays the fighter and finishes him off very smoothly. Their inhibitor down, and they have turret. That Lord is going to run into that lane with no turret, so we won't get to see that Luminous Lord barreling down, taking out all the turrets. But a big time for Wasians to close this cleanly. Disaster for Fallout. They've got 5 versus 12 kills, and it's Wasians who are slotted to win this thing.
I know you were excited about seeing the Luminous Lord coming crashing through. We're just going to have to imagine that it blasted through some turrets over there. But you bring up a great point. Hove able to go ahead and push the bottom lane. You see Merciless pushing up the top lane before we even get into these turtle fights, doing a great job in these lane clears before the objective comes up. And that's what is really spelling the success for Wasians right now. We do see an engagement coming here onto mid. Real world manipulation is down. Ashley waiting to go ahead and zone them out, doing a great job right now. This tower is actually lasting a lot longer than I thought it would, and they're doing a great job of trying to protect it, but now they are on the hunt. Uzi coming in deep there. We do see that ultimate from Midnight's coming down, and deep into enemy lines is Merciless, putting on the damage. The rest of Fallout's going to have to disengage as they are taken down to very low. Merciless still looks at the healing that they are doing. Wapsi is disengaging from the side. Melody's going to have to go back, the whole team, but now that everybody has been topped off, do you want to continue this fight? Blazing Duet comes in there, shredding down most of the team, and he gets taken out for his efforts. Ashley down to that. 2 members of Wasians down. You might have stayed a little bit too long, but they are focusing down on to Melody on that Grok, who's looking for a safe space. Is going to go ahead, use that wild charge to get himself out of harm's way. Ashley laying down the law with that ultimate, trying to zone out the rest of Fallout. They are not quitting. They are going to keep up this pressure until they take down this core. When do you give up? I don't know, and I'm not sure that Wasians know either, as they still suffer. 2 pop-ups here. Diving into it is Guapsi. Now they are surrounded the Melody on one side, and you see that healing. Blessing of the Moon God is coming out there. That ult for Estes keeping the team top up now. Now another pop-up on the Chacho. Little bit of a intimidation there. Chacho still trying to put on the damage. We're still trying to get these minions in there. Not doing enough damage on the core, which is now down to about half health. Rep Waves comes out from Midnight, who is now backing up to the back. You see the ultimate coming out, and Ashley gets taken out. And Nom Noms from Chacho is going to go ahead and get a stun onto Uzi, but this might be a bad way for the side of Wasians. They just lost 3 there. They stayed maybe a little bit too long. Hove and Merciless are on the run.
Can we get one for Private Rap God? He just ran it for like a minute straight in this long, drawn-out team fight where usually Fallout would have the defender's advantage, but it's the Estes in the backline. And if nobody gets to him, he just keeps topping him up, keeps topping him up. That was a 4v5 in the base of Fallout, and the Wasians refuse to back away. They're now suffering. They will lose Lord because of this. They stayed way too long. What can Hove do in that side lane?
You see Uzi just standing at base. He knows what's coming up. He knows he's going to have to worry about Hove here. Now we see the Blazing Duet coming in here. No pop-up for him, so he's going to be able to actually put on a decent amount of damage. Oh. Look at all of that damage he's doing. That's absolutely insane, but they don't have this Lord, so now they're going to have to contend with it, and this is where I'm going to worry about Wasians.
Yeah, you have to question staying in the base that long and then basically giving over Lord because you overstay. And it's not like they were doing a lot of damage to the crystal, the base there. They really didn't hit it a lot. They were just fighting with them again and again. Defender's advantage, restarting. And what a long, drawn-out fight there. But you got to ask Wasians there, guys, why didn't you leave group and at least contest Lord as a 4v5? If you can 4v5 him, you could have 4v5'd him at Lord, right? And Hope could have maybe came back at that point. So it's tough to see where they're going to back out of that. And they stayed like way too long. Now, Fallout has the Lord.
Yeah, Lord coming through the top. Big footsteps like a dinosaur coming up there. You can feel it. They're waiting for it, especially that this is a Luminous Lord. So that means that this inhibitor tower is not long for the world. It's going to be taken out quite quickly if the Lord can make it there. They're actually trying to stop the Lord before he can actually make it to there. You see that a wall has come up from Melody. Merciless doing a job to try to flank the enemy, putting on the damage there, and now Chacho comes in. They're doing a great job. The Lord is actually down to about half health, so they're not going to get a lot of value out of this Lord. This is a great defense from Wasians.
And it's all on Hove. He's so big and bad right now, walking up in that side lane. 2 members have to come back and answer him because no one else can. They sent Kadita and Lapu back, and that's why they have no pressure with their Lord. This is Wasians winning in outnumbered situations multiple times here. And honestly, across the board, their team is shining right now.
Yeah, we see Chacho in here heading up the front. Anna doing a great job putting on the damage. Oh! We do see a beautiful ult by Merciless, gets him into the back line. Now he's stunned up, waiting for the rest of the team to kind of come back in there. He still has that immortality that go away, has been expended, but it does not do any good as Anna goes down. Uzi taking a whole lot of damage, and now an immortality pop for him as well. He's going to expend that flicker to get himself out of harm's way. Now you see that the West of Wasians star in chase right now. Kate coming in there, Merciless puts the finishing touches onto Uzi. That is 2 members down for Fallout, 5 still looming from Wasians. Do we have enough to defend here for Fallout?
I don't think so. They're losing. I think they forgot a second. Uh-oh.
Yeah, we do see that Merciless comes in there with a beautiful ultimate Nalo and a wild charge of his own. Ashley doing a great job of splitting it out. The top and the bottom, waiting to see if we can finish this off down to about half health. We do see a pop-up on the Chacho, and that is going to be game 1 going to Wasians.
Woo! What a game out of them. The first game of the day was hot, Private. It was a spicy appetizer, my friend. What a game from Wasians, down almost double kills, right? Have half the kills of the side of Fallout and are so far ahead in the team fight, winning in outnumbered situations for a very long time. You were going on and off a minute straight, Private's Rap God, and they're still in the base fighting.
Yeah, and that's the interesting part for me is I felt like before it came to the objectives, there were actually a lot of mistakes when it came to rotation, people getting caught out for the side of Wasians. But when it came to the objectives for those team fights, that's when Wasians really honed in. They got it together. They knew exactly what they were supposed to be doing, whether it was Merciless clearing the top lane, coming and aggroing every single person on the team to give a great position for Wasians, or what. They were just doing such a great job at those objectives, which really made up for kind of a very not exactly pristine early game.
Yeah, you have. That's a very politically correct way to say it, Private. It didn't look great for them, but that's when Fallout was in their spike, right? That's when Fallout wanted to play the game. That's when they had the comp that was ahead. But man, Fallout, I actually really like seeing them on that early game comp because they're really comfortable in that. Even if they don't win it early, they're very comfortable in that late game, fighting very well. 16 kills. It was a bit of a bloody game as it gets later, but it didn't matter. Wasians, look at the side of the Spirats, does so much damage. It always amazes me how tanky he is, but still how much damage he does.
The interesting thing for me is the lack of deaths on the side of Fallout. So they were smart enough to be able to get out of fights that they didn't like, but I mean, you have to wonder, at what point do we have to just go all in, just go for it, especially when you were in such a commanding lead where a lot of your team is disengaging possibly too early. But we're going to go ahead and take a look at some of the replays here, Ben.
Yeah, and I think this is an example right here. You see the strength of the comp of Wasians grouping up, doing so much. Just Chacho, he's unkillable. It doesn't matter what damage you pump into this guy, he's still there. And then you start to question that last pick of Lapu here, run into the Esme. He didn't have a good lane. He's not really accomplishing backline dive in here. He's using his spells to get out. And Wasians take objective after objective. Just like you said, Private, that focus on objectives. Yeah, they maybe stumbled in the early game, some rotations, lost some skirmishes against a pick comp. Understandable. But they brought it back on those objectives and really honed in until they got in the base and stayed for like 2 minutes. Yeah, like I'm still questioning that.
Well, I mean, maybe there was something in the late game. I was a little turned off about that as well. If I'm Wasians, I know that there were little mistakes that I was making through the game, but every single objective fight I was good for. So why not just back up? We have another Lord coming at some point. Maybe it was that interim that they were worried about, the in between the Lords that they were worried about, that maybe one of them gets caught out. Maybe the rotations aren't as tight as they thought. And I mean, they wasted a lot of time in the base, so they could have used that as kind of like keeping them in base while another Lord is coming up. So I mean, maybe taking away some of that time in the middle that they might have gotten caught out. But that was game one. We're gonna see if we can answer this with a game two. Are we gonna be able to make it to a game three? And what do you think Fallout needs to do to make that happen, Ben?
I really like the look of Fallout going for that early game, right? Because they always seem to pick that Claude and they're just kind of waiting for scaling to happen. But honestly, their Claude didn't look like Hove on Claude. Hove made Claude look like a monster. 2v1ing in the side lane to close the base, just removing all the pressure off the map that the Fallout wanted to bring with one man. So that for me signaled, okay, you need something to deal with the Claude, because if he picks that again, he takes your pick and does it so powerfully. You know, what are you drafting for yourself in the late game? Because the early game didn't work, but they found themselves so comfortable. It's a tough spot for Fallout. If, like, as their coach, I wouldn't even know what to say, because they want to play to the late game. They drafted an early game pick comp. Maybe the Kadita didn't get rolling in those later team fights. Maybe didn't have too much of an effect to kind of get the snowball going. But I loved Midnight on Kadita. It looked really good early.
All of the characters, all the heroes looked really good on the side of Fallout. They didn't even take that many deaths. It was just those team fights where Fallout had to pull out early. They saw that they were losing the fight, so they pulled out early so that they didn't lose too many people there. Unfortunately, what that does is you gave a little bit too much room for Wasians to kind of make that bounce back. And I think if they want to win this time, I want to see Fallout maybe sticking it in those fights a little bit longer. I want to see a lost fight that happens with deaths on the team. You know what I mean? I feel like if we're going to pull out, we need to kind of make sure, did we give 110% in that fight? I don't know. You don't know. And maybe it would have been the same result. But if it was the same result, I think it would have been a little bit more of an even of a score, because I felt like it on the scoreboard, it did look like Fallout was winning.
Yeah, as far as kills, right? But when you really start to think about what kills mean and the gold they get versus objective, farm, things like that, it's really like only a little bit. Like a wave gives you like 120 gold, 130 gold, something like that. Tower gold can give you even more, and a kill's only 200, maybe more if they've got a bounty on them. But it was the objective focus and just the complete awareness of Wasians to look for the objectives in the game, and didn't get, like, they had blinders on, almost tunnel vision for the crystal, and so much so they stayed in their base forever. I'm not going to give that up.
It's really interesting here. I can see Esmeralda being banned out for Wasians. So obviously they feel that that is a priority in the XP lane. It's something that they don't want to actually face. I'm not gonna lie, I mean, watching Merciless on that, it's hard to say, was that an Esmeralda or was that Merciless? He is known to be just a great Esmeralda player there, so a lot of that I can really kind of fend off to him, just being Merciless and being a great Esmeralda player, and really there was a lot of times in there where you see Esmeralda dive way deep into the back line and you're like, oh, well, she's not long for this world, but she's still able to make it out of those situations. They feel it's something to be wary of, so I'm very interested to see what we give up for it. And we see here that Glow getting picked up by Fallout.
Yeah, I think a lot of times we've seen this happen a lot in drafts where you pick something, play it really well, show the team it's good, and then you ban it. And it's like some teams have such a respect for heroes, they play them and they ban them because they just know how powerful it is. And some of the teams don't even pick it up. It's so interesting to see like the comp's tendency out of all these teams. Here, I think Glue early, I'm not really a fan of it because you have the Lapu, the Faramis is open, the Vexana even's open. There's so many things that play into it. Early, they go for the Edith. That's interesting. It has a good lane phase, and Edith will have more DPS in the late game as well. But I was expecting actually Merciless to go for Lapu there and to really punish that Glue in lane.
I'm almost not able to get over that you said Vexana's open. I really, she's up there as a second place to Hanabi for me for most hated hero seeing up there. But we do see that Edith and Xavier getting picked up for the side of Wasians. Edith has a great amount of ability, especially in the early game, the amount of CC. I'm wondering if this is actually going to be a laner or more of a roam for the side of Wasians, just because of them going up against a Glue. It actually does a decent amount of damage for Glue.
Yeah, I think Merciless will take it. Wasians have seen drafted Edith so many times, and they have such a respect for it. Sometimes they even ban it. This time it was the Esme ban. I bet next time if we go to a game 3, Wasians bans Edith after they play it here again, just to follow the trend. But I think the interesting point here is Ashley on the Xavier and picking it early. Valentina was open. You could have stole all these ultis over. Chooses the Xavier instead. So Wasians, again, very picky and intentional when it comes to draft, and I think that's kind of their MO when it comes to, maybe, yeah, they don't have the star-studded roster, maybe they're not first or second place, but their draft is really intelligent every time.
I'm not gonna lie, easing up Valentina for another mage. North America has not been the strongest Valentina user. I say it every single time I see it. I would rather you give up the Valentina than play something that it gives the appearance of you not being great at. You see this a lot, and unfortunately right now I think I don't even know what Valentina is, her win rate is here. I'd have to look it up, but I know it's not, I don't think it's up there at 50% at all, and we've had some experiences with it. I feel that. I'm like, you see the Valentina up, you know what she provides, but you're like, let's go with the Xavier. Maybe the enemy will take it, maybe I'll just deal with it as it comes along.
But I think that gives options for Lolita and Glue to get back there, right, onto the X, who doesn't, probably going to take the flicker to get out of dodge when he needs to. Hove on Claude, though, is going to be a problem yet again. This man, a master. I haven't seen a Claude played that well, I don't think, at NACT yet. I gotta give him, that last game showed me like, oh wow, Claude's really strong right now, oh goodness. And going for the Hayabusa ban into the Ana, doesn't want to really on those comfortable assassins. Maybe they go for the Fanny ban targeting jungles here. Not sure where they're gonna go with the next draft.
Yeah, and that is something that I was kind of lacking in the first game I saw from Hove. As most people might know, he is OSP Cold World, the original marksman for The Simpsons. So he has the experience when it comes up to these games. He was the finalist for the last NACT, so he has that experience. It's just that at the first game I saw him in here with Wasians, he did not perform as well as I would have liked, but this is kind of shades of that, and he is really putting in the work and really kind of showing us why he was one of the top teams in North America last year.
Yeah, and we don't see Ooga Booga, who plays your favorite. We could have seen a Hanabi Edith game here, but Ooga Booga isn't in, right? So Boogerman's out, but Hove back in, and Hove if we just give an MVP of the series off of one game, or we give an MVP of that game, it's got to be Hove. On it, it really felt like he carried right there in a lot of different situations. Another assassin ban, targeting the pull-up Ana, making sure he doesn't get on something really comfortable. The Fanny's still available. Maybe goes for a different. The fighter jungle just doesn't seem to work for them as well as it maybe would for a different team. So good bans. Again, the draft of Wasians. That's why I think I've fallen in love with them as a team. Their draft is just so intentional. Whoever's drafting for them, my hat's off to them.
So here's the thing. Last draft in the second phase, Lolita got taken out in the second banning phase. Fallout go ahead and pick this up early so that they can't get that. As well as you see that Kufra banned again on the side of Wasians. So this might be something that Fallout, it might be something that they're a little bit more comfortable in their comp. They definitely wanted that Lolita, or prioritized it to the point that they're going to pick it up in the first round rather than waiting for it to be banned out again. But that does leave open something here as we see the Martis getting picked up by Wasians. And we already know the early game of Martis is absolutely insane.
And what matches that perfectly, the level 2 spike for Martis and Edith is incredibly strong. Not only do they have like 20 CCs together, they have a lot of damage throughout their passives. The Edith doing the additional damage on autos that bounces, and then Martis with the attack speed. Answered with probably the tanks a lot here, and Leslie, which has been buffed, will do a lot more damage. And I played against a Leslie a couple, oh man, the true damage coming in late game, but it has to get there. Right? Leslie very weak in the early game and is susceptible even to maybe a Claude being punished.
Yeah, Leslie's passive damage has been upped, and the cooldown has been shortened for that first ability. So she's going to be able to chunk. But like you said, there is a path to get there to where that actually has an effect. Leslie is not the greatest laner against a lot of these, but definitely, I want to say, holds her own against the Claude. Is going to be able to chunk him down just a bit. Is not going to be able to match that attack speed. But we're going to see how well. I mean, Hove, I still have to give it to Hove. His clearing potential on that Claude, as soon as he gets 4, is going to be unmatched. The later this goes, I feel like the more it benefits Fallout. We've talked about this before. They do like to gear towards that late game. But Wasians definitely have this early chunk, this early brutality that the Fallout is going to have to overcome.
I like early brutality, and I think that spells the Martis Edith well together. Cade, and you were just talking about how the Lolita was picked up, and I think that was picked to make sure they didn't lock in that Bratz Estes combo again. Lolita kind of shreds the Ube comp because she punishes that group so hard. So great call there, and Wasians maybe we're going that same direction and shift here. And we'll never know if that was the truth, but Lolita kind of prevents that from happening. So I think that's a great point. Cade on the Cho, we've seen him make really good picks before, and I think he plays really well with Martis. His early game rotation, maybe X doesn't get out of lane very much, but even the Cho and the Martis are going to do a lot of work.
Yeah, but we are here into the game 2. It's going to be Wasians taking on Fallout. Fallout definitely looking to see if they can make this to a game 3.
Right, I need him to make it into a game 3 to get my predictions. Deku said 2-0, I said 2-1, so come on, boys, I'm betting on it.
Yeah, definitely for me as well. I don't think I had a 2-0 in favor of Fallout, but definitely looking for Fallout to kind of bring something here, especially with a lot of the namesakes, the things that have been going on with them, looking for them to kind of come up in here. We do have a pause right here at the beginning. We're probably going to go ahead and make sure that both teams are on an even playing field when it comes to these, to the MS that they might be suffering, or to some of the lag issues that we have, Ben. But this gives us time to kind of go over these drafts and figure out which one do you kind of favor here, Ben?
Well, before we do that, let's all say a prayer that we don't have disconnect issues like we did a couple of weeks ago. Let's all say a quick prayer that everything's going to go smoothly and we get back rocking in the games. To talk about the drafts a little bit more, though, I really like the side of Wasians here. I'm an Edith player. I know I'm a little bit biased in that regard, but just the level 2 spike. Edith and Martis together. Man, you got a Cho in there. So much CC comes out of those 3. I was thinking, man, if they had an Arlot in there, that'd be doing good too. But even those alone, man, Martis has the space to run over this game. And I was thinking about the Claude into the Leslie. Yeah, Claude is going to be a worry, but when Claude hops in late game and gets 2-tapped by Leslie, Claude's out of the fight. So I think that's a really cool, if they can make it their situation for Fallout.
Yeah, and that's kind of the problem sometimes when it comes to these late game compositions. You're really kind of banking on the ability of the enemy team not to push you too hard in the early game. Do we have enough on the side of Fallout to kind of withstand that early game from Wasians. It's gonna be interesting to see, because not just that, but I feel like we were just talking about Hove, very like an MVP almost in our eyes for how that last game went. He's not really a pushover when it comes to late game on a Claude. So that's still something you're going to have to compete in as Fallout. You're going to have the Leslie, but you're going to have other targets, hopefully, for the Leslie to be able to take out. Do we have a pop-up on the side of Fallout to go ahead and maybe take that out? It's going to be interesting to see. We are still waiting to see how the MS, or if these guys are going to kind of get back online and get ready for this next match. But, I mean, just an amazing match that we're about to see here.
Yeah, in the situation of Cade, specifically, going from the Estus now to the Cho, it's a much different play style for him, and it shows his flexibility. I like to talk about roamers a lot because I think they control the pace of the game early, and Cade has a lot of flexibility in this to do work. Into the Lolita. Lolita's not a slouch in the early game by any means. Shark, we see you. But the Cho is going to have pick priority in a lot of these situations, and they have so much CC to follow it up. I think it's going to be tough, and keeping vision on Cade is going to be really important. How do you buy time for Leslie to get there if Cade is always in your jungle, making pick, keeping track of your roam, and keeping vision on your team to, they can't even make moves to survive anymore because they're always in vision. Wasians, I think one draft, that's only like half the battle though. If you draft a good comp, cool, you still got to pull it off in game, right? And Fallout feels really comfortable in that late game. So I think they're both playing to their MOs as teams, but man, Wasians up one game. Fallout need to win this to make it a series.
Yeah, and that is the big thing for me. This for me is all on Cade. If he can kind of get in there and take out Leslie. Is Leslie going to be a factor in this game? Is the rest of the team going to have to cover down for it? The Cho is a great pick, but can we play it to the preciseness into Fallout, be able to get in there and isolate the right target? I've seen a bunch of times great Cho picks, great characters. However, they'll go in there, they'll isolate out the tank, and it's like, oh, well, you just did that. You weren't able to kill them, and now your team just expended all of their ultimates to try to take down that tank, and now you have a team fight coming on your hands. So it's going to be very interesting to see if that Cho is going to be able to get the right targets, and if that does happen, is the rest of Wasians going to be able to capitalize on it? I will say that this is probably the strongest I've seen Wasians when it comes to some of these matches right now. And like I said, I've had my doubts before because of kind of the roster change-ups. Last week it was Ooga Booga playing Marksman. This week it's Cold World playing Marksman. Last week we didn't have Ashley. This week we do. So they are starting to show signs of life. There were still some of those mistakes you saw when it came to some of those fights that they were taking, staying in the base too long. They still need to kind of make sure that they clean up some of those. But right now, like I said, it's been probably the crispest matches that we've seen from Wasians. And hopefully this is a sign of life from them to kind of start moving them up the ranks.
Yeah, and to speak to kind of the Wasians having a lot of like switch arounds and things going on with their team, and you don't see the same roster a lot. I mean, there's no other bigger story than Fallout, right? And having to go through that. So I think both teams have that kind of in the back of their mind, pushing it on their psyche, like, oh, this, that, and you just really got to focus and perform. And Wasians came out really strong. To speak to the point of Hove, I've never seen a Claude split push like that. And like, as a Lapu player, I would love if a Claude was split push, right? That's what I want. And then he does that to me. Oh no, right? So much so that we have to send back the mage, give up our Lord push. It was a big move from him. They had Lord, but it didn't really feel like they were going to get anything. They were worried about their own base, right? And so that kind of really threw me for a loop. Man, Hove on Claude looks good. Maybe ban-worthy for teams that are watching this game, looking at Wasians and kind of questioning things. To speak to the Cade point, though, I think Cade on Claude, Cade in previous games has always had really great position, right? Cade master on the Atlas. We've seen him on the Estus. Very flexible, a good roamer. He's so strong. So I'm expecting really good things out of the Chode. Pushing people into the comp, I think it gives a lot of room for the what. If I was a betting man, I have to bet on Wasians for this. I love their comp. They're one up. They have momentum. If I'm betting, I'm putting it all on Wasians. What about you, Private?
I mean, I'm still kind of looking for Fallout to give me the validation that we have for the roster that we have. Like I said, a lot of the off-screen issues came from them wanting to stay with the same roster, not wanting to shake things up and doing that to the point to where they had to change the name. Now it's time for them to buck up or shut up. this is what you wanted. Now show us what you've been practicing with. Show us what you have done and why this is worth it. And that's what I'm looking for in this match from them. They had a great showing. Like I said, they just kind of fell apart when it came to some of those objective fights. And that's where it really matters. Like we were talking about it. Deaths don't mean anything unless you can make those objectives happen after it. And that's unfortunately kind of where Fallout is starting to lack when it starts coming to the mid game and on. They were able to make things happen in the early game. They got a decent amount of objectives, but when it started coming to that late game, when it started coming to that point when they were at odds, when it came to like those mistakes that were being made, they were having issues. So we're gonna see what they can pull out here. I'm still gonna have to go with Fallout. If I pick something, I'm gonna stick with it regardless.
Okay.
I mean, it's almost like asking like at the end of like the 12-minute mark, if when Fallout is losing, it's like, do you still believe in them? I'm like, well, I picked it. I'm gonna live with it. So and try to explain why. But I mean, right now, both of these teams, not exactly in the top 4 when it comes to the brackets. They're definitely looking for an opportunity to start moving up. Both of these teams, because the top 4, those are the ones that are going to be making it to the playoffs. Those are the ones who are looking for a spot in Las Vegas. Those are the ones looking for that spot in MSC. So definitely a big game for both of these teams.
Yeah, I think it's a really important time throughout this season. Right now, we have so many teams tied up, and today's kind of the tie-breaking days. Oh, but to switch over to predictions, Private was just talking about this. He's in a tough spot, voting 2-1 for Fallout, right? And me and Deku over here licking our chops with the wage and vote. We got to get it going. The rest of a lot of belief in Fallout, though, and I think that echoes a sentiment of the community as well, though. Waiting to see when Fallout really punches through, because we know they have potential. We know that they've made some good showings. When are they going to be the team we know them to be, right? And we're hoping it comes today. Honestly, I would love the series to go to 3. It would be my prediction, but I want to see it for Fallout. It's good for Fallout to go the games here, get a win here. Even if you lose the series, take a game off of them, because it helps you in the rankings. So many teams are tied here. So many teams are fighting for the bubble. One win or loss could mean you make it in and the other team doesn't. So all these games in the middle with these tied up teams are very important.
Yeah, we do see that. Definitely trying to dethrone Deku there up at the top if Fallout wins here. He's doing a masterful job when it comes to these predictions, which is kind of crazy. We do see that 3-way tie. Me, you, and Steph Wheezy definitely looking to kind of move up there. Eunice is sitting comfortably at 2nd place. And I know Trex definitely looking for this victory, trying to inch himself back up to that mountain. Unfortunately, like as we said, with these predictions, it could go either way, and sometimes it's just based on the best get. There's been a ton of times where a prediction went in, I saw the roster that was going to be playing, I'm like, wait a minute, that's not what I yeah. Can I take my vote back? But you know, you go with what you have, and this has been just a nice bit of fun for the casters to see there. But it has been overwhelming, and you talked about that, very overwhelming for Fallout to get in there. And I think, like you said, there was a reason that they were chosen and put together in the first place. They all have skills on their own. They all have played together for a very long time, all of them very familiar with each other. We just need to see that reflected out there on the field as well. When it comes to Wasians, I mean, they're not exactly strangers to each other, but you expect a little bit more when it comes from a team from Fallout who have been playing together, who have been kind of geared together for a very long time. It's going to be interesting to see how this kind of plays out and what we have next for them, and especially with all that we have on the line. Yeah,
big game for Fallout, and I think still maybe a remnants of all the drama with them, right? And maybe towards the end of the season, we'll see signs of life for them. Really hoping, and I think that's a struggle for the North American community as a whole, right? Teams fall apart and get together so frequently. You don't get years of chemistry built up. Like if you're talking about teams overseas, they've been playing each other for a very long time. They have that same roster and they build that chemistry. And we want to see that same thing in North America. So I want to see teams, maybe someone at the lower bracket, take some L's and really, okay, so you're playing the best people in your region. You're only going to get better. When you play better people, you get better, right? And so I want to see them stick together, build that chemistry, and then learn these little things that other teams are doing and like take it into their own and become what we know can be a very strong team. Wasians on the other side, though, I'm in love with the Wasians. Can I just say, I'm going to fanboy, but I'm a little bit biased. Their drafts are so good. Their gameplay's there. But like we've seen in that last game, I think sometimes they get a little bit too into the fight right? And they're like, okay, we could have backed off 30 seconds ago a couple of times, like in the top lane, even before they stayed in the base, right? In the top lane, they were fighting. Oh, game 2, we're back, baby.
Yeah, it seems like we are, and we are going to go ahead and start this one over, it seems. So, I mean, great job. We're going to go ahead and start it over to make sure that everything is on the up and up. Wasians taking on Fallout. Like we said, looking for a game 3 is Fallout.
Right, and I don't think that really favors any team any better. Maybe both teams have a little time to think about the matchups more, but we were very early into the game when they called for the pause, so nothing really like in each other's favor or anything like that. It's a fresh start, a fresh game. We still think all the things we said are the same thing. Leslie's going to be a little bit weaker in this lane, needs some help, and you see Mello already going to be here.
Yeah, a lot of pressure being put on here. Guapsi already kind of having a little bit pressure on his lane already. We were talking about that. Hove just great on that Claude. Once he gets that level 4, going to be able to clear lane quickly as well. So we're going to have to see really into the late game for Fallout.
Yeah, I want to see Ana on this Lance. Will he go the tanks a lot route? Will he go damage? Will it be a bruiser type build? A lot of movement on the map here towards Hove.
Oh yeah, a great pressure there from Melody. Taking Hove actually a little low. Now he's going to have to go to base. Still 44 seconds left on this Lord, so not going to be enough for him not to make it. Ooh, trying to go ahead and steal that. Chacho still coming down here. Pressure 3v2 right now. Thornrow is going to go ahead and clean up that gold minion.
So much attention paid towards this gold lane from both supports, babysitting this lane, making it really hard. Both of them are late game scalers, so they both kind of have the same idea, help them in lane. But now, another little skirmish here goes off. Kay's going to do a little damage and get out of dodge. Up to the top lane, we haven't seen that much, but we expect... Uh-oh, Chacho.
Yeah, it does get caught. Melody actually going to have to expend that flicker to get out of the way of Chacho there. And this is going to set up the turtle potentially, as we see it kind of getting tossed out here by Ana, who's going to go ahead and, it looked like she was actually going to try to drag it out. Merciless coming in there, does get a pop-up onto it. Another pop-up onto Ana. Kane coming in. Now you see Ana coming in. Phantom execution comes in. Ana able to pick up that turtle. Great play by there as Uzi does land up on top of the enemy. Merciless is not long, does get taken out there, and you see that dawning light coming out there just for good measure. So a turtle and a kill in favor of Fallout.
Merciless with a very early ulti usage, died with Flicker up, and I know sometimes you want to save your Flicker for more aggressive plays. I hate burning Flicker in a defensive play, or still burning Flicker and dying, right? But Merciless chunks out Lance and then goes for the ulti as if the all-in attempt. In this itemization, look at all the talents. You can see what exactly they're running. But Merciless, early ulti usage there, doesn't get the kill and pays for it. Great first step from Fallout here. Have a first blood and first turtle. 1,000 gold up.
Yeah, doing a great job they are. You see Cade, a little bit of a poke and a tickle for him there as he's going to go ahead and make his way to mid lane. Right now, Wasians still, not exactly falling out. They are about 1K behind, still looking for something to happen throughout these exchanges that are happening. A great job for the vision from Melody, letting Guapsi know that there is a gank heading down here, so we can go ahead and back up to the tower. And now Wasians are probably either gonna have, we do see, Kay comes in there with a little bit of that Jeet Kune Do is looking, he comes in, is he gonna be able to land it? Beautiful flicker from Guapsi, avoids the way of the dragon and does cost Cade his life. Chacho coming in here, does not find anybody with that ability, and now you see Guapsi with that sniper putting on a little bit of damage to Hove. Great play there to take down Cade, though.
And I think we've just found a word for the way Wasians is playing. Over-aggressive. They over-aggress on this bot lane, trying to punish this Leslie. Ends up, Leslie now has a kill. That is a disaster for the side of Wasians. They want this Leslie to be punished down. And then all the battle spells have been burned. The Kate and Ashley flickered there. A lot of things off the table.
But yeah, we do see where the dragon does land on the Guapsi. Now we have the blazing duet coming out, followed by a dawning light. Guapsi looking to try to get out of it, is not going to be able to find an escape, and that is a 1-for-1 trade there. Hove exchanges his life for the enemy marksman.
Right, they're not like winning out on that trade. Yeah, they're trading, but this should be very in the side of Wasians. And if you're not going to win hard there, go play somewhere else. Go play her on this turtle right now. Cade's not going to be there for turtle, and the roam for a Fallout is there. They should win this.
Yeah, and this is going to be a beautiful and easy, smooth cleanup of this Lord for Fallout. 3-1. So a very dominant opening. Shades of the first game, Ben.
Yeah, Fallout coming out punching early, which we love to see Fallout do, and then they're very comfortable in the late game too. Maybe just work on that mid-game spike, bridging yourself to the late game, which you're so comfortable. Already has the Berserker's Fury locked in for Leslie. First item completed.
Yeah, and this is going to be a great opening for them, but this is what we were talking about before. Can we maintain this lead for the side of Fallout and bring it to these objective fights?
Yeah, I think that Wasians need to check themselves right here and tone down the aggression a little bit. They kind of lost early game off that. Now it's only 1,000 gold, but 1,000 gold in the right pockets means that completed itemization for the Leslie, who's now pressuring into the Claw, using that invisibility, coming up and poking, does so much true damage. And Ho, not going to have a lot of sustain in this lane. He's going to need help.
This tanks a lot. I just love it. Just oh, beautiful flicker into the way of the dragon. Is going to go ahead and catch Midnight, who gets taken out. This is a big turn for the side of Fallout. Wapsi does catch a kill onto Hope, doing a great job, I might add, against somebody who we were just praising last game, especially on a Leslie versus Hove in this right now. So, I mean, man, and then Melody as well with that vision.
Yeah, I've got to really praise Fallout here for going and really targeting the star performer of last game, getting in his head, getting in his lane, making sure he does not have a good game, because when he does, we saw the effect of it. Great choices here from Fallout early in the game. Cade, a little bit of over-aggression early, but finds a couple of picks. We're looking for him to keep abusing that show, keep doing work, but this Leslie, 2-1, off to a great start.
Yeah, and then you see that ultimate sniper coming out there and finding Hove, who's going to have to actually go back home as well. So just doing a great job is Fallout. But can we maintain it? Now we're trying to put the pressure on to this tower. They're going to make easy, smooth transition there and take that down while we have another turtle coming up.
Melo's been down there the whole time, and it doesn't feel like Wasians have played the other side of the map very much. They keep trying to go toe-to-toe here, and they're not making it. Bit of engage. Will they make it?
Oh, yeah, we do find Melody does use that flicker to get out of there, followed by the concealed play to go ahead and get even more speed. Here comes the Numenor Blast. Does land on, and that might mean that Chacho gets taken down. Anna with the finishing touches on there. We do go ahead and reset this turtle, though. This is a great position for Fallout. They are 4v5 right now, looking to take advantage of that. Ashley coming in there. You do see Uzi coming in on that glue. Do we have a split? We do not. Oh, yeah, do not just yet. Uzi being very patient with his abilities right now, but still allows for that turtle to get picked up by Fallout.
Claude is getting ran over in this lane right now. And yes, it is a 2v1, but Wasians aren't winning the rest of the map. They either have to fight there and win, or they have to win on the other side. A little bit of a fight here, brother.
Oh, yeah, Uzi did use that split, but you did see that flicker back into there. Numenor Blast catches 3 members. Merciless gets taken down by Midnight, and Chacho is going to have to use that Mortal Coil to get out of dodge, putting in the great zoning, and I don't think we're actually going to be able to take down this mid tower, but a lot of damage comes down onto it in a great push by Fallout. We're not done, though. You see that Dawning Light coming out, Melody coming into the back line with that shield to go ahead and block off a lot of the damage, allowing her team just what they needed to go ahead and take down that mid tower.
Is Fallout snowballing right now? Is the late game MO team snowballing in this game against Amartis? I love to see it, and I've got to focus on this bot lane. Wapsi, who we said would have a weaker early game, has now been boosted into the mid game already. He's going to be a terror in the late game. 3-1. Is there a clear answer for this Leslie in this as this game starts to ramp up again? He just keeps ulting Hove again and again, pushing him out of lane.
Yeah, they're doing such a great job. Kate actually in a little bit of trouble here, does get snatched onto Uzi, not able to put in a... Oh, we do actually catch the kill on him. Anna diving in deep and then going to use another dash to get out of that tower. They're doing such a great job. We were talking about whether Cade would be able to get these picks. He's not even able to find the picks because of the great positioning from Fallout and then the backup that they have in the name of this Rome.
Yeah, thinking about Ashley's picker, I haven't really seen Xavier involved in a lot of team fights at all. It seemed like now the mid lane turret's gone as well. A total lack of pressure in that mid lane. And yes, that's rest of the team roaming over, handling things. Now all 3 of the outer turrets, as Leslie rotated from the gold to the XP, have been taken down. Lord spawns in 7, and it looks like Fallout are poised for a snowball.
Well, as we're looking at this, I mean, Ashley does have an effect. She's got that dawning light in every single team fight. The problem is she's trying to get farmed up here, and then we do see Anna does get latched onto with the Way of the Dragon. The finishing touch is actually put on there by Ashley, and now we are on to Melody. Can we go ahead? Bulwark is out. Try to put on the damage. Melody eats all of it and returns the favor with that passive. Merciless takes a lot of damage here. Oh, Midnight is not able to find the real world manipulation to take somebody down, but we are starting to zone out. Look at Uzi coming in here, looking for the finishing touches. Kay actually is going to have to use that flicker to get out of dodge. Uzi thinks twice about diving into the turret, but this means that this Lord is possibly, oh man, actually Melody finds a wild Chacho in the bushes, and you see Guapsi coming in here looking for some damage. Oh, look, and this is what we were talking about, those little pokes. Little pokes on the Chacho, putting on the damage, actually takes him down to about 1/3.
In that exchange, yes, Wasians go to and they purrs over Lorda, they got a kill, but it was the other side, they lost a turret in that whole thing. They didn't actually get Lord, but then they lose a turret too. They keep losing objectives here. They're 4K, 5K gold down, and this Lord's half health.
Yeah, half health for the Lord, and you see way into the back. Uzi trying to fend off the rest of this with that split. Hove actually has to get out of dodge. We're down to about 10% health. This looks like it's going for the side of Wasians. Anna sneaks in, able to get the retribution there, and now taking off. Down goes Merciless. We are looking to take down the rest of the members here as Cade, in a world of hurt, is going to have to use that dash to get out of there. Now Chacho coming in with that spinning there. Chacho able to kind of come in. Anna, in a world of hurt, is going to be able to get out of here. Look at those dashes with the Phantom Execution to get himself to safety.
Smooth with it is Tanks-a-Lot right there, stealing the Lord, walking back into fights that a damage lance could never walk back into, and expertly getting out, using all the dashes, the ulti as well, getting out. Again, I thought Merciless there was going to do, and it was going to kill. He had Wapsi so low right there, and just couldn't finish the kill. It's now the Lord barreling down on the side of Wasians. Xavier's great at defending, but they have this Leslie, this true damage poke.
Just expended a flicker with that Numenon blast, so Melody's not going to have that for the next team fight. We did do a good job of kind of zoning out the rest of the team so that they had room to get into here and get this purple buff. Lord coming down at the bottom. It's not a Luminous Lord, so there's not much you have to watch out for. When I say that, Anna comes diving in with a Thorn Rose. In the back line, here comes Cade. Does not get the Way of the Dragon that he's looking for. Look at the damage going on. He gets taken down. Real world manipulation is down, and Hove comes in with the Blazing Duet. Is he going to be able to find a kill of his own? He is not, and is going to have to escape. Meanwhile, Guapsi coming in with that ultimate sniper. Is that going to be enough? Dawning Light halves into the help of Guapsi, but they turn their attention immediately to this mid tower. Are we going to be looking at a game 3? Anna is trying to resist, has that Tanks-a-Lot, and they are doing such a great job of engaging, and now they're cleaning up the jungle of Wasians.
Very clean snowball from Fallout thus far. Finishes the outer ring of turrets. They'll use the next Lord, which will be a Luminous Lord, to try to break the base. It's up to Wasians here to either make a pick. They're 7K, 8K gold down though. Make a pick or defending your base, right? That's the decision-making process, because Ashley's not ready yet. Hove, not ready yet. Very far behind in itemization and in gold as this team. And it's the Leslie 3-1 who has already been accelerated 12 minutes now. Leslie's going to be bussing.
Yeah, and we see Uzi hiding in this side of the bush. Anna comes in from the side, another dash with that. Ooh, Phantom Execution comes in. Hove is going to have to use that Blazing Duet to try to get himself to safety. Split from Uzi. He does miss that dash there, and he is still. Oh, beautiful ultimate from Midnight is going to be able to help clean up Merciless with the help of the Roam. They're doing such a great job of picking off them. It is now 11-3 as we move in to the 13-minute mark.
There's no answer for Tanks-a-Lot. He's able to just run into the backline and poke Ashley and Hope with no punish. There's no like suppression. There's no peel. Cade either has to choose to engage or peel, and it feels like neither is the right one. Tanks-a-Lot going wild.
Anna just dives into the deep line against 4 members. Doesn't care about what they can put up against him. Thorn Rose is going to get him out of a lot of the CC, and then a Phantom Execution to help him get out of the way.
Big Lord for coming up, and with Luminous Lord now, they're able to break the base if they're able to take this, and it's Wasians. How will they defend? They're spreading on the map to look for a contest, but Mello's waiting for it. May have a 2v1 in the side lane. What can Wasians do to take something in this moment?
You see, Ashley with that dawning light actually came very close there. Cade does lose his life. I mean, I have to question what Cade was actually going to be able to do there, even if he was successful. Maybe get the Lord? I don't really think so. But you see Uzi, they're doing a great job. They are not letting up. This is actually kind of what we were talking about before. Fallout doing a great job in the early game. Are they going to be able to push this and put enough pressure for Wasians, who are looking for the late game right now? Luminous Lord coming down from the bottom. Ultimate Sniper from Guapsi. He's going to go ahead and uncast that early. Merciless and Ashley going to go ahead and try to defend here at the bottom. Now we have pressure at the mid and top. Oh, short work of that tower. Beautiful Numenon Blast coming in. Does not catch anybody just yet. Wasians, we see a sealed play coming in. A lot of damage coming out. We're starting to try to fend off some of these. Cade actually able to take down Midnight's. Anna trying to put on the damage to Cold World. Is it going to be enough? I mean, we're doing a great job of defending. We still have the Lord there. Dawning Light puts a little bit of damage onto Melody. Now another ultimate sniper from Guapsi here. They are going to go ahead, think twice about it, not trying to make the mistakes that we saw from last game and lingering a little too long on these pushes.
Right, just to take a note on kind of the new patch and itemization, Hove just picked up Sea Halibut, right? So now he's going to do an additional 8% damage to people who are higher health than him. A little change to Sea Halibut, and I think that's maybe where his damage came in, and you saw him able to go in and get Midnight and do a lot of damage to Mellow. I think the Hove is almost there. He's not quite there yet, but almost. Still 10k gold down, and the Wasians hold on to their base. They're now out in the middle of the map, though. A dangerous place for a team 10k gold behind.
Yeah, as we start getting into the later game, I think Hove is going to start doing more and more damage. We're really not actually stopping him. We do get a couple of kills on him, and that's starting to kind of linger and wane on as we get later into this game. And that's where you're going to have to wonder, once he starts getting these itemizations, is he going to be able to kind of cut through this line of Fallout when they need it? What time will only tell. Moving into the 16-minute mark, we are diving into this late game.
Right, and Ashley benefits as the late game scaling it goes as well. They don't have a Lord in this push, but they're going to get free gold as Fallout continues to push the gold in the lane, but they're setting a pick.
Ooh, look at the damage from Guapsi. Already has Chacho with a few seconds on there. That was only like 2 shots that they caught on him and already half health. Now we see the ultimate sniper coming out from them as well. Merciless does catch a little bit of a pop-up onto Anna, but that's a tanks a lot there. You're not going to be taking that down with just a few there. Cade does find a kill, but gets stunned out, is looking for an escape. Has to use the way of the dragon, but Guapsi already putting on the damage. They're doing such a great job of protecting Guapsi, the roamer in your pocket. There is nothing that can stop you, especially with the CC that can be provided from a Lolita. Now we have another engagement pop up there onto Anna. Oh, we do take down the tanks a lot. Look at Hove gets taken out by Uzi. What damage! Midnight's going ahead, putting on the damage, takes down Ashley. Looking for another kill onto Chacho is, Melody coming up there, and Merciless gets taken out there. That is an entire team wipe for the side of Team Wasians, and Fallout is pushing for the core. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to a Game 3. Caster predictions be damned.
Game 3 indeed, and I'm so glad to see Fallout, who we wanted to see prove to us and show us, and there it is. Such a clean snowball from them, and it started in the gold lane. Cade and both the Lolita down there the whole time babysitting that lane, and Leslie came out big time on top. Hove had such a problem, and if one late game scaling marksman gets ahead of the other, it seems like the whole game just gets snowballed. Leslie rotates from gold to XP, taking every outer. They use the Lord for the next set of outers. Very clean snowball from Fallout. I've got to give it to them. I think they only gave up a few kills in that game in total. Super clean. Leslie damage is crazy.
Yeah, every single time Cade tried to dive into the back line, the moment he hesitated, the moment he got stunned by Lolita, then you had a Numenon Blast come out. It was already a wrap. 2-3 shots from Leslie was enough to take down basically anybody. We saw the damage there in the back, the spike that was going on to Amardis. Amardis, who had already started building tank, 2 shots and already at half health. That just speaks volumes. And then what they were able to do to protect that Leslie. It was just, I mean, a great snowball and a great turn of events from what we saw in the first game.
Yeah, I gotta give it a Fallout here. So clean that Leslie may catch a ban this next draft, or I expect Wasians to take it over. Maybe they do that thing where they have such a respect for this and they play it so well that they ban it themselves here, like Wasians did with the Esme last game. Wasians have to pull out something here for early game. Fallout has shown us yes, we're a late game comp and we play that style. We can also snowball though, and it's so good to see out of them. Guapsi here is the man of the day. You gotta give it to Guapsi. Poking people out, two-tapping people. I was in the game with Leslie, and it felt like she was two-tapping, and we see it here in these high-level tournaments. Merciless, 0-5, had a tough time. I don't think Cade really found his legs in that game either, and Hove focused the entire game by the side of Fallout. Great for them to focus the point of strength of last game and make sure he didn't have a good game. I really like the strategy coming out from Fallout here.
Yeah, and this might have been kind of a lack of adjustment from the side of Wasians. Melody, I want to say, kind of the hidden spike there for the side of Fallout, the coup de grace. That was the finishing touches, because she absolutely just stayed. Like I said, Leslie had a roam in her pocket, and the name of that roam was Melody. Always there at the bottom lane, making sure that Hove could not get farmed up. Then sticking with Leslie as she started to rotate, as she started to keep on going, doing a great job. Not just that, but then Anna on this Tank-a-Lot. I mean, it was actually kind of comical to watch. You have Tank-a-Lot coming in, taking a lot of damage, dash, dash. Then we have a Thorn Rose maybe to get out some of that CC. And then, of course, a Phantom Execution to find his escape. But let's go ahead, take a look at some of the top damage and damage taken here, Ben.
Yeah, looking at the stats, it's kind of even as far as damage dealt, damage taken. Maybe a little bit of a strength for Fallout, the damage dealt, but still even. And then you get to the objectives, right? And it's all one-sided. And I really have to think back into the draft when they picked Cade, Cho, right? Could have gone with a Franco, could have gone for a suppression, because you're talking about the Anna running wild in the back lane. 18-5, didn't really feel like there was an answer for the Leslie once she got ahead, nor an answer for Anna in the back line, just having his way, dancing on him.
Yeah, just a great job. The entire Fallout kind of came together, had the plan against them. And that's what I was talking about. Like, you had the Melody, and we can go ahead and take a look at these replays, though. Go ahead and break this down for us, Ben.
Yeah, and this is, you got to understand, this is 14-4. This is last chance here. Merciless goes in, and look at how Guapsi rotates around the side of the team, takes out Hove, but then he walks behind and targets Ashley immediately, burning the rest of the damage. Now, Wasians has no damage left in it. They're going to clean this up very easily and walk in. Guapsi, though, untouched in that fight, no pressure on the Guapsi, and Anna got to move around as much as he wanted. So it felt like in the draft, Wasians lost sight of a little bit of what they wanted there to take care of either Leslie or Anna, something there.
I feel like there was maybe a little bit of a lack of communication in the beginning of the game. Once you saw Melody sticking down there at the bottom lane, maybe start forcing some pressure into the opposing lane to try to push some of that pressure off of you, because you're losing lane. You're losing a big factor that's going to be into your late game, and Hove really paid the price for it. Even coming in with those Blazing Duet, he has great positioning, great know-how when it comes to kind of putting himself in harm's way, but there's only so much you can do when you're so behind, taking either you have the fear of CC and then the damage from that Leslie. Right? There's not enough that you can do, that you have to kind of make up for it in the early game if you hope to see that late game. But we're going to go ahead, move on here to the third and final game between Wasians and Fallout.
And I think two things we saw and we didn't see in the previous game was Lolita getting picked up and the Leslie getting picked up. Lolita was banned out, and they got their hands on that. It seemed like an answer to a possible Ube, like, second last picks, right? But it played so well with the Leslie, and Cho wasn't able to match the 2v2. And like we kind of talked about in that early game, it felt like the whole emphasis of that game was the gold lane, but then Wasians didn't switch it up. They didn't go fight XP and make sure they got that turret and got Edith really ahead or played in the mid. They kept trying to go into that when it felt like Fallout was winning, and after a couple times they kept going back there, and man, Guapsi snowballed. And you're right, it's Hove who took the bullet for that. He started like 0-3, and at that point in the game, that marksman alone is just trying to get whatever farm he can. No threat in the lane whatsoever.
Yeah, you already know that having a Claude on your team means you're going to be waiting a bit for that scaling to be hitting for him. But when you're taking so many hits in the early game, I mean, it's a wrap for it. Are we going to see an early Lolita ban? Because that seemed to be one of the biggest problems for the side of Wasians. They banned it out from the first draft. The second draft, it was prioritized by Fallout. We're going to see what we have here into the third game. You do see Fallout. They're definitely not going to try to take chances to see Merciless on that Esmeralda.
Yeah, and I think you show the same respect back to the side of Fallout. Ban the Lolita out because it was an integral part. There it is. both Leslie and Lolita had the same exact KP in that game. They were both like, I think they missed out of 1 kill. The 99% of the rest of that team fight was all them. They were all involved in every piece of it. So I think this is taking out an integral part. Maybe they're saying, you know, hey, Leslie wasn't the problem. Leslie just got too far ahead too quick. It was actually the Lolita which facilitated that. Maybe they're not that scared of the Leslie. If I'm Hove, though, I'm praying that there's not going to be another Leslie in my lane, and I get to do my thing because he took over game 1.
Yeah, however, we do see that Lolita pick. The answer for them right now, for Melody, are we going to have an answer from Melody, though? Are we going to have something else that can have that same effect to kind of hold down Hove? And if we do, is Hove going to go for the same thing? I mean, you say if it's not broke, don't fix it. This might open it up for them to go ahead and pick up that Claude again. He's been very successful on it. This might have been something that, I don't know if this breaks your faith in the Claude to see that a team is actually able to deal with it. And so that we're just going to keep going for it. We do see in the early game, though, Fars are going to go ahead and get picked up here for the side of Wasians. And we don't have an answer for it in the form of Valentina because she's already been banned.
I already like the change coming out from Wasians, right? Instead of going with that Xavier early pick, right, you're going something with a lot of mobility. It felt like Ashley kind of got stuck in that lane and wasn't able to have great effect. You would have usually seen, you know, if Hope having trouble in the gold lane, Ashley's right there. We're going to push that in. We're going to get you some help. But Xavier couldn't do that, right? He could send the ult over, but not the same effect here. I want suppression to come out, and I was just going to talk about the Kaja could shut down Lance, and they take it off the board. Franco's still available, so I really want either backline Peel to help Hove and make sure you don't get stoneballed because Anna was doing work last game. Some suppression. They take the Leslie. What do you think about that?
That's going to be interesting to see if we take Leslie because we know how to play it and this takes it away from them, or are we just taking it away from Fallout? Because I mean, the problem I always see is when you take a hero away from somebody else, and especially if they're great on that hero, instead of banning it, if you take it away, I'm sure that person who is great on that hero already knows the counters for it, already knows what you can do to get around it. I do know, like we were talking about, Hove, former Cold World, former Simpsons player, already knows what it means to play up at the top. So I doubt he doesn't know how to play Leslie, doesn't know how to deal with it. We do see on the side of Wasians, we're picking up that backline diving, that Lapu, but in answer for that, we have an Arlott, one of your favorite newcomers to the scene.
Right, like I love Edith, right? But Merciless doesn't look great on it. He looks much better on the Esme and the Lapu. After 1,500 games of Lapu has what it takes to get in and out of a fight. Merciless is going to do work on that hero. I'm really happy to see the switches over. We're still unsure about the Leslie pick there, whether the great point of, did you pick it because it's good for you, or did you pick it to take away from them? Arlott, I think, loses lane into Lapu, but has late game options. Going into Lapu, I would think he's going for the tank build, and it seems like a really tanky lineup coming from them right here. Uzi probably going to go to the tank, or at least the fighter of Arlott, not going to shy away from the assassin, and then Kaja and probably the tank slot again. Very beefy boys from Fallout right here. I wonder what they're going to take. Maybe something like a Melissa here would play well with this. Interesting to see how they round this out, though.
Yeah, for me, it's going to be, how are we going to be able to answer Ashley in this back line? Is Melody going to be able to find that path to be able to flicker in, get that divine judgment on her, and pull her back? I don't know, because I feel like by that time in the fight, once the feathered airstrike comes down, it's already too late. You're already taking a bunch of damage. You're already waiting. The thing you want to do is try to catch them while they're rotating. That's usually the optimal time for a Kaja, because you don't have the old team waiting. If the scenario is that when you have an objective fight coming and everybody's situated, everybody's looking for Ashley, and you have Wasians are going to be sitting there looking for somebody to come after Ashley. It's not actually the opportune time for a Kaja to go in and then get CC down into the ground. We're moving on to the second ban phase. Somebody we haven't seen in a while is that the beauty with the umbrella Kagura coming out here, going to be making her debut in that mid lane.
Kag is one of the, in my opinion, slipperiest of the mages. Like Kadita's up there, Kagura's up there, very slippery on this pick, can break ankles. So I'm looking for some flashy plays coming out from Midnight, who was Fleur. We know he's got the ability. We'll see that come out, and the Beatrix comes out instead of the Melissa. I think a really good pick here is the Grok, though. The Grok is able to get to that Melissa no matter what, and I think it finally has a little bit of answer for the side of this. Is what's going to happen is the Beatrix is going to be way back, and then a lot of dive here. Lance is going to want to dive. Arlott's going to want to dive. Kagura, even herself, going to want to dive. And then Beatrix kind of left alone out here for either that Lapu, that Grok, even the Karina now to dive onto her and take out. I think they have great options on the side of Wasians, but this is remnant of the last comp for Fallout minus the Leslie.
For me, it's going to depend on how well that Midnights can kind of find these picks on to Hove. And I think this was specifically chosen because Hove doesn't really have a lot of disengages for them. If you expend the flicker, which I assume Hove is going to have his flicker, if you expend that, you basically have taken away your only ability to get out of a fight or get out of that CC that the Umbrella gives for a Kagura there. We're gonna see how well this goes into. This is the third and final game. What a fight we have had thus far. Wasians and Fallout going into our game 3.
What a spicy appetizer we had here. Just to start off the day, we haven't even got to the rest of the matches, and we're having this great of games already going to a 3-game series, and both games have been very good. I think game 1 went hard side to the side of Wasians. Even though the score was off, they were winning hard in the team fights. And then game 2, Fallout comes back and they snowball onto Wasians, and Wasians can't stop them. Let's see what changes here, as this Ashley is going to have a lot of mobility. Let's see how this changes up, because mid priority is so big early game.
Oh man, Melody actually doing a lot, trying to be a little bit of a hassle for the side of Wasians in the jungle. And you see a little bit of a rotation there from Wasians. Gonna have to come down there and answer it. That does not stop Wasians from getting this first Litho Wanderer though.
Yeah, and kind of moving up to the top lane, which sometimes we don't look at until level 4. It's Arlat. He has gone the tank route, right? So he's going to have a lot of ability to dash. He's going to be able to use that final slash pretty much whenever he wants. He can't get bursted out before he uses it, but he's not going to have that assassination ability. And Lapu is going to love this lane once he gets 4. Once he gets the Bloodlust, he's going to love that lane. So it's going to be the Arlat who's going to look to get out of lane or get some help.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of success from the tanky Arlots, but hopefully this game will change that, especially for Fallout. You do lose a lot of that early game pressure, a lot of that early game damage, but you gain the amazing amount of CC that you get from Arlot into the mid and late game when you play that tank route. We're just going to have to see how well that works out for the side of Fallout.
Anna looks so clean on that Lancelot. I can't stop. My jaw drops every time he hits like 8 dashes in a row. I'm like, goodness gracious, man. Anna looking great. The Hayabusa gets banned away from him. The Ling sometimes gets banned away from him. And he's now stunning on Lance. I love to see it. This is an assassin jungler dead into the meta.
Yeah, the only problem for me is the damage. You already have Uzi, who's going to have a lot of the damage nerfed with that tank emblem. We're really leaning on to Midnights and Guapsi to be putting on the damage. And that's not really going to come here too early in the game. We see 4 members of Wasians kind of putting on the damage. Feathered Airstrike does come down here, trying to rain down the damage. And you see already Arlot going deep in on. Aston's going to have to find a reposition as Uzi staying super close to this Lord, trying to find an answer. Are we going to be able to? Uzi gets taken down, and a beautiful pop-up. Turtle gets taken down by Cade, answered by the side of Wasians. So great game played by them, and we do have a kill picked up for them as well.
I think you highlighted a great point, Private. If the Kagura and the Beatrix aren't in the fight or don't get ahead or aren't really involved in this game, it's going to be a damageless game coming out. We're going to see the tank slot, Kaja and Arlat. They're not going to bring a lot to the fight. A lot of utility, a lot of stuns, a lot of access, but no real damage. So if Midnight and Guapsi can't get in the game, it's a great point. They're not going to have a lot of damage. Merciless already picked up that club. He's already got a little bit of pin. He's going to be loving life. On the other side, Arlat follows the same build, but the Lapu's gone for the spell vamp route. Whereas on the other side for Arlat, he's gone the tanky route. Moving into itemization for the Farsa, going to pick up that first side of the Clock of Destiny. Moving towards that scaling, it's often done.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be the problem, especially because you saw Uzi did such a great job, was able to focus down Ashley as soon as that feathered airstrike came down, but was not able to finish the job. And that's the kind of value that you lose when you switch the Arlot into a tanking position. There was no follow up there. And fortunately, Ashley able to use that wings by wings to get her mage out of harm's way.
We're still waiting to see that Arlot damage come out and just run a game like we see in ranked, right? But this isn't ranked. This is a pro scene, and these guys are cutthroat. I think Merciless, while yes, he's great on the Esme, he's damn good at Lapu too. So like, I'm really excited to see what he can do in this fight. Already started off the 1 kill. He's accelerated that spike towards Bloodlust for Hunter Strike, and may have a pick here. Midnights does get out, but it just shows again they're actually having priority in mid, having focus in mid. Now you're able to rotate out. Look at these 3. Look to the gold lane. Whatever they want to do, they have priority in the map, whereas Kagura has to stay there in vision.
Merciless actually coming in there with the bravest fighter, does land a stun, but then gets taken out of it by that ultimate from Uzi. So great job there, but both of them kind of having their own way there at the top XP lane. Still looking, it's a 1-kill game at the 4-minute mark as we are working our way towards this next turtle fight.
Right, but this time the game didn't get out of control early, right? Nobody has a really hard snowball. It's a 1K gold lead. We're pulling up with the first turtle here. A second turtle, excuse me. How will this go? It looks like Wasians just does airstrike to back it off, but they walk in again.
Oh, Chacho is going to go ahead and land that retribution, and you do see Anna in a little bit of trouble. Is going to go ahead and use the dash to get out of harm's way. Great effort by Fallout, and a great, I want to say, execution of a retreat. Oh, beautiful stun onto them. Uzi might be in trouble there. Merciless looking for the final touches. Is he going to be able to find it? Uzi comes in, and that's going to be all she wrote for that R-Lot. And a beautiful play there by Merciless.
Yeah, sometimes the trouble is with Arla, if you take that mark and you go in, you don't really have an escape, and if you flicker out, Lapu can flicker too, right? And he brings so much more damage and sustain than you do. Oh, Guapsi barely getting away. This feathered airstrike is starting to hurt. Only 5 minutes in, and Ashley's doing a lot more pressure in this game. You can feel the difference.
Yeah, Kay does take a little bit of damage. Anna coming in with that feather, or that thorned rose. Oh, actually gets popped up. A lot of damage coming on the head, and going to be finished off by Chacho, who does put the finishing touches onto Emilo. Is going to use that dash to get out of there. Stun does miss, and he is going to be able to find his retreat and his escape back to base. But that does not deny the fact that Wasians are doing such a great job. You do see Uzi in a little bit of trouble here. Merciless coming in with the damage. Ooh. Does he get it? He does not. Uzi escapes with the hair on his chinny chin chin.
Ooh, that's that. He just took turret as well. Then he almost gets another kill. Lapu is very, very far ahead of Uzi. 2-0 kills, and both those kills were solo kills onto Uzi, and the turret's already gone. Lapu will have freedom to roam this map, and now you're looking for a flicker into the backline, which Fallout's not expecting.
Yeah, they're doing such a great job of isolating these lanes from the side of Fallout. The rotations are on par. We're just waiting for that mid lane to be taken down. That will completely open up the jungle of Fallout. And this is the problem right now. They're doing such a great job of kind of countering this Anna on the tanks a lot, because you have somebody who kind of does it better in the name of Chacho. Has the tanking ability, but then also has that true damage to his name that he can come in on a lot of those players, especially when they're low health, to take them down with that Shadow Assault.
I love Mello getting aggressive there, but he burned his flicker and didn't get anything for it, and that's a big piece of Divine Judgment. It's really hard for that Kaja to walk into a team fight to get somebody because they know you're coming to get him. If you can flicker in, it's a lot easier. He won't have that for another 70 seconds. That means a big tool off the table for this turret.
Yeah, Midnight says go ahead and use that umbrella in there, but that gives away their position. Now we're going ahead trying to get onto this turtle. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to stop it. Chacho picks up a very clean and smooth turtle again. That is the third turtle for the side of Wasians, and Fallout have not been able to kind of conquer together for an objective yet this game. Look at the back line. Merciless coming in, no fear, is trying to zone them out. Beautiful wild charge by K. Does find two members of the opposite team. Fallout doing their best to try to manage here, but look at how much damage they're taking from this. They cannot win an even team fight right now. At the 7-minute mark, it's only 3-0. Uzi in a little bit of trouble, is going to have to expend that flicker to get out of dodge, and what a great job by Wasians. Anna actually might be in trouble, uses that dash to try to get himself out of harm's way, but a kill actually answered. Now we have Fallout, does pick up one, but a great job so far by Wasians.
A bit of over-aggression there again, kind of the name of Wasians, right? And this is a complete flip-flop from last game. Last game, Fallout was an uncontrollable snowball, and they just couldn't be stopped. This time, Wasians is up 3K gold, looking to extend this cleanly. They have lost one kill. They have lost one turret. Similar stories from the last game. How can Fallout slow this down? They don't really have the tools. If that Guapsi and Midnights don't get going, they don't really have the tools to have that late-game scaling. The BHs can do it. It's just, will they be there in the team fight at the right moment?
Well, we need to be able to get into this back line to shut down Ashley. The problem is, how do we get back there? The only person with that capability is Uzi. Uzi can dive back there, but does not have the power to actually finish the job, especially when Ashley can just use that wings by wings to get away on that mage. So I don't know what we can do. I know what the plan was. It's just, especially Midnights on that Kagura, it's not the longest range that you have with that umbrella to be able to come in there. Speaking of which, here comes Melody, does catch the Divine Judgment, and in answer to my question, that's how you do it. You catch Ashley rotating with 8 seconds left on this Lord.
Doing a great job.
Yeah, we do have a Merciless coming in there with a lot of damage. Anna with a Thorned Rose of their own to go ahead and negate a lot of that CC, and it does kind of push off the rest of Fallen. They're not really going for the Lord. Melody actually in a little bit of trouble here, taking a heap of damage. Reducing that Wild Charge comes out. Sniper is out as well, and we do not find the kill onto Melody, who's going to be able to go back to base, but this makes it an even fight. We're not even going to be able to take this Lord. I think we've missed a prime opportunity for Fallout.
Right, that was a 5v4 when Ashley was off the board. The problem for this next Lord engage is that Mello doesn't have Flicker and doesn't have Divine Judgment.
Yeah, and you see Anna getting zoned out there as well. Ashley actually in a little bit of trouble. Uzi going, latching on. But this is what we were talking about. Wings by Wings comes out. And now Hove actually goes down to the hands of Midnight. Now Uzi in the little trouble is trying to get out of there. Merciless does Flicker on. Is he going to be able to find a kill on Uzi? He does not. Merciless gets taken down. This is the turnaround that Fallout was looking for. Now they're going to go ahead and focus their attention onto this Lord. Chacho just misses Uzi teleporting. What a great play and a turnaround for Fallout.
This is a big moment for them as they go a little bit far here, and it's the Guapsi maybe take it down. Oh, he does get it.
Guapsi down for the count. We haven't even gotten Lord yet. Thankfully, we do that. And now we're going to go ahead and disengage just when I think they had the match in their favor. I feel like Fallout not on the same page, maybe getting a little too eager. You needed to turn around, get your focus onto that Lord so that you could take it down and then maybe rehash on the map, regroup so that you can lick your wounds and come back at them. Right now, the score is evened up, though, both in kills and both in gold.
Great punish from Ashley there to punish and keep this mid lane turret as long as you can. Even when these enhanced minions come and keeping it as long as you can, keeps Fallout out of your jungle. They've got to deal with this Lord. And the problem for Wasians here again is though, Mello has Flicker and he has Divine Judgment here. He's looking for a pick and then all of Fallout's going to go. Once they have that kill, they make it a 4v5.
Ooh-wee. We are trying to push in there. Cade does sense some movement in there. Anna dives deep, does go ahead and get a couple of dashes in there. Not looking for a big fight here and not sure what kind of value we're getting out of it. We do have one turtle over, or one tower over at the mid right now. Does get taken down there. You see Cade coming in there looking for a little bit of a spiciness. A sniper shot from Guapsi does go wide. Melody on the opposite, the wrong side of the wall, just kind of hoping that he doesn't get caught out there. Great job by Fallout. They do get a tower and they do disengage to go ahead and reset on the map.
Great moves from Fallout, putting a stop to the snowball, putting their foot down, and this is like the game 3 mood right here. These teams are now tied in gold here at 11 minutes, 12 minutes. We're into this mid game, and it's anybody's game. Both these teams have options everywhere they go. Mello is playing really well. Keep playing that Divine Judgment Flicker. Now he's making people fear him as he can use the Conceal, he can use the Flicker. Everybody's trying to get vision on Mello to make sure your carries are safe.
Yeah, the one thing though, you do see Wasians going ahead and picking up this purple buff. The one thing that I was saying though is that they are able to find the picks on the rotations of Wasians might be the one that needs a little bit of work. A little bit of a conceal play there. Does find a top up on the Melody. Cade in a bad way is going to have to try to zone himself out. Feathered Airstrike comes down maybe a little early, doesn't catch any damage on any members, but that means we're not going to have the Feathered Airstrike for any of these other fights in the next 60 seconds. Still waiting there as Anna does catch a little bit of damage, but it does not scare her away from that push.
I think it's fine. It looked really mad aggressive, but Lord isn't up for another 40 seconds. I think you're just going for poke damage there, and now you own vision, except for on Mello. Mello's always in a bush somewhere, and it's so scary to me. Anybody that walks out could get nabbed up and taken by the team, but they use ultimates that will be up in time for this next Lord. 30 seconds, it is a very big deal for both teams to get this. It will be a Luminous Lord, and there's a lot of material in every lane for both teams.
Yeah, all ultimates up except for Guapsi, but that will definitely be up in time for this turtle. Looking for a Feathered Airstrike, does come down for Ashley, does expend that. Now we're trying to see Anna comes in there with a beautiful bunch of dashes, followed by a Phantom Execution. He is going to be able to get himself out of harm's way. Great job by Cade and the rest of the team to try and protect Ashley. Oh, Divine Judgment does come in there. Merciless in some trouble, is going to find a Flicker to get out. We do see overturn from Midnights. It does not catch some damage, but Uzi there to find the finishing touches onto Hove. Sniper shot coming in, does. Oh, look at the damage onto Ashley. Almost put her face down into the dirt, but she does find a Feathered Airstrike down, and this is leaving a great opening for Fallout to take this Lord.
Fallout's looking really comfortable, and no suppression for Ana once again has been taken, so Ana's able to run free in the backline. There's not much peel for a Lance that's that skilled, can find the dashes everywhere he goes. DPS, and another Lord. Luminous goes over to the side of Fallout. They're looking to push this game through. This early game snowball from Wasians is going to completely stop, and it's now Fallout who's taking the momentum. 1K gold up isn't a lot at the 14-minute mark, but it's the momentum they have in this game.
Oh, Guapsi puts the damage onto Ashley. What a great positioning and a use of that flicker to avoid the feathered airstrike. Outplaying Ashley right now, and they have found an answer. Ashley was absolutely the dominating factor for the early part of this game, but they have honed in and set their sights onto her.
Yeah, we talked about like Ashley and what was going to stop that and the tools to stop it, and it's been mellow again and again. That time it was Guapsi flickering, but it's been mellow with a divine judgment, punishing people, and just the fear he puts in. Now that they have map control, there's so many bushes and areas that they don't have vision they have to walk through, and Kaja can be lurking in any one of them with the whole team ready to DPS.
Yeah, we're trying to defend here. We have 5 members versus 3. They're going to make short work of this. Now you see Ashley using that feather airstrike. Might have been a little bit early. Nice damage onto Merciless as this Lord comes down to the bottom lane. We don't actually have all of our lanes synced up, but we're still not going to stop us from taking this one inhibitor lane. Now we are continuing our push, but look at the lanes. They don't have any pressure on any other of the lanes. Are we going to continue this? Is this shades of the first game where we overstayed our welcome? I think not, as Fallout remembers. They might have had a little bit of PTSD. They go ahead and disengage and go ahead to clean up the enemy's jungle.
Yeah, and as this kind of fight unfolds, you just see the range of wave clear that the Leslie and the Farsa provide for the comp. Lapu can stand there for days. If he's got a wave he's playing on, he can stand there for days with the spell vamp off of all those minions and everything. So it's really good for him to stay and DPS that. And the range at which they have wave clear, Hove and Ashley, they're doing a great job in this defense. Only losing 1 inhibitor, which is really good for the momentum that Fallout was having. Man, it looked like they could take the game right there. Now 3K gold up. They have all vision, all jungle, choking Wasians out of this game. What can Wasians do now that the momentum is switched to kind of step back into this? I think they need to pick. They need to get Beatrix.
Yeah, right now a great game for Fallout. They're starting to find their niche, starting to find their power spikes here. Anna is a little bit deep. Oh, feathered airstrike does come down. Now we're trying to see Chacho trying to push his lane in his advantage into Anna. Anna goes ahead, a couple of dashes. This is the value you get from a tank slot. Beautiful snipe there. Does catch Cade. Not the right character that you want. Ashley, I mean, this is where the game is kind of landing on. Can we take out Ashley? Can we find an answer for her and Hove right now? Currently, Fallout have been doing a good job, but if they can get their wits together, if they can find the right positioning, this could swing over to the side of Wasians.
Right, and just thinking about what Wasians can do, I forgot they have a Leslie because Hove hasn't really been in this game. O2, it's not the Leslie we saw last game whatsoever, but Leslie is still that super late game marksman that can start 2-tapping people once she gets to that build. And it's going to be a couple more minutes. She's been placed very far behind. Look at the damage, Private.
Yeah, look at the damage. Uzi does activate that immortality. Here comes the stun. He's going to use that flicker to go ahead and get himself out of harm's way, but Hove goes ahead and puts the finishing touches. This might be the advantage that Wasians were looking for. This is going to be a 4v5 fight. Anna gets stunned out of that Phantom execution. Still trying to fight here. Looking for a snipe is Guapsi. Again, finds it on Ashley. Ashley's going to have to go back to base for that. So now we have just evened it up to Fallout. It's going to be a 4v4 game at least. In the meantime, for the few seconds that we have, Guapsi not able to find an escape out of a well-placed wall from Cade. Tower, we do see that the Lord is down to about 2/3 health, putting down. Here comes the pop-up, does catch Anna. Now we have 2 members here, Chacho and Cade. Up at the top, Merciless coming, looking for the flanking position. Not sure, Guapsi in this bush doing a great job. Catches Ashley again. He is on the hunt and finding these targets like no other. 1/3 health left on this Lord. Are we gonna drag it out? Are we looking for damage? Now we're coming in. 17,000 health left on this Lord. Pop-up does miss all the members. Anna sitting here alone between Cade. Do we find it? Guapsi able to pick up the Lord. Anna picked up the Lord. Great game by them so far. It is still a 5v5 game.
And I was wondering why those people didn't die, especially when Ashley got caught by Divine Judgment. Lapu's in a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah, he's going to have to use that Bravest Fire. I'm not sure if it's going to be able to get him out of harm's way. In comes Anna, does expend all of the dashes, and Ashley picks that up clean and smooth.
Man, you would love for Fallout to get out of that right there and have a good 5-man push to end this game. Now Lord's going to be pushing down and sit 4v5 into these long-range poke abilities that the side of Wasians have. I don't expect them to be closed out right here. This may go to another Lord. It's up to Fallout here, most likely on the shoulders of Guapsi here. So much poke damage and finding the right people to hit with that enhanced sniper. Again,
Ooh, conceal play does come out here. Oh, we do flicker in, but we don't find the divine judgment. Immortality in the back. Milo might be taken out here early. We still have the Lord looming down, but we are 2 players down. 3, I'm not sure we're going to be able to use the 3 players that we have versus 5, and now we have lost the value we had from that luminous Lord. HOV going to put the finishing touches on with an ultimate sniper.
Yeah, the true damage coming out from Leslie, but really, Mello, you got a question there, like, oh man, misclick? Like, oh man, you know? Terrible. Look at the range, Ryman.
Speaking of which, Midnight's caught sleeping does get taken out by a beautiful combination of a damage from the side of Wasians, and then that pop-up from Cade and that wild charge. Now this has swung in the side of Wasians. If I'm Fallout, I'm trying. What am I trying to do here, Ben?
They're stepping out in the lane, which is not the place they want to be. They want to be in their base, and it's these 4 members. They have all the lanes pushed, but look at these members just walking in. Such a scary time to walk into the map as Fallout here. You want to be planning your base when you're 2 men down. You're still 1 man down, right? Lapu's got a clear lane, sure, but there's a lot of damage out here with Hove. With some protection around him, he's everything you need.
Ooh, I would want to be taking some deep breaths if I'm Fallout. We had this. We need to kind of get back together.
Yeah.
They were doing great in these objective fights. They were just having problems getting caught out. And this is what they were originally punishing Wasians for. So, I mean, right now they do have all their members up and they have the pressure on their side. Only 1 inhibitor tower left for the side of Wasians. 8-6, things are pretty much gold, just narrowly in the advantage of the Wasians.
You can see kind of the momentum of the game by positions on the map, right? You see that Fallout has made a completely defensive position, and they've given over River, right? Now that they realize, oh, they're not there anymore, we can press up into this, we can start to get positioned ourselves. But you saw they kind of held back a little bit, whereas previously they were shoving everything they could into the enemy base, right? And I think the difference is Leslie has arrived. If Kaja can't get back there, Leslie is going to run this team fight.
Just a little bit of cat and mouse here. You see them both trying to lure out some potential suckers for a lot of these baits that they're putting off across the map. Now we have great positioning. Ashley doing a great job of trying to zone out the rest of the team. But now they know where Ashley is. Are they going to go ahead and try to send some type of dive into there? Ashley does use the feathered airstrike, gets taken out of the feathered airstrike. Now they're not going to have that. In comes Merciless with the bravest fighter from the side. Chacho coming in here. We do see Anna with that Thorn Rose, going to use that Phantom Execution to find a quick exit. The rest of Fallout is zoned away from the Lord. Are they going to be able to dive in here to pick it up? You see Anna sitting here at the flank trying to put on a little bit of mischief here, wants to find that retribution. A tower does go down in the meantime. Down to about 10% health is the Lord. A beautiful pickup. Ashley goes down. Are we going to try Fallout trying to put on the damage? Now this is in favor of them. Look at 3 members of Wasians trying to chase down Anna, doing such a great job with the pair of Uzi here as well. This might be all she wrote for Fallout, as they are doing such a great job chasing down the rest of these members of Wasian. Cade's going to use that to get out of harm's way. They might have dived in a little bit too deep. Flicker expended by Uzi, but here comes the rest of Fallout to handle the escape. Oh, actually, now we have Merciless. Are we going to go ahead and dive on him? We think twice about it. Now we have 24 seconds till Ashley gets back on the map. We're going to turn our attention down to this Lord. You see Chacho trying to look for a flank. Merciless is there to accompany this push. Are we going to be able to protect him? Look at all 4 members of Fallen. The wall between Wasians and this Lord, trying to do their best job, while Anna is going to sit here for about 3 days with that takes a lot damage onto that Lord. But we find a kill onto Chacho. That means we do not have a retribution for this Lord. We're going to have to be working with the element of surprise. Merciless coming in there deep. Beautiful wild charge does catch the rest of Fallout. Guapsi goes down. Merciless putting on some damage. Is this going to be enough? It is not, because you don't have the retribution. Anna's going to be able to clean this up unless something goes horribly wrong for him. And there is that Lord. Possibly the final one for Fallout.
Man, you've got to hate the Hove got taken down there. There's just no peel for him. You have this Lance and this Arlot, almost unstoppable in this dive, running towards Hove, never giving up there. And to the point where Hove just pushed out a team. Then he takes the chance to do some damage, stands for a couple autos, and gets canceled immediately and gets killed out. Guapsi was traded. So that means a little bit of pressure off of Wasians for this Lord push, but he's going to be up in 20 seconds. The Lord will be spawning right now at that 40-second mark and barreling down the mid lane, which has no inhibitors. Merciless trying to hang on to their last inhibitor. They need to crack this game open. Fallout may choose to fight 4v5 here.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and see the rest of this fight. We have the Luminous Lord coming in at mid, starting to push on. I don't even know if they can. Do they have a chance of withstanding this Lord push, Ben?
I think that Guapsi not being there is the only chance they had. He's not going to be there in time for this as a 4v5 defense. It would be positional. What can Kaja grab? Where can they dive? Where can Hove position himself to do damage to keep him out of this fight? Merciless in.
Look at the pressure on this last inhibitor tower. Wasians are fighting for their lives right now. Fallout still not able to find an opening there as this Lord goes down. Great defense, but now we're pushing into the purple buff. Is this going to be enough? You see that the Thorn Rose comes out there. We're still trying to put on the damage. Anna going deep into the lines, picks up the kill onto Cade. Is going to go ahead and find an escape, and now we find the damage onto that last turret, followed by a kill onto Ashley. This is a 3v5. Anna doing a lot of zooming in and out. That immortality has been activated with a freeze there, and it's not going to be able to take out there.
Oh!
What a push there, and now more damage coming out. Hove able to find the pickoff onto Anna, but that's all she wrote. Fallout take out this in game 3 victorious.
What a game 3. I'm sweating. I know you got to be sweating, Private. These guys delivered. This was the best appetizer game we have ever had. What a game out of them. I cannot believe how that went the distance. The snowball was stopped, and the reverse started happening. A couple of mistakes into the mid game, right? And it made the game elongate, but wow, what a powerhouse from both games. You can tell both teams really put it out on the line. They gave everything they had in that game, and it just wasn't enough for Wasians.
Oh man, I can tell you there was a little bit of panic in me, especially when Melody went in on that. Kaja flickered in and then went even deeper in, was not able to find the pick, got taken down. Fortunately for him, the team Fallout was able to kind of regain their wits about them and find the picks, especially once you start taking out. I feel like that really puts a lot on the shoulders of Ashley. She was the one doing a ton of the damage. Once you took her out of that composition, once you were able to find the pick on her, like it was just like this breath of collective fresh air from the side of Fallout when it came to these engagements.
And Ashley was the key to their early rotations, but then being shut down by the Kaja. And honestly, Guapsi laying down so many ultra snipers down that Ashley was never free to even use a feathered airstrike, even like way back behind the turret. No, you're not allowed to do that. Guapsi lands damage. And honestly, a couple of those times, it was only a hair off of killing her completely. A very slow kill game, we can say. 23 kills in 25 minutes. That's not a lot of kills per minute. You know, it's kind of that medium area. So not a bloody game, but very like objective focus. It was a very slow early game that kind of branched out to the Midnight's doing such work in this game. I've just got to give it to him. I think 5-1-5 is such a great scoreline for what he had to do there. Uzi making the tank Artlot look good, mellow, making picks work, but Anna flashy as it gets with that tank Lancelot and has the tankiness to go back there. I like the little bit of itemization there, selling something to buy the ice truncheon last second to survive. You gotta love that little bit of style.
Yeah, they're definitely styling on them towards the end there. But Midnight's and Guapsi did such a great job. You see on the scorer, Midnight's on the Kagura did a great job of making sure not to get caught, and then even being able to find those beautiful yin-yang overturns for her and be able on that damage. However, for me, I think like things that stood out to me was unbelievable snipes on like an unheard of value that you get with this Beatrix, because it basically took away all of her health except for like, I want to say 5% of her health, forced her before these engagements came up. It forced her to have to retreat. So now she was going to be late to a lot of these fights. That was just an amazing amount of skill and positioning on the side of Guapsi there for me, and just an untold hero when it comes to that composition.
I have to agree. Guapsi was the man of that game. And walking into this, and here's a late game lore fight, 9-9, right? You finally find that Wasians want the fight. Hove in the back, and Arlot just changes the way of the fight. Lance is so deep, no suppression to deal with him, so he's able to run in the back line, do it. Hove's poked out of this fight, and everything happens on the top side, all that damage. No one's able to do damage and stand because Arlot and Lance are continuously diving. And they took Kaja off the board, so there's no suppression to stop it. They didn't go with the Franco for themselves, so they can't really stop that diving happen on Hove. Very little protection for him, it felt like, in this game.
Yeah, that was the story for me. I know there was a lot of focus on Ashley, but I feel like Hove was really kind of being held back. He did a lot of damage in the early game. I feel like it took us a little bit of time for Fallout to kind of to take a few punches to the face. They realized where they were coming from. As you moved into the mid and into the late game, it felt like a completely different team of Fallout. They knew exactly who they had to go for, and they knew how they needed to go for them. And that's kind of the story here for me, is like, I know they were having trouble with that in the beginning of it, but as they lost those cooldowns, they just did an excellent job. But here's another replay for us, Ben.
Right, looking actually early into this is the first game because Merciless is on Esme. Merciless goes down and a fight at Lord, and this is when Wasians Hove really took over the game with his Claude, doing so much damage unchecked, honestly, in this lane. And this wasn't the split push scenario, but Hove was the man of this game. And I have to really see, this whole series was about marksman, right? You have Hove running over this game. Here he's doing so much damage. He's probably got Sea Halberd locked in here, that new itemization going through. And then in the next game, it was Leslie. And then in the last game, it was Beatrix. It feels like a series of marksmen really doing work on both the sides of their team.
Yeah, not just that, but that's when a marksman is played well, not just to kind of be that effectiveness in the side lane that we saw when they were successful, but also when you see how great Guapsi was on the Beatrix to kind of land a lot of those punishing shots, to really find the opportunities here. And like you said, they were just, even though you had the mages who were doing a decent amount of damage, at the end of the game, it really came down to the marksman, because they were the ones taking the mages out of the game. They were the ones putting on that damage, and they were the ones really putting on the finishing touches here. Great game played by both teams, Fallout and Wasians. Unfortunately, only one can come out on top, and that was Fallout.
I think we're the real winners here, us and the viewers, because we just got to watch an incredible game, and we have 3 more incredible games coming up. Great series. So many teams are tied in today, and today we'll see a lot of teams break that tie, and it's really important for those bubble teams. BTK and also Wasians here tied up around that bubble area. Yeah, TOB's at the top, yeah, LaimiTop's at the bottom, but these middle teams, it's really interesting. Anybody can make a run, even LaimiTop, to get in this playoffs.
Top, undefeated. We still got ties here that we want to go over. And man, that was just the appetizer for us, but man, I'm almost full up. But we have more amazing games to go, Ben.
Yeah, but I just, man, how do we start like that? I mean, these other games really got to bring the hype, because series 1, incredible. We saw kind of 2 snowballs go, and then game 3 was a deadlock match, fighting back and forth. You have to praise Fallout here, though. All the things that have gone on in the background, all the people questioning it, and they stand strong in this game 3 and take the series. They needed this series, not only for their score record and everything, but how it'll feel like in the next few games that come along. Right now, they've gotten this win. They're starting to find their legs in the early game, which is something we hadn't seen from Fallout. I think it's super important for them to play early, because they're comfortable in the late. Yeah, try to snowball if you can't. We're already comfortable if it doesn't go our way. I think it's a great strat for them.
Yeah, an amazing strat, but that's not it, folks. We have more to come, but we're going to go ahead and give it away to the lovely, beautiful Xina.
What a battle that was. Like Private said, it looked like a marksman game this time around. Seems like Fallout found their groove in the last 2 matches and were able to take the game. But the MVP goes to Guapsi. What would you guys like to say about that? How do you get MVP?
I was actually worried that it might not go to him, because there were other people with some better stats, but I really feel like Guapsi had those those clinches. He really had those game-winning snipes to really, I mean, as great as a game that Ashley, how do you fight against that? No matter where you go, yeah. Guapsi was just zeroing in, snipe, and Ashley had to be like, well, I guess I gotta go back to base. and I mean, that was all she wrote for him.
Absolutely agree with Private here. Guapsi ran the 2 games that he really got going in, absolutely dominated. The first game on the Leslie literally could 1v5. I mean, Leslie was busting, had so much to push Hove out of lane. And then this third game, stand strong, like Private's talking about. Yeah, maybe sometimes he doesn't get the kill on a Farsa, but the pressure that brings and pushing her out, making her go back, letting your team get more vision and more space to breathe, Guapsi's the man. I agree.
Yes, she did get a lot of pressure in that game. All right, guys, and a well-earned MVP that was. Our next match will have Area 77 going against Ackerman. I wonder who will win, but be sure to stick around after our short break, and we'll see you guys in a bit.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
Welcome back, guys. We are on week 3 of the NACT. I am XinaLili, and I am here with your wonderful casters, Private and Ben. The next match is going to be Area 77 versus Ackerman. Let us know in the comments who you think will win. We want to know, so. But while you guys do that, we'll see our casters' choices and what they think about the predictions. What is the predictions, guys?
This is going to be a very interesting one for us. This is one that I feel is going to be even. It doesn't really look like that when you look at how the breakup is between the casters, but I feel like this is the most evenly matched one. Both me and Ben going with Ackerman 2-1, but the rest of the casting pack definitely in favor of Area 77, Ben.
Yeah, 4-2. I'm an Ackerman believer. I love Ackerman. I love their team. I love their draft. But it seems like the other casters might know something about A77, putting a lot of faith in them. Nobody's predicted a 2-0, and I think that speaks to how close these two teams are, right? We're not expecting a sweep on either side, but you never know with these really good teams. They know how to snowball.
I noticed on my prediction there, I'm still at 14-3. Apparently undecided about my bans or picks there. So we'll see how that envelops up as we move on. This is going to be the big one for Ackerman taking on Area 77. Both of these guys, powerhouses and tied for second place.
You tied for second place. This looks like it's going to be a fun match. 2-1 from across the board. But let's see. It seems like the players are ready. It's draft time, guys. Let's dive in.
Yeah, like as I was saying, both of these guys really trying to put out, this is going to be their first meeting. Both of these guys have like kind of the same when it comes to the power that they can exude during matches. Both have found nothing but success except against the TheOhioBrothers. So this is the clash of the ages, especially as we start moving on to the second half of this round robin matches. Definitely want to see what these guys have against each other. Whether it's going to be the TZs of Area 77 or Ackerman with Nicolette and Kush at the helm.
Twinks kind of stole my heart as the Roam playing the Ruby, the Estes playing very wide things. So I think I have like a soft spot in my heart for the side of Ackerman. But the Area 77 Poggy has been able to play some really incredible jungles here and take over the game and really facilitate the rest of the map. So I think it's a really evenly matched game. These guys are tied for second, is it right? And so this will show us kind of the hierarchy of teams here as we really finish off the first 8 games. First time everybody's played each other. We move into like the second half of the season.
Yeah, and that's why it's so important here. I mean, we were talking about it, and I can dare say now that this is the return of Area 77. When it first came on, it didn't really have a lot of the same members from Area 77, so I was very hesitant to put them as like the same Area 77 that used to dominate last year. But what I have seen from this round robin from Area 77, from these guys, has been shades of what and the domination I used to see from them last year. So I'm happy to have them return, but they have a tall order in front of them if they are looking to take on and go over Ackerman.
Yeah, I think kind of standard bans coming out here. We no longer see Fredrin picked or banned. We saw him picked one time in the last series, but he doesn't have that priority, so it feels like the patch effect has been seen, at least in our first series thus far here. I think that Martis is a great ban for Poggy. He's really strong on it, but Martis seems to be like that next tier. Fredrin, Martis, it seems like. Tank slot's good, but it feels like Martis has been placed high up, at least in the players' minds, of priority.
Yeah, really interesting too, because like as we saw it from the last game, Tank's a lot up there. Karina's coming back now. We're starting to see us. We still like the tanky jungler meta. However, we're starting to see teams using other characters for it. Even some who might not actually be I dare I say meant for that role.
Sure.
Tanks a lot, the Tankarina up there as well. So we'll see what we go in as we move into the last ban for this first phase, and Valentina going to be taken off the board there as well. So very interesting to see what these picks are going to be.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but I didn't see a Faramis picked or banned last series, right? So Faramis seems to be moved off the slot as well. Now Farsa and Valentina are picked out. I expect the Yve to be placed in like top priority for mages. And then we've seen Xavier, we've seen Kagura. Will that echo its way into this next match? We're not sure, but we're starting to see Wanwan has stayed banned though. Even though, yeah, some things have changed, she has like a neutral change, right? She stays banned. Even last patch, even this patch.
Well, I'm not sure how neutral it is. She did gain a little bit of damage for every weakness stack that she has, and her ultimate range has been reduced a bit, but the speed getup has been increased. So that's dependent. I mean, I don't really know how. I don't play Wanwan personally.
Right.
She's way too micro intensive for me, and the anxiety I get trying to play somebody like that and get that ultimate off. But I don't know how close you want to be on a Wanwan when you're activating your ult. But I mean, I'm not sure that range had a big factor. It's mainly the damage that you can output and the speed that she gets from it. So I mean, I've seen a lot of bans for her in the coming up in the last few days. But in an answer, we do have our first pick of Kaja for Ackerman.
Yeah, and then Fredrin Eve slotted right after. So we're seeing Fredrin still placed in a high priority, maybe not ban worthy, but that Eve as slotted as if Farsa's gone and Valentina are gone, we're going Eve. And I wonder then what does Ackerman answer with? Because we saw Xavier taken and we saw Kagura taken. What is Ackerman's answer into the Eve? Will it be like a Julian? Will it be something like that? Who hasn't changed very much, but Toinks gets the Kaja. So I expect that Flicker Divine Judgment to be on a cooldown the whole game, getting in picks, playing for that pick comp. We'll see how they round out, but it looks like it could be pick comp coming out from Ackerman.
Yeah, we do see Glue getting picked up by the side of Ackerman. The amazing thing for me too is like I was thinking, are we going to have like a game where the marksmen play a pivotal role in trying to stop the mages, especially when it comes to Eve, because Eve actually is a lot tankier when you think about it than a Farsa kind of flying around. Once that real world manipulation comes down, you just have a buttload of shield on her side that you have to get through. So it's not as easy as closing the distance between her. You still have to cut through a lot of health and a lot of shield for her. We're gonna see what kind of answer we have for that on the side of Ackerman. But I mean, Melody, a great marksman, especially when you move into that late game.
Yeah, Zia picks up the Melissa, so I think Melissa's fine. The Puppet's going to be able to do work here, and I think the Glue and the Kaja give it a lot of space to do it. Glue is a fine lane. I'm not sure how the Glue Arlat lane actually goes, but I would think it would tend towards Glue, just with the sustain that Glue has. Arlat has to use his dash to sustain, and it's not that much early because you don't have that much health. So the Glue has a lot of priority in that early lane. I would at least think so. We would probably expect a tank Arlat to come out. Not going to have that early game like burst that we might see in our ranked matches.
Well, I guess it kind of depends on if we can put down our pool for a Glue and we can go ahead and get that cooldown from touching the pool and exploding it. If Arlat can kind of keep Glue away from that, that really does set. I don't think a lot of people understand how much that sets back a Glue when you can't get that cooldown, because then you get back up to like 7 seconds that you're just kind of standing there. We're like, well, I guess we're here right now. So we are moving into the second round of banning here, and it does look like we are looking for a jungler on the side of Ackerman and I believe the marksman for the side of Area 77. And yeah, in tune with that, you see Ackerman starting on the marksman bans.
I think that Area 77 could target ban out Kush or Nicolette here because the Martis is gone, and so is the Farsa and Valentina. So I think if you target ban out mages here, it has a greater effect on Nicolette's pool. Nicolette's a very versatile mage, but what she's known for is that Farsa. The pocket pick for Nicolette could be, though, is the Lu Yi, right? She's very good at Lu Yi and picks it out in those certain situations where it's really good to play. Kush, we want to see him on more of that assassin, but he plays the fighter fine. Could it be a Fanny coming out from Kush?
You know, I didn't notice it at first, but with the Valentina ban, I feel like this opens up and gives like a lot of relaxation for the side of Nicolette here, because while she did show me last week, she did really well, especially in their victory over BTK. She was able to use the Valentina, but like I said, in North America, it's been one of those picks that has been really held down and hunkered down. I'm not sure why. It's just the Valentina, we haven't been able to utilize it well. And I feel like this opens up a lot of those great picks for Nicolette. She doesn't get ironed into that Valentina pick, so she's got a wide array of the pool that she can actually dive into, including, like you said, the Lao Yi, which is a big favorite of mine. I'm just not sure it works into here because Lao Yi not exactly known for her movability to be able to get around the map that well there. In answer to our questions here, Area 77 gonna go ahead and choose Brody as their marksman. I guess we're still kind of trying to find out what this ban was or if it was missed by Area 77, but we do see that last Kadita ban by Area 77.
The Misty ban is actually a Lilia. Production whispered in my ear it's a Lilia. So they did target the mage pool of Nicolette, but she knows she has that pocket pick waiting. So we might just get to see it here. Kush going for the Lancelot. Probably going to be the tank slot version, but to speak to that Brody and Melissa, there's the Luyi. To speak to the Brody Melissa, Brody will have that earlier spike, but man, if things go wrong and Melissa gets to the late game, Melissa brings way more DPS. So we are going to see the fabled Nicolette Luyi. And to speak to the rotation point, I think if played properly, especially in these 5 men with comms like this, Luyi can rotate really well with that ulti, and I want to see that displayed really well here for them, or else you're right, she's going to be kind of stuck in that mid lane.
Yeah, we'll definitely see. I know for a fact watching her in the past games, especially last year where her Lao Yi was just absolutely able to use those ultimates to get around the map, surprise the enemy. It was just something to marvel at. The only problem is, like we said, Lao Yi not the most mobile hero on the map, and especially when you're going against a lot of heroes here that can close the distance on you, especially a Cho on the field there. So we're going to have to maybe do a lot of work to protect the Melissa and the Lao Yi for the side of Ackerman.
Yeah, I'm actually worried about that Cho pick. Not what I would expect it at all, because when you dash in and you go for that, you can go into Kaja, Divine Judgment, you get suppressed in. You can go into Melissa Bubble. Your really only target's probably the Lu Yi, and that's probably going to get an Ice Truncheon pretty quick, because that's really your only target. You don't want to kick the Lance who can dash out, or the Glue who wants to go forward anyway, right? So an interesting pick. We'll have to see what Area 77 is thinking with this pick and trying to play a little bit more pick focus with their support, versus on the other side, you got the Kaja. Kind of a pick, but like a better pick than Cho, you know?
Well, I do know that Cho is a very good pick for Gals Cutie. We're going to see it here. I mean, I kind of have the same mindfulness, but I feel like it's on the side of Ackerman. What are you going to do when the Cho comes in there? Are you going to be able to stop it? Are you going to be in position to help out Lao Yi when he goes in there? Because he will be able to iron in his sights on that one person. But we are here, game 1, Area 77, taking on Ackerman. The winner of this series will see themselves in a very solidifying 2nd place.
So I think to kind of like choose out of drafts here, I like Area 77 in mid game, but I love Ackerman into late, man. They're going to have so much damage. Zia's going to be able to put out with Inspire, Beatrix. That's going to do so much work. Twinks is going to be able to make the picks available with Divine Judgment Flicker. So I think Area 77 has this initiative in kind of the mid game, going to get things going. But late game, man, what Kush can do on a tank slot dashing through, there's no suppression for him. I think they've got a lot of options in the late game.
Yeah, right now we're still kind of hesitant. Ooh, nice little yin-yang there from Nicolette. Already halving K-Cutie there. And look at the damage already put onto Gals Cutie. What a dominating opening session here for Ackerman in that mid lane.
Yeah, maybe we were talking about, Nicolette being stuck in the mid lane, but I think it might be actually K-Cutie who's stuck in the mid lane with Lu Yi. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me. As we begin these rotations, you can see about 30 seconds left on the turtle, and still kind of being very passive. Both teams not wanting to make a stake and very much paying the respect deserved.
So you see Luigi's rotation here down to the bottom lane to get level 4 off the EXP lane. It's Eve actually who hasn't rotated down there yet, so may not have level 4 for this turtle fight.
Yeah, and now we're going to see if that actually pays off. We're actually putting a lot of damage onto Jay's Cutie.
Oh, no.
Are we going to be able to find the kill? We do, and that goes on to Nicolette. What a great opener for Ackerman, setting the tone, and we have our first turtle coming up.
Right, and I would think, Ackerman's very favored in this. Look at Galaxy right there, just waiting on him.
Yeah, it does go ahead and find. Oh, almost misses that dash. Pogi does not find it. This is going to be a great positioning for the side of Ackerman. They're going to go ahead and make short work and a very smooth turtle take by them.
And look up to Cho. Look at Cho's rotation in the top lane. Looking for this pick. Zia just peaked level 4. What can he do?
Ooh, what a beautiful counter there. Zia is going to go ahead and get taken out. Does flex that ultimate, but it's not going to be enough to save him. Mark Cutie able to burst through that bubble to take him out. Beautiful engagement there at the top for Area 77.
The brain on Area 77 right there to look at the map and see, okay, we can't win the turtle. Let's make a play somewhere else. And they do, and they succeed. And that puts Brody ahead, moving into his mid-game spike, which is exactly where he wants to be. Early flicker, I don't think Galaxy will lock this down.
Ooh, you say that, Galaxy actually doing damage on Jason. A little bit of trouble. He's gonna be able to find it. Oh, beautiful outplay, Jace. He finds the kill onto Jace Cutie. Meanwhile, Toinks in the head of 3 members of Area 77 here. Just as you said that, down at the bottom, able to pick up that kill is Galaxy.
Yeah, traded for Kush, right? So 1-to-1 exchange. It wasn't like once I got the other, but man, Galaxy, Glue having his way on the side of Joshy Cutie on this Arlat. We've seen him play Arlat really well previously, but this Glue is going to give him a hard time in lane. The sustain, the CC that comes out, and you never want to dive into him to get your stack as Arlat to sustain. So Glue just has his way with the lane, just as we predicted. But we'll see what happens when Arlat gets in that later game team fight. He's gone the fighter version, not the tanky, so we expect damage out of him.
Man, I just have to talk about the rotations here as we go ahead and go and find this way of the dragon onto Toinks, who takes all of that damage, and that's kind of the problem. This is what we were talking about with the first series. If you're a Cho, if you're able to find these way of the dragons, they need to be on the right target, and that right target for Ackerman is not Toinks. That is their roam. That's the worst person that you could pick up there, and unfortunately, they find that out the hard way.
And you made a point about rotations, and I have to say the rotations in this game are so high level. They're trading blue buffs for a little bit of farm top. Now Galaxy's too far in. He's got Joshy Cutie. He can't escape.
No, he can't, and he covers up the escape, and that's going to be an easy one. Jace Cutie and Zia finds a kill onto Gals Cutie as well. Doing a great job is Ackerman. It is now 5-3, still continuing on. K Cutie might be in a little bit of problematic placement here. Oh, man, another split now landed onto Poggy. Poggy trying to do his best. I don't think he's going to be able to get away. Galaxy sitting on his head, and that is going to be a clean up on the side of Ackerman. It's going to go ahead and set them up for this second turtle.
What a bloody game thus far. 7 kills. We're only 5 minutes. Excuse me, 9 kills. Only 5. I can't do math. Only 5 minutes in. That's another pick. Another kill is going to come in here. Bloody game started here. Turtle. Things are trading so fast on the map.
Oh, we did see that ultimate from Nicolette up at the top. Not able to really find a kill with it, though. Ooh, actually, now she's hiding in that bush. Is he going to be able to find something there? We are not, as Kush comes in here, does avoid Jace Cutie. That means we still have a turtle on the side of Ackerman. They're very dominant right now. 2 turtles right now. And, able to find the kill onto Mark Cutie. The patience of a saint. Is Nicolette hiding in that bush? Had some marshmallows, had a tent up in there, just waiting for an opportunity.
Now, we didn't get to see it on screen, but Nicolette actually uses the ultimate there. It's on cooldown to get up there, and just another pick. Private, I can't even get going with a point because they're trading so fast.
Yes, they are. And this is what people have been talking about. Nicolette on this Lao Yi is just so unexpectedly strong. And we are only in the first 5 minutes. You know, Lao Yi starts to take off toward the mid and late game. And to see how strong she is at this beginning part is really going to speak for her. Mark Cutie in trouble. Gets taken out, another kill onto Nicolette. But here comes Poggy trying to put on the damage. This might be the wrong path as you see that go away, pinning him against the wall, and an easy cleanup for Ackerman. And yet another kill for Nicolette. We are still continuing on to the pressure. Zia finds a tower kill up on top, and here comes a split. Ooh, actually, Galaxy gonna have to expend that flicker as a beautiful play by Gals Cutie to get out of harm's way from that split.
Man, I've got yeah, we take our hats off to Nicolette here. Using the ultimate in ways that we hadn't thought. I can't get going, Private. I can't do it. They keep going. But Galaxy rotating out of his XP lane, making it an unfair fight. Excellent usage of the glue abilities to steal people, abduct them, move them into places they don't want to be. And multiple times here, this is a story of Nicolette ulti into bushes where people don't expect her, and Galaxy being in positions on the map where you don't expect them. Great game out of Ackerman thus far.
Yeah, 11-4 right now. We're only at the 7-minute mark, and this has been such a dominating performance for Ackerman. We're going to go ahead start on this turtle, and I don't really think there's much that Area 77 can do in the way to counteract it.
Yeah, I think everybody predicted this game to be a 2-1, right? But when these high-level teams get a snowball going, they're so hard to stop because they just don't make mistakes. Maybe Josh, you picked off.
Oh, Divine Judgment does find him, and that is going to be quick work for Kush, who comes in, finishes him off with a Phantom Execution. We are not done with the fight yet, as you see the rest of Area 7 going to go ahead and throw down some damage, but that was more in an effort to protect their purple buff.
Whew, I would be so scared to even get a little bit of farm on the map. They're going in so quickly. These rotations coming out of Louis again and again and again, using this ultra so well, and so much frontline damage from her.
Oh man, I love that ultimate was out there by Nicolette, and they saw Gal's Cutie in that bush, and they're like, oh, this isn't the bathroom. They go ahead and sidestep that ultimate, and they go ahead and continue on the push. So great job. I mean, this is just such a great value that they're getting out of this Lao Yi. 12-4 right now.
Yeah, running away with the game. 7k gold up is a lot of gold at the 8-minute mark. Not 1,000 gold a minute like we've seen some snowballs, but still an incredible gold lead. They're just taking so much material off the map, playing objective focus, but trading very quickly on the map, both teams.
Yeah, you see Pocky might be in a bad way. Do we have a Divine Judgment on him? We do, and a big finish for Kush. Lands the kill for that, and that is another beautiful ult from Nicolette on that Lao Yi to put them in position for that. Gal's Cutie does come in with a little bit of that Jeet Kune Do. Now we have a split onto Gal's Cutie. Uses that flicker very well. It's going to force Gal's Cutie to get out of dodge for that. They don't find another kill on that, but it is 14-3. Very dominant right now for Ackerman. And if I am Area 77, what am I looking to do to counteract this push from Ackerman, Ben?
It's a tough one. You've got to wait for Ackerman to make a mistake. Gal's Cutie is looking, but Galaxy keeps burning his flicker defensively, and now he gets a kick. It's on the Kaja though.
Yeah, and now we see that a beautiful play coming in there as Twinks gets taken down. Kush does find a kill onto Gal's Cutie, but Jay's Cutie gets taken down again. Nicolette sitting there, the positive member here. This is the machine, the legend coming out right now. Look at that! Smooth as butter.
Wow.
Finds an ultimate to get them into great placement for this Lord.
I mean, you have to go back and question focusing Nicolette and picking ban face, right? It looks like Mobazane at Worlds just got like 5 bans against him. Then he picks the ball mod. Nicolette goes through the Louis and makes them regret. Like, are you sure you want to ban those out and have me pick Louis? Are you sure? Because this is running away with the game. Now, for Area 77, how did they get back in this game? 10k gold down at the 10-minute mark. 1k gold a minute, running away with it. Need to stagger these waves. Make sure this isn't a synced push for them. And Gal's Cutie has to find a pick. But like you said, Private, it's got to be on the right person. You can't pick the Kaja again and expect success. You need the Nicolette. You need the Zia, or else the Gal's Cutie is going to fall short.
Yeah, and we are starting this push. It's a non-luminous lord, but look at the synergy of all of these lanes right now. Diving in here, Zia does find a kill on a Jay's Cutie. Gal's Cutie follows closely behind now. Now we are pushing in split. Split does land on it. Bogey goes down. That is 3 members down. They're not going to be able to stop this push. Possibly only about 10% health left on this Lord. Lord goes down. A sacrifice that is worthy, as they're going to go ahead and find the next inhibitor tower. Only 1 more inhibitor tower. 2 lanes crashing into the core. Can Ackerman close this up at the 10-minute mark? It looks like it is so. This is going to be game 1, going ahead and silencing Area 77.
What a snowball. What a performance coming out from Nicolette. Target ban, turns around with the Louis pocket pick and makes them severely regret it. You can tell a mastery of that hero. Teleporting into bushes, unexpected ganks coming out from the bush where Nicolette shouldn't be there, but she's there with a whole lot of damage. Moving her team around the map. Had this gone longer, we expected more full ulti teams moving into bushes and things like that. We only saw 1, but it was super smooth. You got to go back and question those bans coming out onto Nicolette. Was it worth? You know, because this Area 77 didn't really feel like they had an answer for Nicolette.
We've been talking about it for a while, and as a former world-ranked Lao Yi, like, I thought she was out of the meta just because of what it takes to really kind of protect her. But Nicolette just like showed me the way. That was an absolutely a brilliant use of all of her ultimates to reposition on the map. And then that very smooth ultimate back to the Lord to go ahead and start at it. Man, it was poetry in motion, and I'm glad I got to see that.
Truly, a treat to see Nicolette's Lu Yi. But going back to the Area 77 draft, we talked about the Cho pick. It's like, okay, who are you gonna get back there if you don't find one of those targets? And I feel like Gallus Cutie never really got going. You know, making a pick into a 10K Goldie is a very hard thing to do, a very tall task to ask from Gallus Cutie. But looking over to the side of the W, I've got to give it to the side of Nicolette, Kush, Galaxy. These guys ran away with this game. Tunks is a 1 kill, 10 assists. Is he the same kind of patch? They had such a clean game, and we talked about these high-level teams. They're gonna snowball because once they get over a little bit of lead, they know how to like incrementally gain gold and not make mistakes, right? So Area 77 is gonna come back and try to snowball themselves, right, and do the same thing.
Yeah, and that's what we've talked about too, especially when it gets to these high level teams. It's really hard to kind of gauge their power because a team like Ackerman, a team like Area 77, who both on paper are very evenly matched, the top of these round robins right now. But when they face each other, when one of them gets that advantage, it makes the other one look like just some epic team, because once a team of that caliber gets a stranglehold on you, they don't let go. And every little movement you make, every little mistake that happens, they just tighten that grip even further.
Oh, look at these stats here. I mean, as you'd expect, the Area Ackerman winning every statistic until it comes to damage taken. And the Area 77, we're taking that one. That's ours. You can't leave us out of that. And I've just got to highlight here the Turtle, all 0. They didn't get a single objective in the game, Area 77. That is like a complete snowball. Had they not gotten 5 kills, it would have been a perfect game coming out from Ackerman. And yes, this looks so drastically different, but you have to understand these two teams are tied. If Area 77 gets that same lead and they go for that snowball, they're probably going to do the same thing. So I feel like this series is a fight for who can win that early game and snowball to victory, because I don't think either of these teams want to go for the late game.
Yeah, we can go ahead and see here in the replay, man. It was just such an amazing play. Just, it was so dominant. You're at a 10K gold lead, and it shows here because you're powerless to do anything. Even with a split out there, taking down Pogi, who is supposed to be the tankiest member of your team, and now you're down 3 players as the Lord crashes against your core. This was just a reckoning as we came here into the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, I mean, I wish we could have seen some of those Nicolette Bush plays, right, where she's ulting into places you don't expect her to be, right? Because at that point, the game's 10K gold. I mean, you know, a lot of teams mess it up sometimes, but most top-level teams are going to close out that game really simple. But it was the earlier part of that game in the first, like, 5 minutes or so where they took away so much. We'll see what Area 77 can do in the draft. I don't think they're going to focus Mage again, though.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you're going to be able to shut down the pool of Nicolette. I think you're going to have to actually answer it. You need to actually react to it and have something to counter it. You can't hope that that's going to come in by banning out something there. We're going to go ahead and start this off with the traditional the Wan ban, as we see, as is tradition here in North America right now. But in answer to that, we're going to go ahead and take out the Kaja.
Yeah, we saw it there. Twink's doing amazing work on the college and then turns on and bans it. And I believe it's just the side they have, and they don't want to give over 2 power picks and things like that, right? But we see it again and again and again where a team wins on something and then they immediately ban it afterwards, not allowing that to go to the other side. They don't want the Kaja suppression to go through. Now, that's only 1 suppression off the field. You do have another suppression in Franco, but maybe this tilts Ackerman's hands towards playing something that's in that assassin field for Kush that doesn't want to be suppressed.
Yeah, we're going to find out here. Joy gets taken off the board as well. I wonder if we're going to focus some of the mages here. I'm not sure if that is entirely on the side of Nicolette. We saw it in the last game too. A lot of mages getting taken out there. Valentina as well, especially because apparently I missed the memo that Faramis is no longer a thing here in North America. We haven't seen him, but like, I mean, we've seen the Valentina ban, and in past I would have assumed that meant that you have things like Atlas, you have things like Faramis that no longer have a counter, especially with the Diggy bans out there, which, might I add, has not been banned out here just yet.
Yeah, Diggy has been honestly the Achilles heel of a lot of teams, and sometimes not even for the CC reasons that we think about his ult, but for the speed up, those bombs, that pullback, the other abilities that Diggy has. So annoying to play against sometimes. He's been the Achilles heel of a lot of big teams, so Diggy gets to ride maybe in this draft. So does Estes, so we could see some of that soft support come in, but I mean, I think it's like 80% of the games we're seeing a hard tank taken. The Lolita, the Cho, those set type roams coming out for these teams.
Yeah, we do get glue taken out by Area 77, and I'm wondering what Ackerman does here. Do we ban out the Diggy? If we don't ban it out, is Area 77 going to pick up a Diggy early game? That means that if you take a little bit of burst, you're going to be able to take down that Diggy very quickly, and it's a very easy answer there. But the Valentina is out, which means we still have a Diggy open on the board. Unless I missed another memo, that Diggy is no longer, that happened in like the last hour, that Diggy is no longer relevant in our meta. We're going to see as we go into the first pick of this second game.
I think really wise from Ackerman here to actually take out Martis again and refusing to let Poggy get on Martis. He's run a lot of games over using Martis. I think he's really good at the hero. So I think a really smart ban from them. And that's probably, I think now that Fredgen's been knocked down a little bit, I feels like Martis is like up there, almost at that top spot, depending on who he plays for. And that's what's really fun about patch changes and things like that. It's always a fresh draft, change things around for a while. We try different things work, things don't work. We have to figure out what's good again, and I really like that Farsa taking the side of A77.
Yeah, Farsa has been a marquee hero when it comes to raining down damage, especially right from the get-go. As soon as you get that feathered airstrike, you're able to put so much damage, the amount of CC, and even before somebody is able to get to you, we've seen it's not about closing the distance on Farsa. You have to wait, as we've seen, until those marksmen can get up and start putting on the damage onto her. So, I mean, we're gonna have to see what kind of answer we have from Ackerman to kind of parlay into this.
Yeah, so maybe you take a YZ and you can get back there. The problem is YZ struggles in lane. They instantly lock in the Lapu, and Galaxy has a really good Lapu. So he's going to have that backline access. He can flicker with the stun and take out Nicolette. Nicolette. KQD anytime, right? Because I'm so used to seeing Nicolette play Farsa. But there you are, Private. You said Diggy's name like 3 times in the mirror, and Candyman came out.
Yeah, he comes out, but this also, to me, tells me that you're going to have not only a disengagement tool where you can avoid a lot of that CC, but you also potentially have an engagement tool with that time journey. You're going to be able to negate all the CC. You get a bunch of shielding for your team. What happens when Nicolette sets down that feathered, or Nicolette, when Ashley, dang it. What happens when Farsa sets down that a feathered airstrike too early, and then you activate time journey and your entire team just beelines to take her out? We're gonna see how it comes out here, and Esmeralda picked up here, something you've been talking a lot about, especially since the changes came up.
Right, and we've seen this matchup play in our earlier series. The Lapu does not enjoy lane against the Esme. There are a few like minor spikes in itemization at level 4, things like that, where the Lapu can win, but the sustainability of Esme even trumps Lapu, and also brings a lot of durability in the fight. Now Lapu is going to peak kind of that mid game, whereas Esme is going to scale into the late. So if Ackerman can find a way around that mid game spike, and that's what we talked about, it's kind of the story of these teams. They don't want to go to late game, right? They want to snowball and get it over with. It looks like Area 77 drafting kind of like 2 fills. The Brody's going to peak in that mid game, but the Esme is like a little bit of that insurance into the late game.
One thing here for me, though, is you have an Esme, which kind of countered into the Diggy. As soon as that time journey comes out, it's going to be basically a buffet for Esmeralda to come in and collect up all of that shield. In answer to that, you have Nicolette bringing in the Linux, which can chew out any of the tanky players. It depends on what you're going to be focusing on, because it kind of has that single target feel to it that I don't usually like on the mages, because you have this great amount of damage, which is only going on to one target. You really need to be able to kind of find a way to kind of pick it out without putting your whole team in danger.
And really interestingly, Franco's been banned. So all suppressions off the field. I'm actually expecting Kush to play the Fanny here. Fanny's been banned. What a smart read from Area 77 there. Seeing all the suppression off the field, just like me, like, are we going to see a Kush Fanny too? Oh goodness, here it comes. But probably going that direction, and instantly Fanny's gone. I still expect an assassin of some type from Kush here, because all suppressions off the field. He can have a heyday getting back to this. Maybe we see the tank Lancelot coming out for him, something like that.
Yeah, take Lancelot, but it doesn't really have the same feel that a Fanny does. That's just an amazing and absurd amount of damage that you can get off of her in the early game. The only person I can think maybe a Hayabusa kind of can match the damage, but you really have to be successful in the early game for Hayabusa to kind of get rolling. I just feel like there's too many boxes that Hayabusa has to check in that early game to be successful, and I'm not sure if that's what you're going to be looking for when it comes to Ackerman here.
Probably they need to start paying you more, my man. You need to get a raise over here. Calling the draft on Diggy and Hayabusa. My man's a genius. All right, what's Area 77 going to pick? Come on, tell me, Private.
I don't know. No, I was actually lucky with the Hayabusa. It's just they're doing a great draft here for Ackerman. So I'm really curious to see what we're going to answer with from Area 77.
I almost don't want to speak no more. Like, oh, Private's going to tell me up again. Okay, so Poggy still hasn't locked in a pick, right? We know he plays that Granger. We know he can slip into that Roger as well. So a lot of options. Poggy plays a lot of things. He even broke out the X-Borg, I believe. Played it out a couple of times. So Poggy, very flexible in the pool. I don't see the only thing is the Martis man for him. So he's really got an open house. Tank Karina going to come in. And is this the first Florin we have seen?
Yes, it is. I'm not gonna lie. When I see that in rank, I go, ugh. She's on my list. She's not really one of the strongest roamers. I feel like there's other people who do what she does better. Does have a good amount of CC and does have that bloom, which can kind of give that little bit of healing to the rest of your team. The only thing it does do well though is that you can kind of give a little bit of a buff to one of your characters. I'm assuming it's going to go on to Pogi to kind of help out with a lot of that clear, to help out with a lot of that sustainability in the early game. But we're waiting here to see what we have in an answer on the marksman lane for Ackerman.
It's pretty wide open. Melissa's banned out. We could see the Leslie play, but I was actually thinking since it's Zia, we could see the Harith come out. He loves to play. He goes with the Claude, and we saw that earlier. The Claude was taking over the game. Will Zia's Claude echo that same thing? Brody has that mid-game spike. I would suspect that Claude struggles in this lane against the Brody, so he's probably going to have some help from the Diggy.
Yeah, you're definitely going to need help in that lane. The amount of damage that Brody can output to a Claude in that early game it's not matched. It's no question that you're going to need support down there. But here's the question: are we going to be putting a lot of focus from Area 77 into that lane? And if we don't, because we believe Brody can handle that, does that mean there's going to be a weaker side on Ackerman that they're going to be able to push? That they're going to get pushed in on?
I feel like I'm sensing like bad vibes here. Ackerman picked a losing lane in the XP lane. They picked a losing lane in the gold lane. Now they have no suppression to go against Kush, so he can reign free, but these lanes are going to need help, and Diggy can't be in two places at once, right? You know the Esme is going to win over Lapu, and you know the Brody's going to win over Claude, right? So if Karina has a good game, I see the rest of these lanes going in the side of Area 77. What do you think, Private? You like the drop?
Well, here's the thing. If you lose these lanes, you have yourself an egotistical opponent who's going to be pushing in on you. And that is where a Hayabusa shines. You have that isolated person out there who's pushing into the lane and can kind of jump in there and get those shadow kills onto you. So maybe that's their plan, is to kind of let them, kind of bait them into, oh no, what do I do? If only I had some help. Then you have Kush coming in on that Hayabusa to land that shadow assault. We'll see how it plays out here. This is going to be game 2. Area 77 taking on Ackerman. Winner of this series decides who goes on into second place of this round robin in NACT.
Big match for these guys to cement themselves a spot in the playoffs. Now, second place, if you get there and you slot it, you have a really good chance of making the playoffs. If you're in that third slot, though, and you're really close in points to another team, things get a little bit dicey as late game, some like dark horses show up in this tournament. In that second half of the season, they start winning. Both gold laners here babysit by their supports.
Yeah, so I mean, we're going to kind of call this this lane kind of null and void, both of them, but I do feel like this does go into the favor of Area 77. You're getting babysit down there, both people are not going to be able to move, but this moves it into Area 77's favor because I think Mark Cutie takes off a little earlier there. Gals Cutie and the rest of Pogi and Mark Cutie definitely waiting in the bush, waiting for Toinks to make a mistake. He does find 2 explosions there. Gals Cutie catches a bunch of bunnies for his efforts that explode in his face. Mark Cutie coming in there does catch a reverse time for for his efforts. Zia is going to have to catch back. And this is what I was talking about. Kush does find a kill on there as well. And down. Ooh, Toinks almost does get taken out there. Zia in a little bit of trouble. Is he going to be able to make it out of here? Auto attack takes him down. Mark Cutie finds the kill as well. Kush coming in, puts some damage on the Gals Cutie, but it's not going to be a no. Comes back in here, finds the kill. I spoke too soon. Kush on this Hayabusa is a monster.
Yeah, and you're going to see Zia have a little bit of problem. The Brody's going to be scary, but it's Kush who's been set up to carry this game, and carrying this early game. He is early level 4. Runs into the mid lane, picks Farsa before, and maybe another one.
Oh yeah, Nicolette able to find the finishing kills on there, and Kushabusa is with the help up there is going to go ahead and find himself an escape. You see Galaxy trying to put on some damage, and Jace Cutie is going to have to find himself going back up to the top lane.
Kushabusa, man, I can't believe that one. But no suppression to stop him, right? So he's able to run through these team fights, and he's gotten to early lead. We talk about Haya a lot. He needs that early lead, or else he's kind of relegated to like picking people off on the side or split pushing. Now he's got 2 kills. He's got all the gold he needs to carry this game. Let's see what Kush can do to snowball this Ackerman lead with losing lanes.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing here too, because an assassin does lose out to a tankier jungler when it comes to these objectives. So you're not really going to see too much fight from Kush when it comes to these objectives, because he's not going to, a fair fight, he's not going to win at the turtle. Right. So he's going to be focusing his efforts on these lanes. You see up there, we've already left his turtle, and we're looking for some type of advantage here at these lonelier lanes at the bottom.
It's level 6, and Turtle still hasn't been taken, and that just shows you the emphasis that Ackerman's placing on kills, farm, killing the Kush, is killing everybody he sees.
Yeah, definitely a great play there by Galscutie to go ahead and flicker into the tower, find himself some safety and another teammate. But this is going to go ahead and open up this turtle. And this is a great advantage I was just talking about. Kush is not going to win this if there is an even fight at the turtle. He creates some distance, creates pressure that does mean Area 77 has to go back to base, and that opens up the turtle for him.
Mark Cutie is 2v1ing right now in lane. So that Brody is going to be hitting as well. And it's really Zia just trying to survive lane and getting all the farm he can. And even with Diggy down here, almost trunked out, almost dies in the lane, right? So Brody, huge spike.
Ooh, we do have that shadow kill that comes on there as well. Kush does find himself a great escape as well. Area 77 is going to be on the run right now. It is 1-4 in favor of Ackerman. What is going on right now?
Yeah, Kush is spreading his influence, and this is what really cool about this high level of gameplay. You don't get fed and just keep yourself fed. You spread your influence across the rest of the map, taking turtles, getting other members of the team fed. Now, Nicolette, 2-0.
Yeah, now we're going to come in here. Nicolette does find an escape from Pogi. Does get come back in with that reverse time. Time journey comes out. Pogi does fall to Kush on the Hayabusa, doing a great job. He is right now. This is what we were talking about. As soon as Hayabusa start taking off, Kush has not let go. Jays Cutie coming in here. Galaxy coming in, trying to put on the damage, but is it going to be enough to take down Jays? It is not, and they struck even and find a little bit of a truce there up at the top.
Yeah, it's a tough lane from these really sustaining fighters from both of them that have these tank attributes and a lot of damage now that Esme's been nerfed a little bit.
Ooh, Galscutie does find himself, and La La Land does get taken down to the abyss. Kush, they're just such a great job from Ackerman. This is an amazing amount of synergy we've seen from the team. Look at that Pogi. Just the amount of answers that they have, especially from Toinks here. Those reverse times really doing a great job to resist those dives in from Pogi on the Karina.
Yeah, you were really right in this draft. Like, this Toinks Diggy is showing really good effects here and sticking the Karina dive, but also speeding the team around. So many bombs, so much pressure in the early game for Claude. And honestly, if it wasn't for Diggy, Claude would be stomped out in this lane. Mark Cutie is dominating on Brody, but it's the story of Kush. How can Kush carry his team and get them fed as well?
Ooh, Kushabusa comes in with that shadow kill. Trying to put on the damage on the Pug. He does go back to the turtle, so he has created enough space. Still trying to put on the damage. See the rest of Ackerman going to go ahead and force out that feathered airstrike and push them away. And a great pick up by Kush there.
Uh-oh, Galaxy in a little trouble here. Burns the flicker. I expect him to escape. He has ulti. He doesn't actually to survive, but look at the pressure Ackerman's providing here now. A little bit of a snowball started. Not much that way in the gold, but look at the kills. 7-1. Only 2k gold up, almost 3, but not a lot of objective focus from Ackerman. Now it's coming in that the members like Zia have scaled a little bit, but Kush is so laser focused with his high and dry emblem on killing the enemy team. He has got blood in his eyes.
Yeah, he has seeing red right now. They are doing such a great job. You see that this feathered airstrike going to have to be used in a defensive meaning to kind of clear out the lane. Now KQT's going to have to find a quick ride home, but that means they're not going to have the feathered airstrike for a while. There still are about 70 seconds left for the first Lord to come up, so it's not that drastic of a usage here, but a great control of the map right now for Ackerman.
And the toughest thing for Area 77 is that I feel Ackerman actually has the better scaling. Nicolette and Lunox is going to do so much damage. Speaking of it here.
Yeah, Kush with that shadow kill on the Pogi as well. Does not find a kill onto him, but did find one in the name of Jay's Cutie. We did have some pressure up at the top, but Area 77 is forced to kind of come down here at the bottom to answer this push. Are we going to be able to get the tower? We do. Kush is just a maniac. Does put out some damage. Comes back in and takes down KQT as well.
Big swing of gold right there. Taking mid this early with a very fed Hayabusa gives him complete access to all jungle camps, all lanes, but they're not stopping. They're pushing it at tier 2 with no respect for the lineup of Area 77. They're so far ahead right now, they just want to keep pushing. Don't let anything but gas go in this. No breaks, all momentum for the side of Ackerman.
Yeah, I feel like we're having a problem here, kind of fending off, especially with these Hayabusa dives into there. Oh, and another one comes in there. Do we have a shadow kill? He's stunned out and does take down Gal's Cutie. Finds himself an escape as well. There is no answer right now, and this might have been the wrong pick for Gal's Cutie.
Yeah, the Thorn not really shining here, but you don't know whether that's a fed Hayabusa and Nicolette, or if it's that the Thorn's not doing too great. In a 10-1 game, it could be either, right? So not a really good sample for that. We did pick up an 8-minute Lord here, burning that thing down as if it was a turtle.
Yeah, and they're just doing such a great job right now. You'd never know how even these guys actually were, but the draft really favoring Ackerman right now, especially with the early game aggression here by Kush. Nicolette doing a great job, 4-0-5 as well. As we move into the 8:30 mark here, it is 1-10 in favor of Ackerman.
Yeah, we're sitting at 6-8 Goldie, and I think it speaks the most in the itemization here. Lapu, Club, Bloodlust, now almost finishing Dom Eyes. He's going to be strong against Esme, who is this counter, right? Then moving into the Fed members, look at Hayabusa here. He's already got the BOD. He's going to be hitting so hard. Look at the poke damage just as he comes in this fight.
Yeah, he didn't even get any stacks on there and still was able to put that much damage onto the enemy team. Bloom does come out, followed by a time journey, and Kush comes in and is able to take down that tower. We are starting to zone out. Pogi does find a kill onto Toix, but Pogi is not long for this world, does pay for that with his life. Galaxy finding the kill for that one as well. We're not done here. Ackerman does decide, are they going to go ahead and continue on this push, or are they going to go ahead and try to retreat? Lord coming up at top, so they're going to try to put as much pressure as they can at the bottom here. You see them going ahead, taking down this last tower, leaving only inhibitors for the side of Area 77.
Will they play aggressive here and dive this mid lane, though?
Ooh, Kush comes in with the shadow kill, is going to go ahead and find himself an escape. More to zone out the rest of the team since he didn't have stacks there. We see now at the bottom, Ackerman doing a great job. Going to put the pressure onto this bottom tower, trying to zone out. Here comes the bravest fighter, does find a stun, and down goes Marcutie. Kush doing a great job, put the finishing touches. 7-0-4 for this Kushabusa.
Now we're seeing controlled aggression. What we talked about is over-aggression earlier from Waves, and you're seeing controlled aggression from Ackerman here. Getting one kill in a dive when they don't have, and then getting out. They went deep for that, but they still got out. They didn't stay too long here. Marcutie pays the price. This team's just so fed right here, and Ackerman does a great job of using their first Lord to complete the outer ring of turrets, right? Haya just being, oh my god, he got another kill.
Jesus, every single time he comes in with a shadow kill, finds another kill. Gal's Cutie, you would never know that that was the roam for your team, as he has just been getting destroyed. 0-5 right now, and this team is powerless to help.
Yeah, I've heard of the Diggy feeding strat, but I've never actually heard of the Florin feeding strat, right? So we'll see if this turns around in the later game, but I really think with that suppression banned out and a very intentional draft from Ackerman, they saw, Area 77 saw the Fanny coming. They didn't see the Hayabusa coming, though. No suppression on this Haya lets him get in. Who can peel this? Gal's Cutie with a stun? Maybe, no. Nobody can stop Kush right now. There's no tools to. He's level 15.
Yeah, he comes in there again. Shadow kill comes down. Is he going to be able to find the kill on the Jay's Cutie? He's not done yet. Is going to be able to find himself an escape. They cannot stop this. They are still trying to push onto here. You do, oh, nice. Falling Star Moon does come crashing down onto Ackerman. They are going to be able to find an escape and are finding an exit as they turn their sights to go ahead and reposition for this next Lord. They're going to start it before it turns luminous, which is, I mean, oh my god, look at that damage. Was that a Lord or a minion?
Yeah, we slotted these two teams to be tied for second and really even match. Ackerman's running away with this. And this, what we talked about, happens with top level teams who get a gold lead. They start to snowball, right? But they're not making it look close at all. Another 10K gold lead, 10 minutes in. Excuse me, 12 almost. But another almost 1,000 gold lead a minute game.
Yeah, it's just an amazing job being done, and they are just continuing to tighten this chokehold around Ackerman. Mid tower starting to get some pressure onto it. Feather Airstrike trying to zone out the rest of the team. That's not going to be enough. Zia puts on the finishing touches. That is only one more inhibitor tower. In comes Hayabusa trying to put on the damage. Choice does find a kill on the Gal's Cutie. Now the Lord is coming down. Zia finds a kill on the Jace Cutie. We do see that Shadow kill coming down, and a dash is going to find an escape, and this is game 2 going to the side of Ackerman.
I gotta slow down. Maybe there should have been some speed bumps in this game. I don't know, but Ackerman completely run it over. And we talked about in draft, they had losing lanes. Esme beats Lapu, Brody beats Claude. It doesn't matter if Kushabusa takes over the game. I don't know what his scoreline, but he didn't die. They only had 2 deaths in that game. 0 towers, 0 turtles were given over. Almost so close to a perfect game coming out from Ackerman. It did not look like these teams were tied at all.
And yay, I saw a rider atop a pale horse, and with him brought death. His name was Kushabusa. He absolutely annihilated Area 77. You would not think that these were 2 of the top teams in North America with how strategic and how pinpoint the accuracy was from Ackerman. Area 77 is not a slouch. They are not just some team that kind of suddenly happenstance their way to the top 3 in North America. And what Ackerman did just shows how that they are keen when it comes to these strategies and these.
Yeah, I don't even know like how to look at the gold lead here. We're 14K away, right? 17-2. This was an absolute snowball stomp out. And from the side of Kush. I mean, yes, other members were there. Nicolette was there. Tunks was doing work, but it was Kush. Took over the game early. Level 4 says, we don't need turtles. We don't need objectives. Let's go for the kills. Let's snowball. And they do it. And honestly, I got to take my hat off. If you guys don't get suppression, you need to target ban out Kush's assassin pool. He just took over the game on a very strong team. Man, right now, all I want to see is TOB versus Ackerman. You know what I mean? These juggernauts taking over the league. I want to see them do battle now.
Yeah, that was just such a great draft for Ackerman. Yeah. Unfortunately, there was just such an answer. We talked about some of these lanes that were in the favor of Area 77. That did give them a little bit of an ego. You see here on the stats, it wasn't even really too, well, I mean, it was in the favor of Ackerman. I mean, they weren't able to get any turret damage, weren't able to get any turtle damage. The only thing that they succeeded in was damage taken, which usually happens when the team loses, especially when a blowout like this happens. Just such a great game for the side of Ackerman.
That one speaks volume. I think the most oppressive statistic that stands out here is 0 damage to turrets. You telling me nobody even got an auto attack on a turret? That's how far you were pushed back and in control this game. And actually, to counter your point, Private, I think Ackerman had the weaker draft. I mean, yeah, Area 77 didn't have suppression, but they had winning lanes. And just Kush got out of control. He doesn't need matchups. He doesn't need lanes. He takes over games. Kushabusa wins again.
Yeah, just an outstanding game by Ackerman here tonight. And it's just, especially with some of the name brand heroes we were talking about, Nicolette and Kush. First game going to Nicolette, just had such an ostentatious game there. Kush as well in the second game, picking up those reins and giddy up onto Area 77. Not just that, but I mean, really taking advantage of, I want to say kind of not the prototypical draft that you want to see from Area 77, especially picking up that Florin, and they really highlighted some of the problems that she has.
Well, Diggy was taken. Estus was banned out. I think I'd prefer the Raph over, if you're looking for that soft support in Gal's Cutie and you want to play that, maybe even the Rafaela as we move into, this is just the end of the game, right? You see last dive, this is already 16-2, right? There's so little that Area 77 can do to actually come back in this fight, and they're just getting dove on, right? But what happened in the earlier parts of the game was Kush just going in again and again, usually onto the Farsa. Because Farsa can wings by wings and get away, but Hayabusa stays there and he keeps doing damage. And he got a couple of kills like that, then got Nicolette fed like that, and then they started taking over the map. What a game out of Ackerman. Masterclass performance on how to snowball.
Yeah, we see here this was part of the first game where they were snowballed already. Nicolette just doing a great job, and especially in the back, you saw Galaxy doing a great job on that glue, able to isolate, making Pogi not look like the roam that he was. Over here, we had the second game, and it was a steamroll from start to finish for most of these games, and I can't even think of a part where Area 77 had the advantage.
Yeah, I totally agree. 2 snowballs, and yes, they're both tied for second, and those games did not look close. But when you matched them up against the other teams in the league, they had the same scoreline, right? They both lost to TOB, and then they both won. But enough about us. Let's toss it over to Xina. Xina, how are you?
Show that was, and Ackerman secures spot in second place today. For their teamwork was just on point, right? And Nicolette's mage plays, oh my god, I need to go back and watch that and learn a thing or two because you know me, I like mages. But our MVP is your Kushabusa. How are you guys feeling about that MVP pick?
Yeah, like I said, Kushabusa, like I said, I feel like Hayabusa is one of those heroes that has like the a lot of things that he needs to check to be successful. Kush made that look easy until you got to the late game where there is nothing you can do to stop him.
Yeah, and usually the choice is to group up, so right, so you spread the Hayabusa damage over. In the later game, it didn't matter. He was still killing people, almost getting a double kill when they're all grouped up, right? And banning that suppression out was the choice. I agree, Kush MVP. Nicolette carries the first game, Kush carries the second, but man, Kush did it with like some style, some pizzazz that made it just look better.
Yes, he was a sneaky one. Alright guys, we're gonna go into a quick break, but be sure to stick around because we're gonna go into halftime soon, right after that. So, see you in a little bit, guys.
OhioBrothers playing very well. Ureshi finds Nicolette fall with the base down to about 10%, and the Nexus goes down.
They want to game. Pick up a double takedown over base and shit. OhioBrothers too much to handle. So much going on. Making the most out of the situation.
Mason comes in to lock in Shark. Things up, and that is it. The OhioBrothers taking on another one.
Wow, the OhioBrothers are going undefeated with 8-game win streak and winning 4 series games so far. Their synergy and teamwork seems to be unmatched. But hello everyone, we are back. It's halftime here. We are on week 3, day 5 of the North America Challenger Tournament. I am XinaLili and I'm here with your top-notch casters, Private and Ben. What do you guys got to say about that? They seem unstoppable.
Yeah, it's not something I mean, that's, well, I mean, everybody expected how great OhioBrothers were going to be. They were seen as the powerhouse. The biggest question was how it was going to be against Zain and BTK. But for me, that isn't even the story. They've continued past that, showing such a crisp amount of synergy, a crisp amount of rotations when it comes to their draft picks. And for me, the highlights have been Hoon and Shark and their rotations.
Yeah, I think, honestly, I didn't know the OhioBrothers was going to be so strong, right? I thought that BTK was going to be a match for them, and we talked about how they would kind of duke it out for first, but BTK is struggling on fourth, right? So they may not make it into the playoffs if a couple games don't go their way. We expect them to, but who knows? The OhioBrothers, though, making it look like short work, really, truly, in their games against BTK. We started that day, first game of the tournament, right? And they blow them out 2-0. So some definitely growing pains for BTK, but Ohio, you're right. I feel like their sights don't need to be set on NA. Their sights need to be set on international competition, MSC, right? Now, not just jumping there and ignoring all the matches until you get there, but that's where they need to be looking. They've shown a dominance here, right? And I want them to look on further because I want them to go to MSC and dominate too.
Yeah, we've seen them get so comfortable with what they are up against. Even Shark kind of going outside of the box to go on to that Fanny, to the points where he may or may not be showing that he doesn't really feel like some of these matches are a challenge. However, as we just saw how dominant Ackerman was against Area 77, this is what's in my sights, and this is what I'm hoping to see is a contest up at the top. I've been seeing Ackerman, Nicolette, Kush, Zia improve every single week. And I feel like OhioBrothers, they've been doing a great job. They have never been tested yet, though. This is shades of what the old BTK used to do to other teams before M3. Is this going to be something that we can see, hopefully at the top, to see them continue to see them grow? It's hard to really grasp how good a team is when they seem to mollywop every single person. They've they've won every single series, not just series, but every single game. They have not taken a loss yet. And I mean, they've been such a dominating force, and every single player on their team has been outperforming in every single lane.
Yeah, I agree with you. They haven't been tested, right? And it's tough to know how good they are, or more interestingly, how they stack against international competition. Let's say, in the world that TOB goes to international competitions, MSC, M5, things like that. How do they stack up? And it feels, you're right, like the old BTK just running through NA, right? Destroying everyone. Nobody really, they haven't even played from behind. I mean, you got Shark playing Fanny. Like, I'm not saying it's troll, but like it's troll, like if it's to that degree and you're still winning 2-0 games, right? So I feel like OhioBrothers need a test. They need a check, because what we don't want to happen is for them to like keep running in A, then get to international competition and get bopped because they haven't fought anything stronger than them. They're not used to playing. Like, what if like the first game they get snowballed on, right? And then they lose really quickly after that because they don't know how to play from behind. They're not used to doing it, at least. So I hope they don't get used to that and think they're going to go and do the same thing over there. But you're right. Ackerman seems to be poised to challenge them, but Ohio already beat him.
Yeah, we're going to find out as we come into the next set of round robin. Still many weeks to go, but enough about the OhioBrothers. We're going to take you on a trip through some of the changes that have come to the hero Minsathar.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to another Hero Revamp Spotlight, this time featuring Minsathar, the Courageous Warrior. Not only has Minsathar been given a new look, but he's also been made into a much more versatile hero. With powerful engagement tools and a direct counter against high-mobility heroes, the fearless Minsathar is a truly formidable presence on the battlefield. Hero Skills. We revamped Minsethar's first skill and ultimate, and completely redesigned his second skill and passive. First skill, Spear of Glory. Minsethar thrusts forward with the Spear of Glory and stuns enemies at the tip of the attack. Minsethar then pulls back his spear after a brief delay, damaging enemies along the way. Prior to the revamp, Spear of Glory only pulled the first enemy hero hit on its way back. The revamped version now pulls all enemy heroes the spear hits on its way back to Minsethar. Second skill, Shield Assault. The new Shield Assault provides Minsethar with enhanced damage and damage reduction. Shield Assault deals damage to enemies in an area and slows them. It no longer shields Minsethar or stuns an enemy, but will instead put Minsethar in the Phalanx state, reducing damage taken from the front and enhancing his basic attacks into rapid strikes that deal AoE damage. Ultimate King's Calling. Minsethar leaps a short distance and calls 4 Royal Guards to form a field around him. The Royal Guards cannot move, but will attack enemies in the field, and their attacks can trigger equipment effects. Enemies within the field will also be slowed. Before the revamp, the field only prevented enemy heroes from using directional blink skills. The new King's Calling now disables all movement skills. Passive skill, Mark of the King. The redesign of Minsethar's passive shifts its function from support to individual playmaking. The new passive causes his basic attacks and skills to apply a stack of Mark of the King. At max stacks, the marks will detonate to damage and stun the target, and restore a portion of Minsethar's HP. This effect can only trigger once every so often on the same target. The revamped Minsethar not only retained his powerful utility, such as shutting down high mobility heroes, but also received a considerable boost in damage with the new Shield Assault. Pro tips. Since Spear of Glory stuns enemies hit by the tip, aim the end of the skill indicator at the target to more easily pull them in. Anticipate when the enemy burst is coming, and use Shield Assault to minimize damage taken. Shield Assault's enhanced basic attacks benefit from attack speed, so Minsethar with a damage build can have incredible burst in the late game. Target key heroes with King's Calling to cripple their mobility in battle. Combo tips. When laning, use Spear of Glory to pull enemy heroes in, then Shield Assault to slow and cut them down with rapid strikes. In teamfights, try to pull as many enemy heroes as possible with Spear of Glory, then use King's Calling to restrict their movement, and finish with Shield Assault for huge damage. Tactics. Minsethar should focus on farming in the early to mid game. Use Shield Assault to reduce incoming damage or to quickly clear out minion waves. In the late game, Minsethar's crowd control really shines in teamfights. Use King's Calling to strip away the enemy's mobility and Shield Assault for a great burst of damage. We recommend this build, with Demon Hunter Sword and Corrosion Scythe as Minsethar's core equipment. Demon Hunter Sword provides much needed lifesteal and attack speed, while Corrosion Scythe adds even more attack speed to really push Shield Assault's damage. Pick the Fighter emblem to boost Minsethar's damage output. For battle spells, Flicker can be a powerful tool in the mid to late game when used with King's Calling to quickly reach and shut down key targets. Petrify is also recommended as an additional CC to maximize Minsethar's damage during Shield Assault. We hope players will have fun with the revamped Minsethar. Until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Yeah, what an impressive amount of changes to Minsethar, and I mean, thankfully, bans for a draft here for the first week, because I'm gonna tell you, playing in ranked matches right now, he is a star right now, Ben.
Yeah, he's usually banned in my games, but if I go to Classic, I'm able to pick him up, and usually people played him like as Roam, but it looks like he's trending towards maybe that XP lane, that fighter position, building a lot of damage, and sustainability with him in that ulti, using the skill 2 is so much more. I think you're going to see a lot of Ministar coming over, and he was just known usually for his hook and like countering dashes, but I want to see it played in like a pro scene to where like maybe you combo it with like an Atlas or something like that, and you just destroy the entire team because you can hook the entire team now, not just one person.
Yeah, it's been amazing, especially the Spear of Glory. I think that's been something that's been on the minds of a lot of players that even I've seen, like, oh, what if his hook actually caught everybody in its way? And the clashback has always been, nah, that would be stupid OP. And now here we are, not just his Spear of Glory doing that, but the King's Calling now takes the passives from the items that you have, so you can get those stuns, you can get those slows down on there too. Also, that shield assault from him, the amount of damage, the amount of hits you can put down on somebody, especially while having that protection up in front of you, it's been a menace in the XP lane. I've seen it, I've played it, I've played against it, I've even seen Caught Chicken pretty much spamming that as well. It's been it's unstoppable for the most part with how fast that he can clear. And not just that, but his shield assault also works on towers. So he's able to just kind of come in there and just machine gun them down. We're going to see probably some changes here in the next few weeks when it comes to having him in the lane. We've already seen Esmeralda start rising up through the ranks back up and her to claim her spot in the XP lane. We're going to see how much Mincetar shakes it up, or if that's just going to be an automatic ban for a bunch of these teams in North America.
Yeah, I think he will make his way into that. As newly ramped heroes do usually have a really strong impact because they want to get playtime on it, things like that. But Mincetar is going to be really strong and into a lot of very dashy comps now, right? We're seeing a lot of Lance and Arlott be picked together, right? Joy's always banned. A lot of Martis playing. All those dashes go away. Even like Edith, things like that. Nobody can dash anymore once that ultimate's late. So I'm really like, Ministar is disgusting in his own right? But when he gets comboed with other things, bringing people into that King's Calling and all the other things that can layer on top of it, like you talked about, the itemization passing on to those soldiers, right? Corrosion, Thunderbelt, all those things are going to affect that. And that's so strong. Maybe they overdid themselves on this one, Private?
I don't know. He's definitely strong, and he definitely has a place right now in the picker band, the first initial picker band is with most ranked games. However, I've noticed this is why I'm not a pro player. There might be things that players see, some weaknesses that the top of North America might be able to outshine him with. I don't know it right now because he is still a menace in that XP lane. I don't know anybody that can 1v1 him. Even with Freya's changes, she's still not able to 1v1 him. So we'll see how well and what type of changes this brings to the landscape. But ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's give it back to the lovely and beautiful Xina.
Yes, he's a whole new hero, which makes him, I understand why they would ban him. But first up, we'd like some exciting news for you guys from the North America NACT community. First off, we would like to introduce the brand new map called Harmonia. And make sure you guys check it out for a whole new scene and look in the Land of Dawn. And also, we also want to announce that we'll have the handsome MPL Philippines caster Naisu joining us for the grand final in Las Vegas, so you definitely don't want to miss that. And be sure to join us for that special event. And just a reminder, our top 8 teams is BloodThirstyKings, TheOhioBrothers, Ackerman, LaimiTop, The Empire, Area 77, Wasians, and Fallout. Keep a close eye on their rankings as the rankings will change every week. That's our exciting news for this week and this halftime. And as always, don't forget to support your favorite teams as they battle it out on their road to the NACT Grand Final.
And just what a big bunch of announcements there, not just with the rankings and not just with what else is going on, but Naisu going to be coming and finding himself a spot in the NACT Grand Finals in Las Vegas. We just announced where we were going to be going to, and now the big news of having such a huge caster there as well. I'm excited, Jamin.
Yeah, I went last year and it was absolutely amazing. So I encourage you guys, if you can go, if you can make the trip, go out there. It's a lot of fun. Not only do you get like to see it live, but you get to see all the other people there, all the cosplay, all the casters, everybody who's there, a lot of influencers as well. It's a big deal. If you're really into the game, you should try to go. I'm super excited that we're going to have such a fantastic caster with us, but I'm still taking my boy T-Rex over him.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. And so like they said, especially when you see that the rankings have been changing so much up there. They're even changing from what that graphic you saw there, as Ackerman's going to be moving up. A lot of teams here tonight are tied for their places. 6 teams out of the 8, I believe, are tied for their places. So this night really meaning a lot for all of them to find their place, to really kind of start creating that distance between their places. And I'm really excited to see what else turns out with the rest of the night.
And yet, we have another giveaway for our lovely fans, guys. We have a 30 code giveaway there on screen right now. Put it in your phones. We have a 99.5% chance at getting tickets, magic dust, premium skin fragments. But we also have a 0.5% chance of getting one of these amazing skins listed on screen. The Great Inventor, Floral Knights. Go ahead and get those, you know, while you have the chance before it's all gone. And now that we've spit out all that information, this wraps up our halftime report. We're going on a short break, but be sure to stick around because our next match is going to be Empire versus the Ohio Brothers, you know, the undefeated champs. That's going to be spicy. So, hope to see you in a little bit. Hello, Mobile Legend fans! I am XinaLili, and I'm here with your quickfire and charming casters, Private and Ben. Our next match is going to be The Empire versus the TheOhioBrothers. Remember, we'd love to hear your thoughts on who will win, so let us know in the comments. But let's head into our casters' predictions. What do y'all got to say on your choices?
This might be the only thing that all the casters agree on. And yeah, there it is, TheOhioBrothers. I really wasn't expecting too much of a difference there as well. I mean, it's kind of hard. We've just talked about before the break, we just talked about how strong Hoon, Basic, Shark, Yureshi, and the rest of the TheOhioBrothers have been in this series, and it's kind of hard to pick against them, Ben.
Yeah, and I think that's why everybody slotted TOB. Some people have given Empire a game, some people haven't, but it's expected to be TOB dominance. If you're dominating BTK, if you're dominating Area 77 Ackerman, you're probably going to dominate Empire too. But I will say Empire's been rising up through the ranks. They feel like one of the dark horses of this whole season.
Yeah, that's what's been super amazing, is that Empire has kind of risen up from the bottom of the ranks, where we thought that they were going to kind of stay with LaimiTop, but started getting some really great wins over some teams that some people thought that they wouldn't be able to. So it's been such an amazing ride for them. So they might have some surprises in store for TheOhioBrothers.
And right, hopefully they do, so it could be a crazy match. But it's drafting time, guys. Casters, do your thing.
Yeah, it's going to be an amazing match here. I expect great things. I want to see if this is, when you're Empire, this is the match where I want to show out. This is the match where I want to not hold back and maybe lay some rumors to rest about how we would stack up against Ohio. Trying to play devil's advocate here because TheOhioBrothers cannot be the unstoppable force that they are. Maybe right here is where Empire lays down the line, lays down the law for them and says, you can't pass. We'll see as we go into this first round of the banning phase. TheOhioBrothers taking on Empire.
Yeah, interesting to see Freya ban. We haven't seen her played or banned yet, and this time TheOhioBrothers is saying, no, you guys can't have this. So a little bit of notes, we found out a couple of heroes are actually totally banned. Faramis, unpickable in today's tournament. Not sure if it'll be tomorrow, we're not sure on that, as well as Fleeting Time. So that's why earlier we were talking about Faramis has been removed and some other mages have been coming up, but he's actually unpickable. So not knowing that, we talked about that, but he's actually not in it. So Faramis, still good for your rank games, don't worry, but he's out of this day at least.
Yeah, and that has kind of going to be having a play, and it has obviously played a role into a lot of these compositions. You're not going to be able to pick Faramis, who has been a mainstay in the first round drafts of a lot of these teams. You're not going to be able to have that, and that's probably why we've seen a lot of the bans go on to that Valentina as well. You talked about the Fleeting Time as well as not being able to be picked up here. Not too many heroes that I know that really kind of go with the Fleeting Time, so I might not have as big of an effect as the Faramis, but we're going to see how both these teams can kind of juggle around that. And you already pointed it out, Freya ban early in there from the TheOhioBrothers, maybe noticing something that maybe they played against Empire, maybe they've seen some matches, some skirmishes with them, that they don't like what they see with the Freya there, and going to go ahead and yank that carpet from under their feet.
I can't help but chuckle every time you say skirmish. I just think of a kid squirming in his chair. But interesting, TheOhioBrothers didn't ban out Martis here, and which is one of Alex's debut heroes. So they're either not scared of the Martyrs, or they think they're going to slot it for themselves coming in the draft here. And they're giving Opa Valentina up, goes over to the side of Hoon, going to be piloting that. But I expect Alex to go with the Martis here and to go with that comfort pick. We saw him have the Maniac, or was it a Savage earlier, but absolutely rolled one of the games earlier on it. It's a star pick for Alex.
Yeah, and then probably pick up, well, they don't have the Farza, so I'm wondering where we're going to be going with a mage. Eve's still out there, but like I said, as far as, and we have an Arlott being picked up there, and we've been seeing Arlott picked, basically not what I see in ranked. Arlott here has just been a glory when it comes to that tanking and having that sustain on him so that he can use that CC to get into the back line and still have that survivability. So great pickups here by the Empire, still kind of sticking with a lot of those very strong heroes.
This might be one of the most busted combos that I know of in the game. for Arlott, because every dash of Mortar Coil will give Jordan a dash on the Arlott. And so when Martis and Arlott get locked, their level 2 spike is insane. I expect to see these two link up. It is Jordan who's piloting right now. It could be flexed out, but it's probably going to go into the XP lane. Probably still going to be tank, but we're waiting for the day we see damage. But I can't express enough the strength that comes out of this. To answer it, Hilda, a dominating force in the XP lane, will dominate the Arlott lane. So Arlott's going to look to get out of that lane and go fight with Martis.
Yeah, that's a very interesting pick there, especially depending on where it goes, and especially after the rotations are done from the XP lane. A wild Hilda around the map is just such a danger, especially for some of those squishier heroes. You definitely probably don't want to be picking assassin junglers into her, because you know she can go ahead, put that pressure on to those buffs, and they really end up paying for it. It's going to be very interesting what we pick. I think we're still waiting for a mage on the side of Empire, wondering what we're going to go for, or maybe we leave it for the end as sort of a counter. We are going to go ahead and pick up this, man.
That is spicy. I love that pick. We've seen it not work out a couple of times, and then a couple of times it's really worked well. So it may be to do with who is piloting it. It looks like a mid lane right now, but keep in mind, all these things can be flexed around. We're thinking that Hilda's going in the XP lane, but it could be Shark who picks it up. For me, the question of Empire facing TOB is, how hard will Shark troll? Will he play the Fanny and give something really out of the box here, or is he going to play it tight and respectful against this team? Because if you play a little bit trolly of heroes, maybe something you wouldn't normally pick against a strong team, and somebody surprises you, it could be the first time we see TOB taking a loss.
Yeah, what I do like about Alice and the Blood Ode ultimate that she can do is that with Arlott, you can collect up all the heroes with that ult into a nice tight area.
That's
then
true.
you can have Alice come in there with that Blood Ode to just get maximum amount of efficiency and damage onto that. However, it's never been about the comps, and it's never been about the how well that they work together. It's been about the rotations of the Ohio Brothers, especially in the early game. They just put a punishment onto those side lanes because they're so quick. They clear lane and immediately they're moving for the side lanes looking for a gank. They have been so tight on these rotations, and I hope for the Empire's sake that's something that they're prepared for, something that they're wary of as they move into these games, because you can have the best comp in the world, but if you're getting taken out in the laning phase, you're going to have issues moving on.
Interesting here that actually Eve was banned, and we expect it to be a mid lane Alice. So it must be the Ohio Brothers thinking Empire's not taking Alice into that mid lane, taking somewhere else probably in their mindset here, because they're banning out more mages and targeting that pool. Traded back, I have to think thus far, Empire wins draft, right? But you like Private said, it's never been about the comps. It's about rotations. It's about who just plays the map better. And so far, from what we know about these teams historically, Ohio Brothers wins out on that.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. We see basically just targeting down all the marksmen, Juan and Melissa being taken out by the Empire, and now it looks like we're focusing on the mages for Ohio Brothers. I'm not even sure what else we really kind of have left, and that I guess really depends on where this Alice is going to be going as well. Lolita taken out as well. That's a big setting potential, and we've seen how well that can be played in our former series as well. But now we're on to the picks to see what we have left here from the scraps of these major bans that have been put out there.
And it's actually the Ohio Brothers that ban out Lolita, when it's Shark who is like a Lolita master, right? So I was expecting Shark to pick up a Grok here or something like that, give him more comfort here, but we may be going for another Fanny Rome or something like that. Stepping into this, a lot of mages have been out, but a lot of marksmen have been out. I think we have Leslie, we have Claude, we have Brody, Melissa's been banned out, so still some options on the table. It's not like it's completely pinned down. We see a Lilia being played into the Valentina, and that should be a lot of lane pressure. But can Valentina still maybe an ult, let the R lot or something like that change up the team fight?
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. So that means that this Alice is potentially a roam, and then we have the Lily at the mid, Arlott and the XP lane, and then the jungler for the Martis. So then we're just waiting for our marksman. And there you go. A great prediction from you there. Grok getting picked up there. A great pick for Shark as well. I mean, he's been great on the Lolita, but his Grok has some great setting potential. And we've already seen some great walls, some great wild charges from the other teams. And you're just going to up that when you're talking about the top of NA roamer here in Shark.
Yeah, it really does feel like when Shark is comfortable, they just run over games, honestly. He's so good at getting vision and providing pressure in the right spot that it makes it kind of choke out. It makes so easy for best player to just rotate around map and clear out and do his thing. Claude taken here, going to give it a little bit of late game priority. So it could be taken against the Leslie, which will have a decent lane against him and almost outscale him in the lane. It kind of depends on how it plays out, but it could be the Brody. And you go for this mid-game spike with the Martis, the Brody, and you have the Lilia. A lot of early game pressure coming out from Empire. And I think that's the correct way to play this. I wouldn't want to let OhioBrothers snowball on me because they're probably not going to stop. And if we're trusting on our late game ability to stop it, probably not a good move. So I love the emphasis on early game. Alex has his Martis. Let's see what they can do with this Martis combo with Arla. I can't wait till they get together.
Yeah, and as you're talking about that, we still have the late game here with the Claude as well. He's going to be a powerhouse. We've already seen here from the last few matches how strong that he can be there. And so apparently I have no idea what I'm talking about. I have no idea. I don't even want to guess now where any of these characters are going right now.
I think that's an Alice Gold lane.
Yeah, you know, I don't even want to say it anymore because right now, who knows? And I think it's just them trying to go the opposite of what we say. One thing I do notice is that we do have a great amount of AoE on the side of Empire, a still decent amount of AoE on the side of the OhioBrothers, but you do have that single target when it comes to the Karina. You do have that single target when it comes to the Hilda. So we're going to see how that plays off, especially with the way that OhioBrothers work with their synergy. You know they're going to be able to call out targets and then focus that down. We're going to see how well that plays into Empire's composition here.
I mean, not going for a marksman again. They're playing this fighter comp. We've seen it a few times in NACT where marksmen have been forgoed for other picks and trying to play a different style of game. I love this out of Empire, being creative, playing very strong early game. Game one, can they take it?
Yeah, this is going to be where the boys turn to men. Taking on the OhioBrothers is Empire here, both trying to look to solidify their place in our NACT round robin.
Yeah, Alex on Martis. That means OhioBrothers wasn't scared of that pick, and Alex can take over games. We've seen it many times before. This is going to be a damaged version of Arlott, not the Assassin emblem, but the Fighter emblem, so that should provide a little bit more damage if they can link up, and it will be Alice into the gold lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a very interesting composition here. You're actually already doing a great job against Arlott in there, taking him down to about half health. You can see these lanes already being won out. Mikasa already down to about half health as well. Definitely something that we need to watch out for with both of these, as like I've said, the early game usually goes over to the rotation of the OhioBrothers. Are we prepared for that as we are Empire?
Yeah, I think rotation ability may come out of this XP lane first because Hilda is going to have a hard push in that Arlott just cannot answer, especially in the early phase and honestly into the late too. Hilda just has so much dominance in the lane. It's not to that later game when she really starts to fall off, and it's going to be tough for Jordan to move around that and play so late in. Hilda's going to push this wave in again and again and then rotate. She's so fast as well. I'm expecting the OhioBrothers to bring a lot of this XP lane because now they're freezing.
What I do like is Reckless is doing a really good job of making sure that he is following Shark around. Every single time Shark rotates top, Reckless rotates top. Now you see him kind of splitting off. That means that they're going to go ahead and start trying, maybe make a gank happen, but you do see that Alex kind of showed himself to basic, so maybe not able to get the surprise out of it right just yet.
Yeah, on the top side, getting level 4, actually stopping for the Golden Camp as well. So not really worried that they must have had vision on Karina or something there because the junglers aren't here at exactly when turtle spawns as some other teams play. So this should give it plenty of time for everybody to have a level 4. Martis is really not worried about it. He's still at red buff clearing.
Yeah, so maybe they have other plans when it comes to this turtle. Definitely not worried about that objective. Yureshi did a good job of going ahead and getting this turtle into a great position for best player to kind of come in there and finish the touches on there. Mikasa comes in, dives in with that blood. Does not find a target from the back. Alex comes in there. Great positioning from basic and a read from him to go ahead and use that battle mirror image to get the heck out of dodge. Definitely reading that very well.
What an outplay on a 3-man dive. Basic makes him look silly. That was not a basic outplay. That was advanced stuff there, making him look silly. The 3 men go up there and waste complete time. Great from him to get out of that, not punished.
Yeah, Jordan in a little bit of trouble here. Best player has latched on here, looking for that Shadow Assault. Takes down Jordan. Very clean there, and Demon is powerless to do anything but watch.
Yeah, where's the flicker there? You know she has the dive ability. Why not take her on a turret? Maybe use the final slash there. You have a lot of CC as the Arlot there, but just gets caught. Best player too much damage too quick, and Arlot Jordan wasn't expecting that much to come over. You talked about that single target damage, but if that single target damage hits the same person, and you know they're talking about it, it's too much.
Yeah, I mean, doing such a great job. We're still only 1-0, starting to kind of eke almost to about a 1K gold lead. Demon going ahead, diving onto Yureshi. Oh, you do see that final slash there as well. Yureshi's still going to be able to get away. That's the value you get from a Hilda, the speed and the ability to kind of withstand a lot of that damage.
I'm really interested in the gold lane. I think the XP lane we know is going to be so Yureshi favored, but Hilda does fall off. It's the gold lane for me that's really interesting because Alice and Claude both scale really, really well and have this big AoE team fight. It almost kind of answers the same, just a different damage type.
Ooh, nice suppression there from Reckless, but he does catch a stun for his efforts. Rest of the team kind of going in here. Best player sitting here is going to latch on to Alex, who's going to use that Mortal Coil to get himself out of harm's way. Great play there, and a hook does go wide for Reckless.
It doesn't seem like this mid lane pressure that the Lily provided has really spoken itself in rotation. You see Hoon out in wave before he gets over.
Wow! Were they able to get it? They stole that away from Alex. Best player doing a great job of reading that. Oh, nice little hook does land for Franco. Hoon gets caught in there, basically trying to come in with that blazing duet. Is not going to be able to help. Hoon still putting the damage onto Demon. This might not be what he wanted. Does use those black shoes to get away, but he's flickered onto Hoon. Still trying to put the damage on. He does find a kill, but he's going to pay for it with his life, followed by Reckless as well. You do see Yureshi and Best Player looking on to Jordan. Is he going to be able to get out of this? Is not going to be able to get away, and a great pickup. This is 5-1 in favor of the Ohio brothers.
Yeah, eking out a 2K gold lead already 5 minutes in. It's not the fastest snowball, but honestly, it seems like Empire chose early game and they're losing early game. 2 turtles down now, even losing blue buffs very early. The rotation advantage, as Private pointed out, is so in the favor of Ohio brothers. They seem to be not 1 step, but 2 steps ahead of the Empire on every single wave.
Yeah, they're just doing such a great job. And Best Player right now sitting at a very comfortable 4-0. Reckless goes ahead and uses that suppression onto Shark. Maybe might have wanted to save that for one of the squishier heroes. You can see down at the bottom, a little bit of a fight there between, and Jordan gets picked up by Best Player. Beautiful fight there and pick up by the Ohio brothers and by Best Player.
TOB punishing the laning phase from Arlot. Not the strongest laner, gets pushed out a lot of times by the sustaining fighters that usually take up XP lane. He needs some help, but the problem is Ohio brothers are pressuring everywhere else as well. No one can be spared to go up and help this Arlot in the lane phase, and Yureshi is making the most out of punishing him as hard as he possibly can.
Yeah, we do see him going ahead. A nice wild charge does pop up Mikasa. Do we pick that up? We were able to. No, Best Player goes ahead, steals another purple buff, and is going to go ahead, use that Shadow Assault to find himself an escape. Look at the speed. Ooh. I am a speed, he says, but he does get trapped by that Reckless and taken down by Alex. Now we're going ahead and trying to continue the assault, but we think better about it as the Empire backs up to reset on the map.
Ooh, I don't know if I want to start talking because it looks like they're going in again, man.
Yeah, Jordan in some trouble here. Yureshi putting on the damage, and that might be all. Oh, Jordan actually picks up a decent amount of regen there and is able to survive that. Great play by him, and he finds a quick ride home.
Yeah, and they're getting a little bit back, which is really good to not get snowballed on, but it just seems like an overwhelming pressure from a late game scaling team. And when we talk about that, we're really thinking about the Claude, because Hilda will fall off, right? Karina's gonna fall off. So we're really talking about Claude, but matched by that is Alice. So I'm just really interested to see how Alice and Claude work in this late game. If the gold doesn't balloon out of control, 3K gold, it's not an impossible lead. So if it doesn't balloon out of control, I really want to see this Alice fight on even footing in the late game.
Oh man, Jordan actually in trouble here. Does go ahead, find the safety of his tower. And my problem here is Alice. Mikasa on the Alice is what are you really getting a value out of it? You're definitely needing Jordan to kind of replace or kind of set up your ultimate. However, if you don't have that, you have the most mobile heroes on the side of OhioBrothers, so you're going to get maybe a max of 1 or 2 of them into your ultimate. And another pickup here by best player, absolutely putting the Empire on a hunger strike right now.
Yeah, Hunger Strike is right. They've taken everything this bottom side. It's because Martis showed in the top and they know they're not there. Another dive coming through.
Yeah, basically comes in with that a beautiful blazing duet. Doesn't really catch anybody in there, but it's enough to warrant for the Empire to kind of back up. Coming in with a Mortal Coil, does Alex, trying to put on the damage, is going to try to find an escape, gets walled off, and you see that Blood Ode from Mikasa trying to do its job to zone out the rest of the team. Now he's going to be able to find himself a little bit of safety. Great job there by the Empire to protect the escape of their jungler.
Actually, really well played there for Martis to get out, but the Grok wall, ooh, Shark, right on point with that. And they're starting to choke out the map, and now focusing on mid lane, they got to get this mid lane down so they can get complete access to the jungle. Once that happens, Empire's really relegated to staying in the base.
Yeah, we catch Shark with that, but Basic comes in to take down Demon. Shark does pay for that with his life, but we have lost 2 members on the side of Empire, and Hoon finds himself a tower.
Yeah, and while that's happening, Yureshi's up here 2v1ing in the lane and not dying and chunking Alex out. Now they've stayed a little bit long and they look to be poised to lose another turret up here. Absolute domination. Claude's not even here right now and they're pressing forward like that. Shark does get taken down, but it's a small cost to pay. They got mid lane turret down. That gives them so much access and vision denial over this Lord Pit as well as the buffs. They're going to start to starve Alex out of this game even more so.
Yeah, but doing a great job is best player right now. Not just farming, but taking enemy farm as well and refusing that to the Empire. 7-1 right now. Hook does land, but again, it is on Shark, who is just doing such a great job of protecting his teams from those positions that usually are like the obvious gank points for those hooks.
Yeah, we talked about it when it was Kaja earlier. Who you pick, who you suppress is what much greater of a question than doing it in general. If you keep picking Shark, Shark wants to go back there. Are you sure you're pulling the right guy? He might wild charge your team.
Yeah, and that's the problem when it comes to some of these obvious choke points. A Shark knows them like the back of his hand. He knows what bushes he should be checking. He knows where he should be giving vision, and he knows where he should be protecting. And that is really kind of a problem when you're at odds with him, trying to land these hooks onto somebody. Look at how front row he is on the map, always in front of his team.
Yeah, and providing that vision, but also being so annoying. I think more often than not, Shark's providing vision. And right, he's recall spamming, he's throwing walls, he's doing his thing, but it's vision. And that lets everyone else know that they're safe or they need to move. It sets up the next play by having that vision. And I think for this game to really work, it has to be Mikasa taking off on this Alice in this big team fight, doing unsurmountable amount of damage. The problem with that is that on the side of OhioBrothers, they've already picked up a Radiant Armor.
Yeah, we see Mikasa kind of diving in there. Blood Ode has been activated onto about 2 members, taking a decent amount of damage. Now we're going ahead, trying to dive in. Shark going to go ahead, push in there. Alex throws out a couple of distance. We do have a suppression, but it's on Shark again. This is not the target you want to go in there. Decided to go in. Shark uses a beautiful flicker to get himself out of harm's way, basically coming from the flank to put on more damage. Even the team decided, like, all right, screw it, we're going to take down Shark. They still can't go ahead and match that.
Yeah, that's a real problem. Picking the support, the tankiest member when you're behind, feels really bad. Final Slash is used just to clear him out, but this is a defense that almost seems impossible. They've ballooned this gold to now 8,000 gold. We're seeing similar odes of Area 77 and Ackerman here. Not as quick as that Snowball, not as decisive, but it's the OhioBrothers who took a late game scaling comp. They have a later scale, and it's Alex on this Martis who's been silenced, honestly, by best player, walking his jungle, taking all his creeps. It feels like the map and the gold have been stolen from them.
Yeah, they're doing such a great job. A hook lands onto Shark again. A lot of damage goes on to Reckless. He paid for that hook with his life. Now we're continuing on to push in there. The wall kind of preventing them. Alex actually might be in trouble. Is not able to use the Mortal Coil to get himself to safety. Demon pays for it with his life too. As gets taken down. There's only 2 members left for the side of Empire. Okay. And here come the thumbs.
Okay, very, very nice players we have here saying hello to each other and greeting them with absolute respect and friendliness. OhioBrothers here, again, not tested in this game. We talked about earlier, it's not the comp, it's the rotation coming out of OhioBrothers. Have they sent a pick maybe?
Oh, yeah, they do go on the Yureshi, but that's another tanky player that you might... Oh, they find another stun on there into the tower. Are going to be able to clean him up. They say that's a wrap. We got what we want, and we're going to go ahead back up to the base. All lanes, or at least the top 2 lanes, are starting to crash in here. They're starting to clean up the Empire, but I don't even know what we can do to kind of come back from this right now.
All right, 10 seconds until the next Lord, but the problem is that Empire shoved so far in their base, and almost 13 minutes here will be a Luminous Lord coming down at them. So if TOB picks this up, we do expect that we'll break the inhibitor line and give further access to the base. Now walking into all this vision denial, they need a pick, and it needs to be on the right person.
Yeah, they go ahead, they do find best player. Suppression lands on him, but they aren't even able to put a damage enough to get him down to halfway. Beautiful wild charge comes in there, followed by the Blazing Duet. We take down Jordan, Demon follows shortly behind. Now we're trying to come in here. Alex tries to find himself an escape. Mikasa and Reckless do find themselves an escape, but they are the last 3 players from the Empire, which means this is going to be a clean and sweet Lord for the side of the Ohio Brothers.
We talked about it a few times now, and I think we're talking about Franco picking the right person. But when I'm looking on the side of Ohio Brothers, you don't want best player. You don't want Yureshi. You don't want Shark. You kind of want Hoon, maybe. I don't know if you got the burst if your team's all there, but you really want the Claude. But that's the only option he has, and Claude is never in the front of this team fight. Private's pointed it out. Shark is always in the front, is soaking up everything, and it feels like Franco is unable to grab someone from the back line. They're unable to pick the right person, and Grok just gets a free initiation.
Yeah, he does. Not just that, but then he's able to kind of come in with that wild charge, use that flicker to dive deep into the back line and land that wild charge, which sets the entire team. Now we have this Luminous Lord kind of barreling through. All the lanes are starting to crash into the towers. Lord coming through the mid. Wondering if we have enough to kind of withstand this push. Now we have it crashing into mid. That's 1 inhibitor down. At the bottom, we're left to about half health. Alex goes to help with Jordan. Oh, we do have a nice suppression there. Does land onto Yureshi, but that's another tanky hero coming in there. In the middle, Blood Ode, followed by a freeze there. We're able to take down Yureshi and withstand this push. We lose 1 inhibitor tower. They are able to find it. Oh, concealed play comes in there, but they get shown out quickly. Now we're on to the, a nice little stun there does land on to best player. Is he gonna be able to find the damage? Jordan, gets taken out by best player, and that might be all she wrote for the team fight here right now. Taking down another. Alex goes down here. Mikasa finding a lot of damage. He's gonna have to use that flicker to get himself out of harm's way. You see Demon finally picks up, I was gonna say finally, he wasn't really looking for that purple buff. He picks it up for his team, and in the back line, best player able to take down Alice. Demon is trying to run for his life. He does get slowed down, and now he gets taken down from best player too. Are they gonna be able to take down Restless? That is an entire team wipe for the side of Ohio Brothers, and it doesn't look like there's anything in their way unless you get a monster of a minion here to take out Ohio Brothers. This is gonna be game 1 going to them.
Oh man, I do respect the move, and then Arla answers back a little bit. Arla doing the work, just a little bit of last oomph in there, and I like to see that out of Arla, right? Fighting to the end, that's wonderful. The problem with that game is it was unstoppable. They even had the later game scaling, and they snowballed on them. You've got to think about this Franco pick, and didn't really feel like it found a place with this Grok, big beefy in the front of it, and then Mikasa never really got into that late game style. It felt like early game they fell off hard, and then Martis doesn't have a place. So many things that systematically broke down for them, and Ohio Brothers take full advantage of every single thing in like the most brutal way. We talked about it, brutality earlier, and that was a brutal game for them.
Yeah, a best player was absolutely a monster in that game. We've talked about Hoon and we've talked about Shark, and meanwhile, I do believe that they had a pivotal role to play in opening up that jungle for best player. Yeah. Best player absolutely had his mind on the money, and went in to refuse the jungle from the side of the Empire, and did such a great job holding them down here. You can take a look at the score.
The score isn't as bad as some of the games we've seen, right? But the difference between these two teams is really vast. And we don't have trolley picks here from Ohio Brothers. We don't have the Fanny on Shark, right? We might see it next game, but we didn't have it in this one. And it wasn't as clean of a game, right? The Empire did find some picks, but it just felt like from the jump, early game, held into that R-lot, and then that felt like it bled to the rest of the map and the priority and the rotation. You say it again and again, rotation. Ohio Brothers come out ahead once again.
Yeah, there's never been a rotation or a gank coming from the Ohio brothers that is not covering all the bases. They cover the front to make sure that you can't push forward. Then they cover the rear, your escape there. And that's kind of usually where they're trying to pull you. And not just that, but they're able to get away from that on their side as well. We saw how Basic was able to withstand a 3-man gank with a beautiful battle mirror image to get him out of harm's way, finding the opening there.
Yeah, best player, 13 of the 19 kills, just cleaning up these team fights. And, you know, if we're talking about MVP, it's hard to decide between best player and Shark, right? Best player has the KDA, right? 13-1, you're amazing. But Shark enabling that again and again and again with the vision he provides, the denial of the Franco. It felt like nobody on the team was scared of the Franco, and that's a big part of Franco's gameplay, is that psychological factor. He can hook you, he can suppress you in any bush. The Ohio brothers didn't care anymore, and I feel like that's largely due to Shark keeping vision on him and standing in front the whole time. A really good game from Shark here. Vision on the enemy team almost every second of the game.
Yeah, I mean, an amazing game played there by both. I mean, damage taken actually wasn't too much on the side of the Empire there. So kind of even, and that just kind of points out how versatile and how much value that the Ohio brothers got out of this game as well. But we're going to go ahead and take a look at some of the replays here, Ben.
Yeah, and this is a situation of Shark being in the front again, vision on everybody, right? And that provides such a playability. Here, they're 3v5ing right now. They're going in massively outnumbered, and best player is able to survive these and start to take picks. Look, he's still alive. Expert usage of it. And Shark providing so much time for Basic to do his job. And then they walk back in slowly, communicating, hey, I have this, hey, I have that, and they're able to clean up this game with that. The immortality pops, it doesn't matter. They clean the game right here. Basic, I have to give him so much credit. Played the Claude so well this game, and positionally aware of everything that was going on, and I largely getting to do with Shark setting it up, but also the vision he provided the entire game.
Yeah, and just an amazing done knowing how much you have when it comes to those skirmishes. You saw that best player, you saw that best player, like just a sliver of health, still knew enough about how he could get in there, still get the kill onto Lilia, and then the taunting came out there, a little bit of a celebration from them and how well they are. They just min-max these heroes. They min-max when it comes to these rotations so well, and we have to wonder what the answer is from the Empire.
And I think a lot of what happens with Ohio brothers is they find strength in a lane, they win a lane, and they rotate that strength somewhere else. It's such a good example of when you get a little bit of head, breeding your influence across the rest of the map and getting everyone fed, because if you're the only one that gets fed, you create a really flip-floppy gold dynamic when you get really fed and then give a shutdown bonus, things like that. They do such a good job of spreading their influence across the map, and I just have to give it to them. They do it so well. But another Freya ban, they must know about that Freya damage. It's bad.
I like the Empire. If you're going to embarrass us, it's not going to be with the Fanny, all right? Go ahead, and they ban out the Fanny just in case, and then go ahead and mark with the Diggy.
Yeah, I think you're right there. Probably that's Shark's Fanny being banned right there for sure. And we shouldn't see that, but I wonder how Ohio brothers will draft the second game. Will they go for something, we'll call it experimental, or will they go really hard stomp comp and roll the game like they did last time? I think for Empire, Alice didn't seem bad. It didn't seem like it wasn't working. I just think it didn't get to the point where it was meant to go. Basic outplaying their dive really put a stunt onto what they wanted to do over there in that side lane. But for the rest of the team, I felt like they just got outplayed it so many times. Yureshi beating Arlat so badly in the lane and then roaming over to help best player take over the jungle of Alice and Alex. And Alex really never got going, and that was his signature Martis pick.
Yeah, we've yet to see too much focus onto the Shark, which I feel like has been, we've talked about it before, like the only thing I haven't seen tested against the Ohio brothers is maybe trying to ban out the Shark a bit with those Lolita, but then you leave open some other of these OP picks here that we see. Already, you see Arlot actually getting banned out by the Empire, so obviously something in mind for their first pick, maybe looking at a Valentina, and that's kind of the point from the last game. We didn't see too much flash from Hoon there, and maybe and like I said, that Valentina usually kind of does not really have that great of an opening, especially when there's not too many ultimates on the enemy team to really be fancy. But you definitely want to make sure that you are taking that away from the enemy team if it hasn't been banned outright. And it is open here. We're going to see if the Empire chops at the bit to go ahead and pick that up first. Yep.
Yeah, just as private calls, Valentina seems to be that first pick no matter where. And we've talked about it before. It gives a lot of pressure to the other team's draft and what ultimates they choose. And you get you get to choose what you want for your team as the Valentina. Do I want a little bit of utility? Do I want a little bit of damage, escapability? Very flexible pick. And I think that's why it'll stay in meta for a very long time, unless it takes a huge nerf. I expect it to be answered with a Farsa here, right? Giving some rotation pressure. You need to get speed out of the lane. But Wanwan wasn't banned, an oversight in using the Fanny ban. Wanwan goes free, and we've seen basic on Wanwan, but Wanwan's been banned I think almost every game of the day today.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting for them, especially I don't even think that Valentina can use the ult properly to take away from Wanwan. You don't actually get the attack speed. When Valentina takes an ultimate from a physical damage dealer, all she gets is she transitions her magic damage into physical damage.
Okay.
So now, like, you're not going to actually have that Wanwan speed.
Yeah.
We're going to see how well that kind of goes in, and definitely picking up the what we've been talking about. Fredrin still had some nerfs, but definitely a comfort pick for the side of OhioBrothers.
Taking Lolita for yourself is really smart from Empire. It's a great pick in and of itself, but it takes it away from Shark. Now if you follow this up with like a Grok ban, and maybe they've already banned Fanny, but like just what Private was talking about, focusing Shark a bit here. Jordan on the Lapu, very solid pick, provides sustainability, damage. I love the Lapu pick in today's meta. I want to see them, like Private just said, it's a great idea. Ban out Shark here. You've already got the Lolita gone. You pair it with a Grok, and then Shark's on something he has a lot less games on.
Yeah, we're going to see how well that kind of goes into here. So we're going to force him possibly on the Grok or maybe something off the wall. We pick up the Farsa. We're going to have a lot of distance, but that means that we now have a feathered airstrike for the side of the Empire too, in the name of that IMU from the Valentina pickup. Now we're going to be floating into the second round of this banning phase, and we're going to see what are we going to really kind of be focusing on. Still waiting for Shark. Still waiting for, I mean, I guess best play is going to be on the, or is that going to be Yoreshi? That's kind of the value you get here, especially when it comes to the OhioBrothers. They're just as likely to use that Fredrin in the XP lane, or they're just as likely to use it in the jungle as well. So definitely kind of going to be in the mind of Empire and what you're going to want to do here.
Ohio keeping some flexibility in their draft as they go through the second phase of bans, and Empire very obvious where all of the heroes are going to go. I wanted to talk about Fredrin a little bit, and it's his damage that's been nerfed, not really his tankiness. So I expect him, Jordan, to win lane, but it's always been like not by much with Fredrin. Lapu can kill Fredrin, Fredrin can kill Lapu if they misplay. I expect them both to play, let's say they're at the same skill level, Jordan wins out the lane. But when it comes to those team fights, right, now Fredrin won't have as the damage to do back and get health back. So I think in the XP lane, it's a little bit weaker than it was before, and maybe not much of an effect on the jungle as it was before.
That's an interesting point there too, especially when it comes to like clearing in the XP lane. That Appraiser's Wrath loses a lot of damage, and then the only other thing is the dash has lost a lot of damage from Fredrin, which as a jungler doesn't mean much. When you're getting ahead, you can still use your ability to kind of be a CC wall in front of your team. In the XP lane, might have a little bit of a problem when it comes to clear and rotation back to your team. But I mean, if anybody can pull it off, it's the OhioBrothers. And I was about to say, I was wondering when we were going to see a Phoveus, especially into a Wanwan. They go ahead and ban that out.
Not today, we won't be seeing it, but I was just thinking, what can Shark pick up here? I expect a Kaja ban to come out from the Empire, because Shark has played a lot of Kaja as well. The Grok is still available, so you can go Grok or Kaja. There's not a lot of people to really like that you want to go in and pick with the Divine Judgment, so I would expect the Grok to come out here. I was thinking it would be a really good pick if they didn't have Lolita. They could pick up the Kaja. I guess they still could and put it in some weird lane. But a Hilda ban. I don't know. Hilda is really strong into Lapu, but Lapu outscales it. So I don't know why they're too scared of the Hilda. Maybe it was just too oppressive and it started the snowball too early for the OhioBrothers and they didn't want to allow that over. I mean, you still got YZ that can come into this. You've still got Arlot's banned out. A couple of other things. We do expect, because Yoreshi has the Fredrin, for it to go there. I wonder what best player will go to if Fredrin does go to the XP lane.
Yeah, and that's kind of the amazing thing about facing the Ohio brothers right now is they even put a fear in you from some of these outside the box heroes.
Yeah.
Hilda there you saw. Now we're banning Hilda. Now we're banning Fanny because we don't want to get embarrassed. We don't want to have these and pick up the Franco there. They're gonna go ahead and show the Empire how it's done. So that's what we're gonna have on Shark. And man, if he's as good on Franco as he is on some of the other ones, we're gonna definitely need a wall there. It's definitely going to be on the roam for Empire to kind of set himself up to make sure that he is not allowing his teammate to get picked off.
You know Shark took that because he played it last game. You know that's why he picked it, right? He's got to say, I can do this better than you. And he probably can. We'll see how it comes out. I think that's a YSS that's been slotted and locked in for the side of Alex, which YSS in the jungle feels a little bit weak and susceptible to, number one, the Farsa rotating on him. A lot of things can hurt him, but it's going to provide Empire with a lot of vision on the map, and that could slow down the side of OhioBrothers in rotation. We've seen them go back to the Alice gold lane. They really have faith in that. They want to go back to it, and they have the marksman role kind of covered by the YSS. I wouldn't really count him as a marksman, though.
I'm a little dubious of the Alice in a marksman lane against a Wanwan. You don't have a lot of mobility there to be able to get out of the way, especially once you get into the mid game when Wanwan's just hopping all over you. You have 1 point to try to reposition yourself, then it's over. You either need to catch the stun, catch a kill, but even if you do stun Wanwan, she's still got an on-board purify for herself. So I mean, I feel like we've kind of drafted ourselves into a corner here when it comes to that Wanwan. At the very least, just the Wanwan alone is going to have a lot of pressure on the side of the Empire.
Yeah, I think early game, Alice will dominate the Wanwan in lane if he doesn't get help from Shark. So maybe that's an area. Yureshi takes the Esme, which will win lane against Lapu and scale harder. Lapu, they got that mid-game spite they can play around. But I'm wondering where the YSS fits into this, because you've gone for a lot of magic damage in your gold lane. That's your scaling lane that you want to go really late. And Alice can do it. It's a good pick for it. It kind of weirds me out sometimes because Empire doubled down on this, right? They're really sure for this game to their series hope rests on this Alice gold lane again.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to find out if Empire has what it takes to dish out the first loss to the Ohio brothers, or if this story goes just like all the rest. It's going to be game 2, the Empire taking on the Ohio brothers.
Oh man, he's going to pick that buff and make it hurt a little bit. Franco pulling the buffs isn't as problematic as it was before because the buffs have a longer leash phase, right? But Shark just going in there, being annoying, saying hello. Again, here we have mid lane pressure coming out from the side of Hoon. He's going to have the rotation advantage. Yeah, if you get help, Bounty can clear the lane faster, but Farsa will always beat you to it, losing by wins.
Yeah, and this is one of the things that we've been talking about when it comes to the rotations. Hoon on this Farja, you're going to see the ganks start happening so quickly. It's going to be like 1 minute they're not there, the next minute it's Hoon with Shark with another player there ganking down one of your side lanes. And we're going to see how well that they can deal with it as we move into the first minute.
Yeah, nothing really different in the emblems that you would expect. Everything playing as should be, I guess. But, oh man, Yureshi starting it early private. And the lead onto that is going to hurt. Esme is at scaling, and it has a little bit of pressure on the Lapu anyway. Now stacked with another 200 gold, maybe we get that item spike a little bit sooner.
Yeah, I mean, you just cannot relax. You cannot do anything lackadaisical around the Ohio brothers. They did almost everything right, even backed up to the second tower before the to teleport home, and still Yureshi was able to find that kill.
Yeah, and playing the Avarice, right? So he's going to get gold every time a skill hits, and Esme's so good at hitting skills, especially on the Lapu, who gives him shield anyway, right? So Yureshi's going to have a lot of gold in a few minutes here, and already pushed off to a great start. Hasn't got out of control yet, but we're only 2 minutes in.
Yeah, you see best player already starting to put the moves onto Reckless. Down comes the Feathered Airstrike, followed by the Appraiser's Wrath from best player, who goes ahead. Well, was that the Appraiser's Wrath? I don't. Oh, I think it was. Yeah, it was. I was wondering if it was his first ability. But great job there by the Ohio brothers. 2-0 right now as they go ahead and start on this turtle.
I'm so sorry, Empire, that I said it wasn't getting out of control yet, because I feel like right when I said that, Reckless gets caught and gets punished, right? 2v1 Mikasa has the vengeance.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about. We already have the ultimate. Basic is going to go ahead and launch that off onto Mikasa, and that is due to the mobility of the Alice. You don't really have too much that you can do. You have to be able to take down Wan quickly, and I just don't feel like Alice excels in that.
Yeah, and we talked about if it's a fair fight in the lane, yes, Alice wins. But when you're playing against TOB, it's never going to be a fair fight. They're always going to be rotating faster. They're always there before you are setting up plays. It feels like the Empire, again, still kind of shell-shocked from last game. 2K gold lead already 3 minutes in.
Yeah, it's 0-3 right now, and now here comes the rotation down to the bottom. This is what we were talking about, 3-man. Now we're at 4-man rotation. Does Mikasa realize what's up? Is starting to hang back a little bit. He must smell something in the air, hanging out real late into the game here. Does he see best player? Now he's going to go ahead to the front, toss off basic, and now we have minion waves. They definitely wait. Here comes the suppression down onto Mikasa, and they make short work of him. We do lose Shark for that, but we're going to gain a kill and possibly a tower here for that execution.
Let's see if they can do the same thing to Esme here as Esme gets dived as the retaliation here. The difference is the turret. They're not going to answer back with the whole turret. They do, however, get the entire gold shield off of it. Gold optimization wise, though, it's Wan who gets all the gold in her pockets, and it's an XP laner for the side of Empire.
Ooh, Demon comes down with the feathered airstrike, does get hooked by Franco. A feathered airstrike of their own as Hoon showing them how it works. Does put the damage down and a stun onto Demon. Does not finish him off. Alex might be in a bad way. Basic does get stunned out. Barely missing a hook is Alex, who finds himself an escape. Yureshi trying to come in with that falling star rune. Basic takes down Demon on the other end, and that Appraiser's Wrath just narrowly not able to take down Reckless.
Empire trading back a little bit in this game and making plays on the other side of the map proactively. That's great to see. The problem, the huge problem here is Basic 3-0 on 1-1. Way too much damage.
Ooh, when use of that crossbow attack, gonna put the finishing touches onto Jordan, that might have been a mistake. You might as well let them have that purple buff. There really wasn't gonna be much that you were gonna be able to do as a Lapu at this early in the game.
Yeah, and I'm kind of weirded out by Alex's choice of YSS here because it feels like it needs a little bit of scaling, and you're going into a team you know wants to snowball on you, right? So I'm not sure how they're going to find a break in this game, a bridge to the late game, because we're already, what, 2.5K gold at 5 minutes. It's not that 1,000 gold a minute here, but still, it feels like a lot of material started to be missing from the side of the Empire. Bottom turret, top turret, but the Empire's trading pretty good so far.
Yeah, and we're doing such a great job. Look at 3 kills on Basic already in the opening 5 minutes. The other 2 on Best Player, and now we're starting to put on the damage onto Jordan. Basic is already, this is one of those heroes. Oh man, we already have another fight here. Mikasa coming in here, does have Best Player down to about half health. We still have that Appraiser's Wrath from Best Player, looking if he's gonna try to put on the damage, yet you see the rest of the Empire wary of that damage, do not want to engage Best Player, and now he loses that cooldowns. But a great mindfulness there from the Empire as they saw that coming for them.
Yeah, holding on to this mid lane turret's a really good strat, and you can see the OhioBrothers really want this mid lane to go down because it gives them access and shuts Alex out of the game. They're pressing hard in here with Basic, a lot of damage on this.
Oh, he did come in there with that bravest fighter, but catches a suppression for his efforts. Down comes the crossbow attack. It is not going to be able to finish off any of the members of the Empire, but they got what they wanted. They got a kill onto the Empire. It is now a 2-7 game in favor of the TheOhioBrothers.
Ooh, I struggle with win conditions here because I feel like the Empire doesn't really have a lot. Esme dives, and war will continue.
Yeah, right from the flank. Yureshi doing a great job. Here comes the Newman on blast. Does not catch anybody. They're still trying to take down Yureshi, but here comes the rest of the TheOhioBrothers. You got the kill, but now you're going to pay for it. Demon, what are you doing? He's trying to get out of the way here, trying to go to the safety of the tower, but down comes the feathered airstrike. Demon with the dancing moves, trying to get out of the way from there, but Hoon says, I don't care. He's going to flicker in there. Takes a lot of damage. Pays for it as Jordan takes him down there. A crossbow attack hooked out there. Jordan goes down, and Alex finishes off sharp. It is now a 5-9 game, maybe a little sloppier than we've seen from the TheOhioBrothers on that engagement.
Very sloppy flicker over from whom there. He thought he could flicker over and just throw a basic attack, and it ends in disaster for them. A really great punish from the Empire, and Alex just picked up the Sea Halberd. Almost every hero in this game, besides probably basic, maybe Hoon probably has Clock of Destiny, will have more HP than Alex. Alex is going to do so much damage. Now 3-0. A win condition is developing on the side of Empire, but who can stop the Wan Wan? Wan Wan has to be stopped, and there's only a couple tools that can do it.
Yeah, we do see the concealed play going in there. Feathered Airstrike raining down now, trying to put the damage on the Demon, who's going to have to get himself out of the way. They do the job of letting best player go ahead and pick that up. Basic with the crossbow attack does not find a kill yet, is trying to put on the damage. We are still getting very low. We do see a Feathered Airstrike coming down, but Demon gets taken out quickly. Best player is down for the count. Alex finding the kill there. Yureshi finding a kill onto Jordan. Now we're still chasing Yureshi. Mikasa finds the kill there. We're doing such a great job. 3v3. We found 2 kills apiece with the Empire taking on the OhioBrothers. This is now 9-11, a little bit more of an even game than we've seen from the last one.
The Empire come alive at 8 minutes, and I can't believe I'm seeing this. They're pressuring onto the mid lane turret. May actually take it here, depending on what the cost is of this, right? YSS has got now 4-0. He's going to have so much damage. That marksman that they didn't slot, well, YSS has enough damage now. We can count you now. I think the problem on the other side is best player has so many kills and gold on him. That's an extra 1,000 in kills. Basic the same way. I have to praise the Empire, though. They've done a really good job of getting to 1-1. Lolita plus Lapu getting back there. Doesn't have enough damage to kill Mikasa yet. With the Vengeance is able to last. They have some answers to this 1-1, and it seems like not been able to push through it yet.
Yeah, they've been able to kind of shut down Basic for the meantime. I mean, we were talking about how he had 3 kills and he hasn't really gotten anything more out of that just yet. So they've been able to hold him down for a bit. Oh, we do find a suppression onto Lapu, and that's going to be it. All she wrote for Jordan. Unfortunately, a little bit of a late rotation there from Empire. They're not going to be able to make the OhioBrothers pay for that.
Yeah, 1 kill down, but it is Jordan. Lapu expects to die a lot in this game because who else is going to die back there that can die? It's Lapu, right? It's Lapu. He's the man back there. Alex is going to join him a little bit later and try to clean up, right? And YSS is going to be in the backside. I think okay death. It's not going to mean the world. I think the bigger story here is that Empire is fighting back in 9 minutes here and standing kind of strong. We got a 1k gold difference. This is a snowball that's been stopped, and the Empire's found life.
Yeah, Mikasa does get hooked there, but they do lose a tower. You see Hoon doing a great job of zoning out the rest of the Empire while this Lord is being worked on. Yureshi coming in with the Falling Star Moon. Reckless taking the brunt of that damage. Now we're on the sideways. You do see a suppression does land onto Mikasa, who gets taken down by Basic, and that's going to be a smooth transition into this Lord take for best player.
Why is it every time I say the Empire is doing good, they're doing something right, they get taken and something bad happens to them? Lapu's going to be picked off again, tries to use the flicker for a play, but can't get it. That means flicker's down. They won't have these tools to get back to Guamo on the next fight. All flickers down except for the side of Demon. No Luminum Blast flicker, no Lapu flicker. So that means Basic should be able to run wild in this next team fight with Lord pushing down the top lane.
Yeah, the sad thing is that Alex is not doing a bad job. He's 4-0-2. He's been able to find the kills. He's been able to find the escapes as well and the angles that he needs on this YSS. The problem is that it's not able to transition that into a lot more objectives that he needs. I mean, they're doing all right objective-wise, but when it comes to these team fights, anytime he tries to come in, he's going to find a huge amount of damage from the OhioBrothers.
It seems like that Alex has taken what TOB has given him through over-aggression, right? But now we're coming to the point where TOB is playing a little bit more calculated and starting to play around objectives again.
Yeah, we do have the feathered airstrike coming down. Not really an answer for anybody to dive into the back line right there. Now we are cleaning up the lanes. We don't really, I'm not sure if they even got a tower for that Lord. But as I say that, Mikasa actually in here to witness the fall of this tower. Now we're down to only inhibitors for the side of Empire. Now we've zoned out and put out that gold lead to about 3K.
Yeah, and this is actually a good state of the map for Empire. Although they're being pushed in, they don't have a Lord for 90 seconds, and all the lanes are pushed into the Empire. That means they'll get all the gold from this, whereas OhioBrothers maybe lost that to some minion waves, maybe somebody took it, but they've got more gold coming in. Now Empire pushes out. I'm looking for OhioBrothers to freeze here, make a pick in a bush, and play to this next Lord in 70 seconds. Because this objective's not up, I expect them to play around buffs in the jungle, take those away from them to starve Alex out even more.
Yeah, they're doing such a great job. And just as I was talking about how much they were able to kind of hold Basic down, you do see now he's at about 516. We do see a hook does land onto Alex, and that is an unfortunate. That's a big amount of damage. Reckless is going to go ahead and expend that flicker to get out of the way of Yoreshi. But now we have pressure coming on to these lanes. What a beautiful hook there by Shark.
Yeah, Shark starts it off, and honestly, on the right person, right? We talked about that a lot last game, whereas it seemed like Reckless every time was hooking Shark. It's Shark now who's hooking Alex.
Yeah, and they're going to go ahead and put pressure onto this mid lane. We do see that Yoreshi comes down with that Falling Star Moon to go ahead and zone out the rest of the Empire. Now we're using Hoon to zone them out with a Feathered Airstrike while we take the top tower. Just a great usage of those ultimates to go ahead and make sure that the Empire cannot contest any of these tower pushes.
Conceal play private.
Yeah, and when you come down there, the Mountain Strike does come down. Basic does have the crossbow at Tang. Mikasa is desperately trying to chase him down. They find the kill onto Basic. Shark might be the next one in line, but he finds a kill onto Alex. Now we are chasing down. Oh, Demon finds a kill onto Hoon. Numenov Blast gets interrupted. Yoreshi now chasing Demon. I'm not sure he's going to be able to get away from this. He's desperately trying. Appraiser's Wrath comes down, and that is a wrap for him as Mikasa does try to put on some damage and a stun. Running away from Yoreshi. He might have the jukes here on that Alice to be able to get away.
And a decent fight, honestly, from the Empire. They do lose out on one, but not like the worst trade you've ever seen. They do hang on to their bottom lane inhibitor. Fred's going to solo this Lord out and take it probably without any contest. They don't have a retry on their side, so it should be a pretty safe take here. Jordan may mess around here and get hooked, and that would be so bad for them. But I think they have to survive this Lord take, and that's through... Oh, they're contesting this probably.
Yeah, they are. Mikasa comes in here with the help of Jordan. They really want to stop Best Player from being able to take it, but that's a retry you're talking about. There's not much you're going to be able to come in there, and now Yoreshi comes in there with a Falling Star Moon, followed by Hoon with that Feathered Airstrike. Jordan might not be long for this world, gets taken down. Basic and the rest of them are now in chase. You see now the Ohio brothers are pushing in. Empire trying desperately to get onto the defense here, but it's only a 3v5. Can you withstand this push? They don't even have the Luminous Lord here yet, and they are still putting the pressure on. It is a 3v5. Do the Empire have what it takes? Here comes a concealed play. Numenov Blast coming out with the flicker. They do cancel it out. Yoreshi comes in with the Falling Star Moon. Best Player coming in with the damage. That Appraiser's Wrath puts them low. Demon gets finished off by Hoon. That might be all she wrote as Mikasa gets taken down. Reckless is here alone. This tower, that is all she wrote for the Ohio brothers. Another undefeated series for them.
And I have to give it to Ohio. They did a really good job. Shark, again, showing us his rotation and vision game on display. But for Empire, that was a bit more of a sloppy game from Ohio than the first one, right? So they found some areas to fight back in. I'm still not sold on the Alice Gold, right? But the Wasians did a lot better than I thought he would do in the jungle. It seems like he found a really good place picking off the over-aggression of Ohio brothers, diving in a little too deep. And I really like that play out of them. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. TOB is just shown to be such a giant on the hill that nobody's really found a chink in the armor for yet.
Yeah, and it's just an amazing play by them too. I feel like even though, I mean, I felt like Alex played a great game on the YSS. It's just I want to say the power of that hero is not enough to overcome what the Ohio brothers are bringing to him. As we go ahead and take a look at some of the stats here.
Only an 8K gold lead this time, 14 minutes in. Definitely a different pace of game here. I think this was doomed from the start for the side of Empire because Basic got 3 kills really early. And he didn't finish the game that quickly, but just a Wan's ability to just 1v5, just kill everybody, really displayed here. But Best Player, 6-1 on this nerfed Frederick, doesn't look so nerfed anymore.
Yeah, an amazing job done by him. And yeah, like I said, the Wan really able to kind of style out there very early. Right now, I mean, Best Player did, especially from the first game to this one, really showing the versatility in his pool, whether it comes from the tanky heroes or whether those assassin like micro intensive heroes, just doing such a job. Even though Basic was really getting far ahead, he was not letting Basic kind of outdo him when it comes to the KDA.
Yeah, and I was going to actually give it over and talk about the Sea Halberds being picked up. It's like we've seen a Sea Halberd picked up on damage dealers almost every single game in this series, so that item is very much meta on these low HP AD damage dealers, right? Marksman, maybe some junglers go into that same route. To look at like objectives here, I think the damage dealt and damage taken tells a story. This game was very close for both teams in the team fight realm, but when it comes to objectives, it was a landslide between turtles, lords, and turrets. They cleaned the map. Now, this wasn't like a perfect game objectively, but the Empire got a little bit more in this one. And they didn't take a game off of the TheOhioBrothers, but this game didn't look as bad. We can give them that, right?
Yeah, we can give them that, but that's kind of the name of the game when it comes to this. But we have a replay here, Ben.
And at this point, the game's pretty even. This is one of the points where they honestly lost the game right here. By going to contest this objective without a retry up against best player who's fed and has a retry, you kind of seal your doom when your two of your damage dealers, Alex and Jordan here, are on cooldown for this last push. Now, what hope do 3 members stand against 5 when you're behind 10 kills, when you're behind 5k gold? It just didn't seem like that was a really good play. It kind of, they threw their last win condition at stealing that from best player, and they didn't have a retry.
Yeah, and I mean, you have to question, that might have been a little bit of frustration speaking more. What
Maybe.
are 2 people going to do against a retry? The most you can do is maybe stun him and when he's going to retry and try to steal it, but you're not going to be able to output enough damage for that. And you can see here the next replay here, just an amazing amount. This is probably from the first game. You could see how, look at best player, how well he's able to kind of fit in here, especially onto Jordan. They were not relaxing at all. You would think that he has enough to probably find an escape, but they just did so well in a lot of these matchups.
Yeah, I think they really punished Arlott in his lane phase in this game and really made it about Yureshi moving over and putting pressure so much to the map. I think this is actually where they lose the game here, and best player goes so low, burns the immortality, and it doesn't matter. The communication from TOB to go back in right here, look how low they are, right? And they're still fighting together. Shark giving enough time for Basic to get in, enough time on their immortality here, and then Reckless and Demon there can't get out either. Clean finish. Look at how low health there, and I think that tells you just the level of communication between these players is top notch. You love to see that coordination, and if that wasn't enough, this play right here again where they go in and they just the coordination on them to know that they have the retry. But enough about the game. Xina, how you doing?
What a show given by the TheOhioBrothers. These were actually the 2 teams that Panda, whom we interviewed on week 2, was supporting. She did call out that the TheOhioBrothers will take it all the way, and so they are showing that they are. Our best player showed he had a lot of versatility in his picks, so our match MVP is best player. Tell us your thoughts on the MVP, Casters.
Oh yeah, I don't think there's anybody more deserving. I know for the past few weeks, I've really kind of been looking to Hoon and Shark with those rotations. They've really been kind of a trendsetter when it comes to the TheOhioBrothers. But here we saw, even when Hoon has to take a backseat on that Valentina, you still have best player kind of pulling up there, not just getting Farmville on his own farm, but able to kind of take that away from the enemy as well.
Yeah, best player definitely KD through the roof. I think he had 1 death in each game, 13 kills and then 6 kills, something like that. KD is through the roof, and I think he did such a good job of cleaning up the fights, right? There would be a lot of commotion going around with everything that Shark provides, and the best player would come in and roll and just clean up the team fights so well. Best player, man of the day.
Yes, he was very good at getting away without getting killed. Next match, we'll have the BloodThirstyKings going against LaimiTop. I wonder who wins, so be sure to stick around after our short break to find out. are back with the last matchups of the night. I am XinaLili, and I'm here with your quick fire and charming casters again, Private and Ben. Our last match of the night is BloodThirstyKings versus LaimiTop. Remember to get your predictions in the chat. But as for our casters' predictions, casters, what do you think?
Yeah, it's I don't think this is going to go any different than the last game that we saw when it comes to the casters picks there. I think the only major difference is Deku going ahead and giving one loss to BTK. No faith in there at all from him. So we're going to see how this kind of measures out as well. It's been a kind of a roller coaster ride when it comes to being a BTK fan, which I know a lot of NA is. They've had their ups, they've had their downs, and they've been subtly trying to kind of bring that together. They do have a few changes coming for us with this next match though, Ben.
Oh, now I think this is just total shade from Deku right here, giving a loss to BTK. You know that's a spicy #1 column with a win right there. That's spicy, Deku, my man.
Yeah, it's going to be an amazing match from them as well. I know a lot of NA is watching this. LaimiTop kind of at the bottom rung right now. It's been very hard. It's hard for a lot of people to kind of compartmentalize this, as LaimiTop is still the top 8. They've gone through a lot to get to this point. But when you're at the top of NA, there's still a huge mountain to climb there.
And we'll see how these matches go, even with the casters' predictions being all BloodThirstyKings. It's drafting time, guys. Casters, do your thing.
Yeah, one thing I want to point out here, and I think we will see it as well when we come down to the drafting, is that I believe that, oh, nope. Do we have him in there? I believe that Easy Peasy was supposed to be playing. I'm wondering if that's ISO. We were going to be taking out Yuna, I believe, because of the issues that he was having playing from Canada. There's a little bit of a mix-up on the roster when it comes to BTK, and I'm wondering if it's possible for LaimiTop to possibly take advantage of that.
Okay, so yeah, you're correct. ISO is Easy Peasy, so he's in for the slot right now, and that's a really big change for them. Hopefully, we'll see a lot improvement, and maybe the MS was playing a role into this. We all have expected BTK to take this match, right? BTK fallen kind of from glory, the pedestal we had them on as BTK is old, and they've fallen down to 4th place, right? Have they stopped here and found their footing? Are they resurging, or can LaimiTop like take a game, maybe a series off these guys?
Well, here's the interesting part. Easy Peasy, no slouch, and no stranger to North America competition. Used to be on the team Deuce Knights, I believe, and was a great jungler. Not just a great jungler, but a great mechanically gifted player when it came to junglers. A great Ling, great Lance, things like that. Now he's going to be playing marksman and taking over that role. And I do feel like there is something to the transition there. I don't think it's as rough as other transitions, maybe from a mage to a marksman or a mage to a roam. I feel like all the skills that you have when you were playing a jungler like that kind of feed into what you can do as a good marksman. So I expect nothing but great things from him, but not to discount what LaimiTop has the possibility to offer here. I mean, if you're at the bottom, you have nothing to lose. All of the pressure is on BTK to maintain that status quo.
Yeah, I'd like to see the Frederick man come out here. And to speak to Private's point, I do think BTK's got to maintain status quo here, right? If they do drop a game here, I think they show a weakness again, right? And everybody, even if you've heard the name BTK, the whole world's heard the name BTK, right? And we want to see them be the BTK of old. They're just not there yet. It looks like TheOhioBrothers is the old BTK, right? So I want to see that come through. But on the other side of me, I want to see LaimiTop take a game off of them and show, you know, yeah, we may be at the bottom of the 8, but we're in top 8 for a reason, you know, and banning Fredrin, I think, is a great step to that. And on the BTK side, they banned Diggy, which has been in a high percentage of their losses that they've taken has been played into a Dicky. So it's a great ban for them as well. I would really love LaimiTop to follow this up with an Akai ban right out the rip. Ban out Zane.
We're going to see how well that works, because I have been seeing whisperings of Zane really not wanting to pick into the Fredrin anymore.
Right.
He doesn't feel it's as strong as before since those nerfs kind of came about with the damage. We've talked about it and we've seen it actually on here. Still a comfort pick for a lot of teams here as we move into it. BTK is going to have the first slot here, but I do see that we still have a Valentina open right now. And is that something that's going to be taken out by LaimiTop?
I'm sure the customary Valentina first pick is on the way. It seems like it's been prioritized. Unless something like a Wanwan or something really S tier comes available, it seems like Valentina is just such a safe pick, right? It just can't be topped by a lot of things. We see it maybe locked in there. LaimiTop maybe answer this with like a Farsa and then grab a high tier jungler. Maybe the Martis here and give you some early game. It seems like Farsa and Martis kind of play the same. They want to move around the map very quickly early, and Martis can provide a lot of lane pressure as well. Interesting to see how LaimiTop drafts this. They need to win these games.
Yeah, and of course we do have the customary Valentina picked up. Kaja answered there from LaimiTop, so not a bad start there for them. I'm wondering where we're going to go. Are we going to go ahead and maybe focus on the jungler to go ahead and take that, potentially take that away from what Zane can play here? I mean, we talk about some of the junglers here almost like he only plays a few, but we have to kind of respect the fact that he has a deeper hero pool than a lot of people believe for him. The only problem that happens is when he kind of gets caught out, when you put that pressure on him early game and his team is not able to kind of follow up and protect him there, you do see that frustration start to kind of show from him.
And I think it echoes through the rest of the team, because Zane probably, I don't know the comms, but probably it seems like leads a lot of the plays, right? And talks a lot and dictates pace of the game. And when he gets uncomfortable, it makes everything kind of, on BT kind of shut down. We've seen them from ahead and we've seen them from behind. And a lot of times Zane is affected in the jungle with that. To highlight some other times, it's when T or Yato have a bad game, right? Those have been some situations which TheOhioBrothers specifically highlighted and punched through. And so I think it could be a good chance for them. Yes, interrupt Zane, but he's not like the only target that people can target on the side of BTK. If these other members get shut out, they seem to struggle.
Yeah, and we do see that the pick up here, Lapu and Beatrix being picked up by the side of BloodThirstyKings, still haven't settled on a jungler here. So definitely kind of leaving that open for Zane to kind of come in with a possible counter pick there. Still waiting for something on the side of LaimiTop, but then we're going to move very quickly into the second banning phase. We see that Farja gets picked up, so we're going to have that feathered airstrike, a lot of damage from a long distance away. Are we going to be able to protect them from that Lapu though?
Yeah, Lapu is just able to get back there. Not like a YZ where you have the Black Dragon that can literally get anywhere, but Lapu does a pretty good job of that backline access. I think that the not picking jungler here is like a mind game for Zane, and he's like baiting out them to ban him out, and then he's got something prepared. I would be so sad to say that and then see the Akai come out, but still, I think it's interesting that the Fredrin's been targeted, the Martis has been taken away, so you're really down to like A tier junglers, right? And maybe the S minus, whatever, not that top level play. So interesting, come out here at the show. I don't really think that focuses Zane at all. Focuses on the roam a bit, maybe. I want to see what BTK answers here. It feels like they're not really scared. They let over the Kaja and the Martis.
Yeah, we started off too as well with a lot of with a single marksman ban. I think maybe we lean there as well from BloodThirstyKings to maybe try to ban out the marksman of LaimiTop. We do see that the glue gets taken out there. Definitely not wanting to tango with that is T on that Lapu. So now we're looking for the last ban from them. I mean, I thought it was going to be the marksman. We're going for the XP lane to kind of muscle it out there.
To speak to the point of Easy Peasy being on the slot, and his name here is ISO, I think getting him a marksman early is a very good move for BTK, giving him some comfortability. He probably doesn't have that wide of a pool when it comes to marksman, just transitioning over to the role. So getting him something he's comfortable on, I think is a really good point. I think LaimiTop can counter that though and focus him in game. Like we've seen happen a lot of times, gold lane focus to where they shut a gold laner out of the game completely. This may be, and we talk about it, it's kind of the theme of the day, brutality. Punching that weakness, even though it may be a little bit BM, punching them where they're weakest could be a strat here.
Yeah, Kufra is going to be the last ban for the side of LaimiTop, and I like that point there. And we've already seen how dangerous and how deadly a well-played Beatrix can be, whether it's just those snipes coming out of nowhere to kind of chunk down your mage or the amount of damage that they can put on with that machine gun as well. But we are almost out of time here for that last ban coming from the Bloodthirsty Kings.
Yeah, and it was Beatrix into Farsa, so we may see a little bit of the same echoed here. That sniper targeting the Farsa again and again. I don't think it'll go that way, that much at least, because it was really oppressive coming out in the last time that we saw that. But Rome focused bans from LaimiTop here, so not allowing a couple of things through that could break up dashy type things with the Kufra, and refusing to target ban Zane out here. They let the Akai through. The Granger's still available. He played Roger in another game, and you know, like Private talked about, yeah, we say he always plays Frederick and Akai, but he's got such a wide pool. We're just waiting to see him bring him out in these level games.
Arlot going to be the next pickup for LaimiTop, and now we're going to see what we have settled on for the side of Zane. I'm wondering if it's going to be that Granger that we've been seeing here. Every single time I see the Granger, I kind of facepalm a little bit, not because Zane's not good on it. He's good on it, but it's not a great pick out. He's just really comfortable, and I think at these points he's been more about comfort. This is something I've been wondering if this was banned out without telling me, but Atlas getting picked up. We haven't seen him in any of the other games, and I do know he does lack a lot of that tankiness in the early game and does really kind of make himself susceptible to a lot of those early ganks when he thinks he's tankier than he is before you can get those fatal links onto the enemy team.
Yeah, and Zane chooses Karina, which you've seen him on plenty of times, comfortable on it. Not what I would think of when I think of Zane. His star performing hero is Karina. Not that level, right? But still, a lot of games on it. Played it at Worlds. Very comfortable on the pick. So I think it may be a little bit foolish, as some teams found out in M3, to ban out Zane, right? To go that far down the targeting chamber of Zane, because he does have that wide pool. Karina probably going to go the tank build, so when you're looking at damage, you're really looking at Lapu and Beatrix, which is mostly AD focused. If Valentina or Zane don't have a good game, you could lean that way in defensive itemization. Answering with a Claude to give them a little bit of late game scaling. Maybe the Martis acts as the bridge here to get Claude to that point in the game.
Yeah, well, Claude, you're going to be looking for Martis and Farja to kind of bring you there. As we know, Farja does have that feathered airstrike, a lot of early game damage. However, I don't think it's just going to be... I feel like the early game definitely going to be looking at the Valentina here. They're going to be able to get that ultimate definitely before, and especially if we can refuse the rotation of Farja, we can have an ultimate for that first turtle fight, and Farja might not be able to. But we're going to see how both of these compositions go into each other, and if LaimiTop has what it takes to take a victory off of the Bloodthirsty Kings here.
Yeah, and Golem, really great support. I've seen a lot of good things out of Golem, actually. I think he's one of the star performers of LaimiTop on the Kaj. It has the pickability, and there are a lot of targets on the side of ETK which you want to pick. Maybe this could be the focus onto the gold lane, picking him out, make sure he has a terrible game and punishing that new player, or it could go on to another member and maybe the Farsa there, right? A lot of things could happen.
What I do like here is that both teams going ahead and focusing to put as much damage so that both of these junglers can go ahead and get this orange buff and purple buff as quickly as possible so that their rotations match up.
Right, and I was actually going to say that Golem should provide more wave clear than Joy Boy can provide on the side of Yato, right? But actually, they're pushed in first here. Now, first rotation doesn't matter that much. It's just for Letho, and a jungler can go to a camp instead and kind of facilitate that. But if that same thing keeps happening, you can't let a Valentina start out-roaming a Farsa. Just like Private said, can you counter that? Can you lock Farsa into the lane?
Yeah, and that's going to be the thing here too as well. Since you're talking about Zane, somebody who can farm and finds those openings, finds those paths so easily and so quickly. His team doing a great job of enabling that as well. The Karina is going to be the best choice when it comes to that as well.
And Beatrix having an advantage over the Claude in this lane phase, and this is Mars, someone who's a well-trained marksman, looking for a dive on him.
Yeah, Mars just set out that BMI and is going to be able to get away. Yato in the back line does find the kill. Great read there from the side of Bloodthirsty Kings. Do understand and definitely thinking 3 points ahead.
Right. I was about to say there's no actual answer from LaimiTop. They're actually just rotating over 30 seconds late here. And there's no farm on the bottom side of the map. Alex can maybe farm, excuse me, not Alex. One Punch can actually farm a bit in the jungle, but there's nothing else there right now. They're rotating late. Now BTK's already headed back to the top when they just got to the bottom. 2 steps ahead.
That's the problem when it comes to a lot of these ganks and when it comes to the experience from LaimiTop, who have been the unfortunate poster boys when it comes to kind of like what they have to learn here. You see MobaZane there with a very clean pickup of that turtle. But once your bottom gets ganked, do you want to go ahead and rotate down there late? That doesn't do anything for you. You're better off trying to rotate somewhere else on the map where you're closer to try to make something happen there. Rotating late doesn't really provide you anything there. But we are going to go to our first pause here. As we've said before, we're trying to make sure that both teams here are kind of on an even platform here to make sure that these games are even and they are both taking advantage of everything we have to offer for this platform.
Now, I know everybody in chat's going, MOBA pause, MOBA pause, MOBA pause, but it wasn't him. It was actually the side of LaimiTop who asked for the pause, so it's not MOBA pause, it's not pause meta. We've only had one today, so I think we've gotten off pretty lucky here, honestly. Hopefully we can get this quickly done and get these players back in the game because, just like you, we don't want to miss any action.
Yeah, and right now we can talk about a little bit from these compositions. We already saw there from the great rotations from BTK. They have an answer basically for everything when it comes to that, like especially when it came to that rotation. They were able to get in front and then have somebody in the back just in case that BMI came out. They read it perfectly, and a great pickup by them to get their first kill.
Yeah, 2 steps behind. That's kind of ahead if you want to look at the BTK side of things. Now another dive situated. Joyba does have level 4. He does have flicker. He can make this a big play.
Yeah, then you see all 3 members kind of coming in there. Oh, beautiful Fatal Links there does go into a blazing duet from Yato, but he's not able to finish the job onto Golem. They pick up 1 kill. Oh, we do have the Feathered Airstrike coming down. Joybaj is connecting with Assault, and that is not going to be the rest. Ooh, Golem almost took the face full of sniper shot from ISO.
Yeah, and we kind of saw that coming because we have True Vision, right? But if you're LaimiTop there, you don't know he's in the bush. But, you know, Atlas level 4, we talked about it though, Private, you hit the nail on the head when you said the ability to out-rotate Farsa. It's Valentina who's having this advantage in rotation. Now for the first time, Farsa's there first.
Yeah, we do see a little bit of pressure being put down at the bottom. LaimiTop trying to do their best to fend off these Assault. They do check this bush. One Punch might be in trouble. He's going to use that Mortal Call to try to get out of the way. Joybaj just narrowly missing that stun. As you know, he was looking for another Fatal Links.
Yeah, you know if he had Flicker, that was GG for a couple of players right there. He does have a Sport Emblem, which will get his Flicker back sooner. But onto the side, actually, of LaimiTop, I want to talk about both the Purifies, Claude and Farsa.
Yeah, as we were talking about that, Golem actually in a little bit of trouble here. Does get taken out by Joybaj there, following closely by Assault, being taken down by ISO. This is all BloodThirstyKings right now, 4-0. LaimiTop has yet to be able to catch their breath. They are sprinting to try to out-rotate, but are not able to find it just yet.
Yeah, tough there. Farsa does expend the Purify, which won't be available for this turtle fight coming up. Still goes stunned and died. Mar does have it, but he's 0-2. Claude's been pushed further behind than his normal spikes would be. We're 3k gold, 2k gold ahead at 4 minutes, right? Not the crazy snowball, but BTK firmly in the lead.
Yeah, doing a good job. We still already have 2 kills on the side of ISO here. So doing a good job making sure that those kills go over onto their marksman. MobaZane going ahead, starting on this turtle. Is going to be able to pick up that with the retry. Ooh, Lee actually might be in a little bit of trouble here, trying to get out of here. Does catch a nice little dash there, and he gets taken out by MobaZane.
Yeah, tough there. We talked about how that Lapu was going to get to the back line. Didn't he need Flicker to take down the Farsa there and gets out unscathed? That's tough. And we talked about this could happen. The gold lane focused, but it wasn't for LaimiTop trying to punish ISO. It's actually BTK going down there, making sure ISO has a good game, putting this Beatrix so far ahead 2-0. And it's going to spike a lot sooner than Mar will on the Claude. So big trouble in the gold lane for LaimiTop.
4K gold lead now for Bloodthirsty Kings in the opening 5 minutes. They are pushing in and not finding a lot of resistance from the side of LaimiTop, who are still trying to catch their breath when it comes to these rotations. You now see mouth watering. They're trying to get in position for this next purple buff to try to steal this away from LaimiTop. Down comes a feathered airstrike and doesn't find any targets there. That means that they're not going to have it for this purple buff. Mobazane going ahead and starting it, getting a great position on it. Golem comes in, puts on the damage. I do believe Mobazane was able to get that. We're still putting on the damage. Joybot gets taken out there as well. And yes, I am correct. That buff did go over to Mobazane.
That's a wonderful trade for LaimiTop. Not only does Arlat have a really impressive display of what Final Slash can do, pushing Joyboy into the turret, but also Claude doesn't even join the fight and gets a turret in that same time. So it's for a blue buff. I'll take that trade every day.
Yeah, showing us a few signs of life right now is LaimiTop. They do have a minion wave coming. Lord T comes in from the side. Mobazane coming in onto the flank. A little bit of a flicker expended there. Golem trying to get out of the way there. One Punch comes in with the Mortal Coil. Nice, beautiful play there. Does put T in a bad position, but in the back line, we see Joybosh coming in there. Now a beautiful Divine Judgment from the IMU there. Does find a kill onto Golem.
It's tough when you're the Kaji and you get played onto you with that ultimate, suppresses you in and takes you down like that. That's got to be tough. That's my ulti. But Valentina steals it and uses it against you. Now BTK is spreading across the map. Bottom lane, top lane. Now they got to focus on this mid lane turret. Yes, we'll take a turtle on our way, but they really want that mid lane turret to open up the access to the jungle and really cement that next level of the map.
Yeah, not just that mid turret, but now we're going to go ahead and start on this turtle. Oh, nice feathered airstrike coming down there. Golem does find the pull onto ISO. They find that kill, and now they're going to go ahead and turn their attention to this turtle. But this is not a lot of health left on that. Mobazane's going to go ahead and clean it up. Fatal Links comes out, does catch another suppressor there onto Golem, who's going to try to find his escape. Mobazane comes in with Shadow Assault, able to put on the damage. You see LaimiTop there. We have a Blazing Duet there. Does not find any targets, and we are still going ahead putting the damage on this Assault, who finds himself a face full of dirt. It is now 9-2 in favor of BTK.
Yet again, though, LaimiTop answers the Mako play, trading a top lane turret for the turtle. The problem with them is they stuck around a little bit too long in their jungle and got punished for it. That's no longer your jungle, my friend. That belongs to BTK.
Oh, we see Bravest Fighter come deep into the back lines of LaimiTop. Now they're going to go ahead and try to clean up these lanes, but there is nothing they can do as BTK go ahead, disengage to go ahead and reset on the map.
Yeah, 4K gold lead at 8 minutes, though, it's not as aggressive as we've seen some other snowballs. So we don't want to paint the picture that this is an Ackerman A77 type situation. This isn't an unsurmountable amount of gold here. There still is a chance here for LaimiTop. They have some options here.
Yeah, they have some options, but are they going to be able to execute it in a way? You see them kind of jumbling up here, and this is kind of the problem when it comes to like the experience. Do you have a role? Do you know where you're supposed to be going and what you're supposed to be doing? Especially Golem right now, who seems like he's kind of having a little bit of issues. He is able to give a little bit of vision, but the rest of the team not really kind of initiating things. They're mostly reacting to the minion waves, to the ganks, to the pushes right now when they need to kind of find an opening for themselves to find this aggression.
Yeah, and I have to echo that point. Golem's positioning is extremely defensively, right? In the bushes that he should be pressed up into, now he's bush checking.
Oh, and he does catch a face full of Fatal Links there as well. Now we're going to go ahead and dive in deep. Mobazane gone to 3 players of LaimiTop, does decide against that engagement. Just giving enough time for ISO to go ahead and take down yet another tower. Up at the top, though, we can see that Mar doing a great job, going to be able to find a tower of his own. And Bloodthirsty Kings are kind of getting a little out-rotated there when it comes to that. They're going to go ahead and focus their efforts onto this Lord. Real smooth as butter take for this first Lord for the Bloodthirsty Kings.
Yeah, LaimiTop has grown a lot since their first debut here, trading, going behind, macro objectives, honestly, playing the map really well as LaimiTop right now, and it's keeping them in this game. Big fight.
Yeah, they had a concealed play there, and One Punch was caught off guard alongside Golem, and you kind of have to wonder, once that concealed play comes in and you see them coming, and there's only a 2v4, you have to wonder what your plan is, if you can catch them or surprise them. You should have left that bush a long time ago, and that's unfortunate, because that puts another 2 kills in the favor of Bloodthirsty Kings.
right, who follows up that? Even if you do make a pick there, even if it's a good on, remember, who follows up? There's only 2 people there. So the wrong bush to choose there for the side of LaimiTop. One a little bit more defensively. I have to praise their aggression in the bush that they chose, but just a little too far out on that one.
Yeah, now we have the Lord kind of coming down from the bottom lane. We put a lot of pressure. We're able to get the next one up at the top tower. Now we're pressing onto the mid. We're only going to have inhibitors left after this. Lord coming down from the bottom is halted by a minion wave. Still trying to press on the pressure here. JoyBoz leading the pack here, looking for an opportunity to put on that fatal elixir. You know his mouth is watering. Is he able to kind of come in there yet? JoyBoz going to have to disengage from this feathered airstrike as the Lord taking a heap of damage from the side of LaimiTop. They don't want it to take any of their inhibitors.
Great defense from them not losing the inhibitor there, and I think that's just the pressure of Golem, right? The availability of that Flicker Divine Judgment is always there, but I have to ask, where is it, Golem? I haven't seen a Flicker Divine Judgment yet, and that should be on cooldown every time you're using it. Looking at the itemization of what all this gold on BTK is acquired for them, Lapu got 3 items there he really wants to have. And then over in the defensive itemization for the Atlas, looking at speed boosts, with the Dom Ice is going to do so much work onto this Martis, this Claude, this Heli, everything there Dom Ice works against.
Oh, speaking of a Divine Judgment, we do catch one onto JoyBoz, and the rest of the team collaborate to put on the damage to take him down quickly. That's going to be a next kill for LaimiTop. We were just talking about if he could find those Divine Judgments. Conceal play comes in here. T does find them out. Definitely not too scared of them. Waiting to find an opportune moment for ISO to come in with that damage.
It's a good consolation prize, but his death won't mean much, right? Flicker's almost up, and another one.
Yeah, Hali definitely finding out how a Divine Judgment happens from the other side. Mobazane and them coming in here do catch another buff for their side and do get away from that feathered airstrike.
BTK ahead of the plate here, setting up for the Lord. They're in their jungle, want to pick to make this an easy Lord take. Now Hali not going to be available for the fight. LaimiTop is looking at where they can trade on the map here. The problem is Lapu is wizened up here. Claude's going down. Lapu's already there.
Yeah, and we're now starting to group up at LaimiTop. We're out of the laning phase, down at about the 12-minute mark. We might be able to find a kill onto Lord T. We're coming in on him. We do have the Blazing Duet coming in, putting a lot of damage in. Golem comes in there. We do have the Bravest Fighter coming out, and we have the Divine Judgment. Is it going to be enough to take down T? He does take a lot. Look at how long he is lasting against 3 players. Eventually, Mar able to find the kill onto him.
They're zooming over there to counter this. Can they recall in time?
Oh, Golem comes in with the flicker with the feather airstrike. We do have a fatal lynx lands on the 2 of them. ISO putting the finishing touches onto them. He finds a kill, followed by Zane finding the kill onto Golem. Now we have a Luminous Lord coming out at bottom. It is now 14-4.
Can still play across the map to catch these members, punishing T. Great macro play from BTA, taking the objective, now poised to crack this base.
And the Lord is coming in here. They're trying to withstand the push here. Wand Punch taking a heap of damage. And this might have done just a little bit too deep for the side of BTK. Mar on the backside with that Blazing Duet gets taken out by Yato. Luminous Lord now coming into the base, and they gotta give him a little bit of a turn. So now he's gonna be coming for this mid tower. We're still trying to put some pressure on here. 2 inhibitors left, and this one is down. 1 inhibitor left. Now we have the top one. Still putting the pressure on. BTK is not showing any signs that they're gonna let up. Lee is gonna have to back up. We're down about a 10th down, 0.5%, and we have a pause. The humanity.
Ain't no way.
So
I mean, what would a difference it make?
Unfortunately, a pause at the last moments of that. A big sigh of relief from LaimiTop there. Possibly a disconnection, possibly some MS issues. Like we say, though, we want to make sure that all aspects of this game are even and on an even playing field for both teams so that we are competing at both even structures for both. But man, what an impressive game for BTK thus far, Ben.
I know Curtis is in the background tripping. He had 2 pauses in one game. He's getting remnant flashbacks of us having to restart Gosu a few times. I think the pause here it's not going to make a difference. They're 3 autos away from taking the base. As we resume, Private, take us in.
2, 1. Will LaimiTop be able to withstand this push? We do see Mozane going ahead, putting the final touches onto this base. And this is going to be the first game going over to BTK.
What a BM pause at the end, man. There's no way that would have made a difference. That's crazy to me. But hey, it's true. We do want them to be at the highest level of integrity. We want to make sure that the matches equal for them both, but I don't know if anything would have made a difference there at the end.
Yeah, I mean, the last second's not too much of a difference. A great game by BTK there, making sure that they establish themselves, set the tone here. They have, like I said, a lot to prove out here. A lot of the pressure is on to them. On the side of LaimiTop, they're doing their best. Like right now, they're kind of showing the experience. They're growing a bit, still trying to get those finishing touches to kind of make a sound decision when it comes to a lot of these groupings, when it comes to a lot to these compositions, when it comes to these rotations. They're not doing terrible, but I mean, you're up against a powerhouse of BTK.
And Zane walks away 7-0-5, but honestly, in the early game, it wasn't very much him. He didn't have much KP. He picked that up later in the game. In the early game, it was all Joyboy and Yato rotating around, doing a lot of work, and I have to praise them. They really punished this Claude lane, got in there and got ISO ahead, gave him an easy game to play, and I really liked them. And we talked about the growth of LaimiTop from since when they debuted until now, playing such a smart macro game in that, and they were so far behind in this game and kept finding good trades. And I can't speak about that enough because you're playing against BTK. Anytime you can find a good trade, it's great for you. And I really have to praise that. I think Golem could have done a little bit more. He felt a little bit lost, like Private talked about. And after that early game, just lost on where to be. And we didn't see a lot of the flicker ults that could have came out and picked one person, and then they fight a 4v5. So looking at the rest of these stats, I have to say BTK all the way, except for in damage taken once again.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to talk about too. I mean, as a roam, it can be really difficult once the lead starts to slip away from you. Yeah. Once you're so far back as a roam, you get to the point where face checking a bush is no longer your job, because now you're going to be feeding if you face check the wrong bush. You saw a few of those where they all kind of jumped onto Golem as soon as he face checked, and there wasn't a lot for him to do. Like I said, I agree. LaimiTop did the best with what they had, able to kind of trade a lot of those engagements to find some towers to trade for it. Unfortunately, you're going up against BTK, who seem at the top of their game right now. Great game played there by Mobazane, and especially by ISO. Did had a great debut here for the BloodThirstyKings.
Absolutely. As his first game on Marksman, you would have never known that here. Stepping into a replay, you see a lot of that Joyboy, the flicker in, right? And this is such a good usage. Look at this, is before Lord even gets there, and they're securing this Lord, able to crack the base with these type things. And it's always the setup before Lord, getting a couple picks, making this a 5v3. Well, T died, so a 3v4, but it's so good for them to be able to break the base with that Lord that comes in, setting it up before BTK 2 steps ahead once again.
Yeah, 2 steps ahead, and unfortunately LaimiTop not able to kind of catch up from that sprint. They did enough, and BTK here trying to cement themselves. Are they going to be able to find another victory here, or maybe on the side of LaimiTop, are they going to be able to find something here to kind of counteract this, tighten up their rotations to possibly take a victory over the BloodThirstyKings?
I think it would be hard pressed to find it, right? Because we talked about even the drafts don't matter too much as we step into the second draft here. It could be the last game for LaimiTop. We would love to see them take a win off of them, right? It'd be so good for them, especially against BTK. What that does for your psyche as a player. Yeah, we beat BTK one time. We didn't win the series, but take a game off them. They could run this back. It's just not very likely. BTK would have to really throw. So I think it's still good for LaimiTop to keep trading macro objectives, right? Even if you're losing, keep making good map moves, because then when you catch up in those skill gaps, those other things that are gapped between these two teams, you'll be so good at those macro plays. I think that was probably the highlight of their game right there, making those trades for turrets.
Yeah, we're going to see how well that kind of continues on, and if maybe BTK want to have an answer for it. This is kind of the place where you're going to want to kind of close those gaps there. I mean, yes, you won your match, but you have to kind of be thinking ahead of there if you're BTK. Where do we struggle? Where do we have issues? We were allowing them to split push at the cost of getting a lot of these engagements. Is that something maybe that we're going to want to shut down, or maybe go ahead and bait them into that split push again? And this time, when we do take them out, we push in even harder into their base to try to end this faster. And this is where kind of like those 5-head strats start to come out. Right off the boot, we see LaimiTop going to go ahead, ban out that Kaja.
You play it, then you ban it. So we've seen this happen a lot here, and it's probably just due to which side they're on. They don't want the double pick to go over. It seems like Joy's been banned in every single game we've seen today. We haven't seen her played, so a lot of priority still resting on Joy, who's had a bit of a change, but still kind of strong. And these teams massively respect it, so much so they won't allow it in the game. Wanwan slipped through on one draft, but I expect BTK to go Joy, Diggy, Fanny once again. Valentine has been removed, so we're looking at Farsa Yeed as the top tier mages now.
Yeah, I do like seeing. Maybe it's a caster thing for me, is I don't like seeing the Valentina out there. For me, it's kind of been like every single game, the Valentina, the Frederick. I like seeing this kind of exercise where you don't have the Valentina out. You have a plethora of other mages that you can choose from to kind of mix up things here when it comes to the game. Big thing here for me right now, ISO. Also known as Easy Peasy. A great showing from him for the side of BTK. Definitely in the mix for a lot of those engagements there. We saw a lot of those fatal links met by him with that Nibiru's passion. So he actually was there to kind of isolate and help out with a lot of those kills and really kind of making sure that they are getting the value from him that they deserve. So we're gonna see how well that kind of plays into the next draft here, as we do see a Diggy ban taken out, followed by a Fanny from BTK.
Yeah, LaimiTop's like, don't worry, we'll ban it for you. Don't worry about that one. We got you. Throw something else in there. I think that there is a little bit of a chance here for LaimiTop to, again, show good trades here and outtrade BTK. But I think you're right. The 5-head strat could be where BTK goes even harder on that play and just split pushes the whole lane down and you know, an answer. I want to see a little bit of early aggression come out in the gold lane here. There was one time, ISO had a great game, but there was one time in the mid lane where he got caught out of position, like deep. Like there was no one around him. He was kind of like lost in the map and picked to that. This is the new player, possibly the weak link for them right now. We're not sure. Punch it hard. I want LaimiTop to go hard in that specific direction and punch into that.
But we're going to see how well that goes in there. I mean, we've seen some great clashes here, and especially when it comes to those opening ganks from BTK, they basically cover all the bases. You have to know if they're not on the map, your team, their communication definitely needs to be on point. If you're LaimiTop, you need to be able to tell your team, I don't know where they are right now. I'm alone. I'm going to go ahead and back up as far as I can off of this tower. As is customary, the Fredrin pickup, the first one for LaimiTop.
Yeah, and I think the scariest thing, Fredrin, I'm not too scared of, it's the Wanwan, right? The Wanwan's been picked up, and I don't know what Wanwan's win-loss ratio is, but I bet it's high. This is going to be a big problem for the side of LaimiTop, because we talked about we need aggression in the gold lane, and you've given them for Wanwan. Maybe the Brody comes in here to really punish the lane phase of Wanwan, but I will expect that Joy Boy's down here a lot with ISO, like we saw last game, making sure he has a good game. Maybe LaimiTop can work with that and predict that and play somewhere else. This is where all that strategy, you know, can come to play. The Kadita, oh, that's going to be tough.
We do know that there have been those recent changes to Wanwan. Her weakness stack damage is up, does a lot more damage. However, her ult range has been reduced, so you do need to be a little closer. I'm not sure how much of an effect that has had on the players. It seems like, especially when the last time we saw Wanwan, she wasn't really having trouble finding those ultimates, those crossbow tanks. Also, now there's a lot more speed that you get from her ult as a bonus as well. So she's kind of a menace right now, and I know that ISO has probably been itching to be able to pick it up.
Yeah, you know, ISO wants to show the rest of the BTK members, but as well as the community as a whole. Like, yes, I'm a jungler, but I'm a really good gold laner as well. And I mean, we've seen players transition. If you're a good high-level player, usually you can transition around Zia, swapping around to other roles. Things like that happen all the time. To speak to this matchup at the mid lane, I think Farsa has a lot of rotation advantage coming out, but we've seen BTK beat them to the punch in every rotation. And it seemed like Farsa got out-rotated by Valentina, probably going to get out-rotated by the Kadita as well. The Kadita answers the Farsa in this kind of assassin way, to whereas Farsa lays that feathered barrage, feathered assault, something like, there we go, feathered airstrike down. Kadita can come in and use rough ways and bust that up completely. So the assassin-esque mage here, I love to see it.
Well, and this is going to kind of play in. We've seen it before with other games that we've come in there. With the Cho, we can combine this. If Cho can kind of find an easy way in to isolate one of the players in with that Way of the Dragon, then you can have Kadita come in with the pop-up and with those rough waves to be able to take that. That'll make short work of anybody in there. And that's kind of the name of the game. So we're probably going to be looking, especially when it comes to having a Wanwan, having a Kadita on your team. I think in the rest of this draft, we're going to be looking for a lot more CC, and I am a liar. We're not looking for CC. We're looking for the output of damage that you can get on this Natan.
Natan is so busted right now. He's got so much damage in the jungle, and if he farms, which you know Zayn is going to, it is an immense amount of DPS. You're talking about Wanwan and Natan in an attack speed meta. This is so much damage coming out for BTK. They take the Franco with a little bit of suppression to maybe put a stop to this, but like, who's going to get back there to get to that Wanwan, to get to that Natan? Because I'm looking for T to play a really frontline heavy fighter here, or even a tank into that XP lane to give them some front line to play around. I was going to talk about how things could break down, but then the Natan kind of shook that open. LaimiTop focuses him. They say, okay, we're going to take Fredrin, we're going to ban Akai, we're going to ban Karina. What else are you going to play? And he slots the Natan, Zayn, marksman, jungler going at it.
Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting here. I do like this pick in the Paquito. He does have his own pickups there as well, but what I love about him into this composition is he has that mobility. He'll be in, he'll be out, he'll be left, he'll be right. This really kind of means that you're gonna have to work if you're gonna get either those weakness stacks on him, if you're gonna get this Kadita to be able to style onto him. So it's good on paper. It's good. It's what you want when you're going into this composition. We're just going to see how well the rotations are. And I mean, BTK is no slouch when it comes to that. As they go ahead, finish off this draft with a Grok pick.
Yeah, they are susceptible to early game invades here. If you invade Natan, he gets really punished. I think the problem with that is you have Cho early. It's going to give so much vision and mobility to play around that and punish it. Paquito has getting a little bit of up. That durability on a couple of the skills has been increased, so he's going to be a lot more durable in that later game. I think that plays for LaimiTop, but I'm just so worried about the amount of damage coming out here from BTK, and if LaimiTop has the options to punish them in starting in game 2.
Yeah, we're at game 2. It is LaimiTop taking on BloodThirstyKings. Looking to see if LaimiTop can muster up enough to possibly be able to take a game off of Mobazane here.
Run the double marksman comp. Odes to earlier metas, right? Running this double marksman. I mean, there's so much attack speed that comes off here. I'm looking for blade armor to come out for all of the tanks on the side of LaimiTop to punish this auto attack focused heroes.
Yeah, unfortunately for me, I mean, you kind of split it up when you have a Wanwan there. You might want to go for blade armor. When it comes to Natan, you might be looking at a radiant armor to try to defend off a lot of the damage he can do in the early game. It just, man, you're dealing with so many different levels and different dimensions of things coming from BloodThirstyKings here right now.
I do see a weakness in BTK's draft, and we talked about it a bit, but the lack of front line here. You know, Grok doesn't have that much peeling ability. He has more of engage ability, set ability, and Cho doesn't really, he is, again, more pick focused, right? So lacking, oh goodness, burns that, and Golem almost with an early pick, focusing this goal lane, focusing ISO, and he shows, hey, I might be new to marksman, but I'm not new to the game.
Yeah, great a show of a mechanical ability there from ISO on that Wanwan, going ahead and expending that ability, that purify ability that comes stock with all Wanwans there. Great little play there.
Yeah, I think emblems, everything you pretty much normally see, nothing like super crazy here as far as emblems. I think both these teams are going to really punish it out. It's can Wanwan get in and punish all of this late game damage that BloodThirstyKings has taken, or will they be out-rotated again? I need them to get in there and break this up.
Yeah, right now we're still kind of waiting for those early rotations, that power spike that BloodThirstyKings are kind of known for in the early game. LaimiTop doing a great job. Wand Punch going ahead, trying to get the positioning for this turtle. A little bit of a hook does land on the Joybosh, taken dangerously low. He's definitely not scared. Still kind of playing around there in Golem, and that's just kind of the expertise you get from that. Wonderfully, we're going to see this first turtle going over to LaimiTop. Oh, a lot of damage on a Mobazane, who actually is going to have to use an ultimate, but still gets taken down by Lee.
Lee finding Zayn in the jungle, punishing this lack of frontline, no peeling for this, and so much squishy damage has been selected by BTK. Definitely experimenting, playing with this double marksman late stomp comp, right? If they get there, unstoppable, but getting there is going to be a challenge.
Yeah, we do avoid the dragon that does land on the golem and puts him down for the count. A little bit of a hello there from JoyBoss to go ahead and great LaimiTop. They have tied it up to 1-1.
Yeah, Speedboot's coming in from T, actually, and he'll be playing an XP lane, so he's looking to get out of that lane as soon as he can. That Grok wants to team fight. He does not want to be stuck in this lane with Paquito. As I say that, he gets taken out. Solo kill. Paquito doing work, baby. Paquito's back.
Yeah, doing some work there. Maybe you might have wanted to get a little bit of defensive boots there for him as he gets taken down there at the bottom. We're still waiting. A little bit of patience here at the top. You see ISO trying to do his best to bait out some abilities here from LaimiTop. Golem senses something in the works. Does go ahead and check down here at the bottom. Checks this bush. Is not going to be able to find anybody.
I like Assault getting out of that lane, though. They're trying to focus Ali. The problem is he didn't go Assassin, Paquito. He went Fighter. So although he has his 2 kills and he's doing really well, he's going to be so tanky, so much sustain with this Fighter Emblem, giving him an extra 10% up to 12%, I think. Spell Vamp coming out from Paquito.
Oh, I do think there might be a little bit of trouble as Yato's camping out in the bush. Assault comes down here to help out Flea. Wand Punch comes in, does catch a nice bit of CC onto Yato, who's going to be able to find himself and escape. So nothing there for the side of LaimiTop, but it is still a 2-1 game in favor of LaimiTop.
Yeah, keep going. If BTK is allowing you to snowball and saying, hey, we'll let you snowball and you still can't win. You got to take this turtle. You got to take every inch and blow this gold lead up so much. And the problem is they have an early game versus late game. They're only tied in gold.
Yeah, unfortunately, that hook from Golem didn't even reach into the bush enough to go ahead and find it. Now we have a Feathered Airstrike coming down. A beautiful wall from T to interrupt Assault on that Feathered Airstrike. What a great play. Just like the minimal effort needed to go ahead and stop that onslaught. Oh, a beautiful pop-up there does land on the lead. It's going to use that flicker to get out of the way, but we are still competing for this Lord. It is now a 4v4. Do we have enough? Beautiful Wave of the Dragon does land, and Mobazane able to pick up this turtle. Do they find a kill? They do. On to Golem. Now Mobazane not stopping, still trying to put on the pressure. We do have the Wings by Wings, is gonna afford Assault a quick escape.
Halik gets baited there into coming to kill Zane, and T is in the bushes waiting for that the wild charge to bust in there, and didn't kill Halik, but knocks him out of the fight, right? And Halik is the point of strength right now for LaimiTop, and they're focusing hard.
Yeah, it is now a tied game, 2-2 in Mobazane. You can already see the damage that comes here from a Natan, making quick work of that tower.
Now, I think Natan is a really good choice as we have a little bit of a pick here. I don't think they got enough damage for Fredman, though.
Yeah, Wand Punch doing his best. He's down back to a half health, looking for that Appraiser's Wrath. Does not find it. Is going to go ahead and find himself and escape. So, I mean, they're doing a good job of defending here. Unfortunately, I mean, that's 2 towers for the side of BTK. They're starting to open up this map. Still waiting for, I mean, I'm not sure if we're going to come in here. Does find a press on the T. Now we have a suppression. We're splitting up the damage we're putting on Wand Punch. I don't think he has the Appraiser. He does have the Appraiser's Wrath. Does not decide to use it. The rest of LaimiTop is going to have to disengage. Here comes Lee in. Does get caught by a Way of the Dragon. A hook finds T as well. Halid goes down. Here comes a crossbow of Tang, and Mobazane puts the finishing touches on to Golem and takes down that tower. We're not finished yet as Assault goes down to Wand Punch looking for an escape. Can he move fast enough? He is desperate, and he finds himself a road to back to base.
Oh, Joy Boy. Oh, man. Come on, man. You ain't got to do that. But it's these double marksman comp, right? I was just going to speak about how I think Natan's a really good jungler from Zane, because if Natan can keep his stacks up, rotating around the jungle with smart pathing, he can walk around at 6 stacks. It makes him very fast. It makes him attack speed very fast. This is a late game comp who's alive in 6 minutes.
Oh man, we do come in there with that ult from Mobazane. Beautiful pop-up and an ultimate does catch Golem. Mobazane does put final touches onto Wand Punch, and now we're gonna go ahead and disengage. Beautiful hook does land, and it does take down Yato. Great play there by Golem to go ahead and answer there. JoyBoss just get popped up by Lee there as well. But it does afford enough time for Mobazane to go ahead, put the finishing touches onto this purple buff, and they are not gonna have much contention when it comes to this next turtle.
Ooh, there, ISO burning the flicker off Golem, and so the flicker suppression is out for at least 90 seconds here. With that, support emblem is going to be a little bit less. I think Golem is the shining star right now for LaimiTop, and they have to keep depending on him getting the right picks, but it's so hard to hook a 1-1.
Oh, we do find a hook, but we find it on to T. Does have a pop-up there as well, and stunned Assault for the measure. In comes Mobazane, and a quick 1-2 finishes off Assault on that Farza. Now they're turning their attention here. Joybotch comes in with the Way of the Dragon, does a fine Golem, and that might be all she wrote as Golem gets taken down by Yato. Now we're putting the rest of the touches on to this mid inhibitor tower. Do we have enough? I don't think we have any waves just yet, but the onslaught that we have here is just enough, and it looks like we have a pause called by LaimiTop.
Yeah, the way Farsa kind of just stood there, I think you could see that a P was coming, and yes, we're in pause meta again. I'm sorry, I'm just going to say it, we're in pause meta. And we haven't had that many pauses today, but man, this last series, we got 3 now so far. Farsa kind of just stood there after the CC, and so like, I think you could see there a little bit of lag, and the P comes a little bit late, but still, we want to make sure these players have the perfect chance they can to play this game. We're 6K gold differential right now, and I thought it would actually take BTK a lot longer to get to this point, but they're closing this game faster. They're 8 minutes here. They've taken everything.
Yeah, we saw that early signs of life from LaimiTop. They got a single kill onto Mobazane, but after that, it looked like he kind of made him a little angry, because after that, it has been all BTK basically enforcing their will for the rest of this game. No towers can actually withstand that push. That is just the value you get from a Natan. The amount of damage that he can put on, even when it's magic damage, just putting all of that onto the tower, onto the players there. You saw 1-2, bam, Assault is done on that Farza, absolutely taken out and blindsided.
Yeah, they're talking really well, right? You saw Joybotch going for a kick, and then Kadita was almost already in the mobility with the ulti ready to knock that combo out. And that's what synergy did we just saw out of BTK. And this feels really good for them. I think, you know, saying that they're playing and they're stomping on one of the lower ranked teams, yes, it looks good. They're not losing to the last place team, but, you know, what does this look like if you're playing that double marksman comp into like OhioBrothers or Ackerman or something like that? Do you still run the same comp?
Yeah, it's a question for the ages right now. And right now, I mean, there's not much that can be done. You already have Natan. I saw that Wand Punch was able to pick up that Radiant Armor, so he's not going to be so susceptible to the damage of the Natan. We're going to go ahead and jump right back in here, though, folks. 4-8, a commanding lead of 6K for the side of BloodThirstyKings.
Yeah, the kills haven't gotten out of control. I just think because they have so much scaling, so much DPS, Zane is 5-1 on Natan. His damage is out of the roof. Yes, you have a Radiant Armor here, and I expect Blade Armor to be coming soon, but I think the damage is already done. They're already there.
Yeah, we do see, looking at the damage that we're putting onto this tower, absolutely not able to make much with that Beatrix snipe as well. This commanding lead, Joybotch kind of toying around, is jumping back and forth between this wall, and we're just basically trying to clear jungle and buy time for this next lord, trying to refuse as much gold from the side of LaimiTop as possible.
Right, and that just spreads out. Zane actually picking out concentrated energy. She's going to have so much sustain in this as well.
Ooh, Golem does catch a beautiful suppression, but it's not going to be enough. And look at the damage from MOBA. Zane baited into a fight, and this is what it costs, and that's definitely not what you want at this point in the game. This means now they are down 1 player. In comes Joybotch to toy around from the wall. Does catch a pop-up onto Wand Punch, and then back out to safety.
Yeah, this is trouble. I don't see a real win condition here. You're praying for like a DC on the side of BTK. You're playing for a big mistake from them to win this game.
Yeah, right now, I mean, you're so far ahead, and Mobazane on this Natan right now, 6-1-2. It has been all Mobazane this game, and we're going to go ahead and turn our attention to this Lord. And if I know my Natan, this Lord is not long for the world. That's about 4 seconds there that he is taken down.
Yeah, that was a quick Lord take, and LaimiTop not going to really answer with anything. I'd love to see a proactive play, probably in the bushes with the Franco suppression here. Wait for BTK to get a little bit aggressive here, but they already own the jungle in which they want to play in. Now they have True Visionists. They don't have to worry about Franco as much.
Ooh, I mean, and that's kind of the problem right now is once you're in there as a Franco, you can't be passive on a Franco against a team like BloodThirstyKings because you're not going to catch one of them rotating into the bush wrong. You're always going to catch one of their tanks rotating into the bush. Oh, it's just like that. And you see Lord TDS come in there, has a wild charge, is not able to find anybody for it. Down comes the Feather Airstrike, not able to find a kill. We're still trying to put down the damage. Mobazane dives in deep and might be taken out. Wand Punch puts the finish finishing touches on him, but Yato able to answer back with a kill of his own. On to Golem. Now we are down 3 players for the side of LaimiTop, 2 down for the side of BloodThirstyKings. Not sure if we have enough to go ahead and put the finishing touches onto this core.
They're going for it, Private.
Now, yeah, they're gonna go for it. And we're coming in there. You see ISO trying to put on the damage. Look at all the attack speed there right now. We still have minions coming in here. Assault with the feathered airstrike, trying to find the target onto ISO, who is dancing around. Do-si-do, rodeo. This is how it goes. He's trying to get out of here now.
No.
Sidestepping. Here comes the crossbow.
Yeah.
But he gets taken down by Lee. And now we're going to have to find an escape from Yato, who is able to find it with those rough waves.
That looked worse than a recall taunt, honestly. He was juking and jumping and Wom jumping around with every auto. It looked so good. But something I wanted to highlight actually before that was when Zane jumped into the base, his survivability with the concentrated injury, getting so much life back from that. A little bit of damage goes out from him, and he sustained himself. This marksman jumped into 4 and lived for so long, way too long.
Yeah, right now, I mean, trying to do their best. LaimiTop still showing some signs of life. It is 7-11. However, it is a 5K gold lead in favor of BTK. Here comes the conceal play. Don't know who we're trying to go for. Mar finds it out. They don't have a tower for protection. Now they are trying to get Feather Airstrike comes down. Are they going to be able to take him down? Down goes Assault, followed closely behind by Golem. That is 3 players down right now for LaimiTop. He actually might be close to following them as well. He is followed closely behind by T. He does find an escape, is able to get back to base, but this is a lot of damage, and this might be all she wrote for LaimiTop. Beautiful pop-up there onto all of them, but here comes the crossbow of 10, putting the finishing touches, and that's a core for the Bloodthirsty Kings.
Love to see Zane on a ton. It looks so good, and we question, yeah, ban out Zane, do this, target him that, and he shows us just another hero he can win the game on. What a snowball. It wasn't like gold intensive, a little bit off the objective play, a little bit of bloody game, kind of sloppy from BTK, but they end so quickly, even quicker than they did on with a late game comp than they did there early.
Yeah, really interesting there too, especially, I don't want to use the term sloppy, but there was a point where Mobazane kind of used that ultimate to dive in deep during that defense from LaimiTop, and he kind of got CC'd down really hard. Yeah. Still able to find an escape, but still, I mean, that's definitely not the kind of chances you want to be taking on a Natan there. A great game by BloodThirstyKings. Hats off to ISO for his debut matches here. Did a great job as we go ahead and take a look at the stats here.
He really did play well, and on the Wom specifically, seeing the mechanics, we talk about the mechanically gifted player and the jungler transition to marksman, looked really good on that Wom, juking everything around in the base. It looked really good. But Zane here, the story of this game, yeah, Joy Boys 2 with 11, but Zane, 15 KP points here, 10 and 2. He was rocking on that ton, and way earlier than I thought it would start going.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's kind of the value you get out of those abilities from Natan. He just has such an amazing amount of burst damage. It's just being able to catch him, which he usually can be caught, but not when you have the whole of BloodThirstyKings providing that wall for him and that CC before you can even get close.
Yeah, and I was worried of the lack of frontline in this game, and I thought LaimiTop could punish there, but it seemed not to matter, honestly, because it was like all gas from BTK, always running at them. There wasn't a point where LaimiTop like really stood and fought them group to group. There was just way too much damage in the comp. LaimiTop got some picks. They picked off some things when BTK went too far, and they got what they could, but still, you're seeing a level of difference. Yes, BTK may be in 4th, but the level of difference between these top-level teams and some of the teams that find themselves a little bit lower is still there, still apparent. BTK alive, holding on to that 4th space spot.
Yeah, and you can see down there at the bottom, Mobazane with the damage dealt and gold per minute, just kind of showing and exercising what makes him so strong. And then add that to a Natan, the farming ability that he has, how quickly he can come online with that Natan. There really wasn't anything that LaimiTop was going to be able to do.
Yeah, looking at this is BTK when they dive. They catch LaimiTop out of their base. And right now, at this point in the game, Inhibitor's gone. You can't make that bush play with this many people and you're this far behind, right? You have to be further into the base because if BTK gets behind you like this, they're running at you nonstop. If they can catch you out of your base where you can't go back, they're going to kill you. Now, only 2 people left. It's an impossible stance from LaimiTop here to defend. Yeah, there's only wave minions. There's not a Lord, but it's 5 members of Fed BTK pushing down with 2 marksmen.
Yeah, just an amazing game played by them, and it just really kind of sealed the deal. BTK kind of showing exactly why they are kind of one of those top tier teams here, and definitely securing their spot here in the top 4 of North America.
Yeah, and we were worried, like, how far will they fall? It seems like, that Ackerman, TheOhioBrothers, BTK maybe claiming top 3. I think that Empire actually falls down with a loss that they took today. Another dive here going in. This is actually from the first game. Zayn on Karina cleaning up easily. Joybodge with the flicker play, using that the fatal links there to grab as many people as he can. And they really didn't have an answer for that flicker in. You thought Golem would be it with the Divine Judgment and suppressing that maybe when it comes in, but it feels like Golem really didn't get going in that game, and it fell short a few times with that ulti usage.
Yeah, great game played by them, and just showing kind of exerting the dominance that BTK has. Hopefully, this is new paths and a new story, a new page for BTK, finding a little bit of that synergy with ISO in that marksman position. But ladies and gentlemen, while it's been exciting matches, we are going to go ahead and toss it to our beautiful host, Xina.
Wow, the battle today were flaming hot, just like I like my chips spicy. But Zayn, he switched up his tanky jungle for a different approach, and it seemed to work out for him. And for our MVP, it's a bird, it's a plane, it's MOBA Zayn. Do y'all think he deserves this MVP?
Of course. I mean, the big notice was for Easy Peasy, aka ISO, to see how well he would perform on the marksman. But I do feel he kind of got a little outshined there. I mean, by MobaZane. Not to say that that's a bad thing. MobaZane always been pretty much a top-notch player here in North America. But definitely, I think the big story is can they kind of operate as that cohesive team still here with that little bit of an adjustment to their roster? And I think, yes, they did. They showed us here that they were able to do that.
I totally agree. Zayn for MVP in both of these games. Honestly, played really strong, and I think they fixed it. What they did in the last game, where LaimiTop was able to trade objectives across the map, they really fixed that up, and it allowed no trading. And maybe a couple of kills went over that probably shouldn't have, but they fixed that up. It looked even better as far as a macro perspective for BTK in game 2.
And for tonight's ending tally, Wasians versus Fallout, which the majority of the casters were correct with Fallout. And then we have Area 77 versus Ackerman, which Private and Ben were on the ball with Ackerman taking the win. And then Empire versus the TheOhioBrothers. It was a clean sweep from the TheOhioBrothers, still undefeated. And then it was BTK versus LaimiTop, with BTK taking it all because he swapped over his tanky jungle meta. And now our current standings as of today, we have the TheOhioBrothers in first, and then in second is Ackerman with 8 wins, 5 losses, totaling 11 points, which the TheOhioBrothers had 20 points because, they were undefeated. BTK, 7 wins, 5 losses with 9 points. Area 77, 6 wins, 5 losses with 6 points. Fallout going 6-7 with 5 points. Empire going 5-7 with 3 points. And Wasians with 5-9 and 1 point, and LaimiTop with 2-10 and -6 points is the current standings. And for tomorrow's matches, it'll be Ackerman versus Empire, then the TheOhioBrothers versus Wasians for our second match. Third is Fallout versus BTK, and then last will be LaimiTop versus Area 77. I wonder what our caster predictions will be, but let us know yours on the Mobile Legends Discord server in the fan message channel. I'd like to know what you guys think. So sad to say, but this is the end of our night here, guys. The NA teams are giving their all, and I'm sure they are thankful for all your support you've given them and your favorite team. And remember, our casters are also giving their all. This is also the battle of the casters. And they would love to get your vote as well. So are there any last words you'd love to share with our awesome fans to win their love caster duo?
It's been an amazing night here. Back after about 2-week hiatus here. I know me and Ben have been so excited to get back to it. An amazing amount of games here as well, and things are just heating up here in North America.
Yeah, and I'll say it again, a vote for Franco and Valir is a vote for the people. The people's choice in this casting duo. And I was kind of itching before the game, ready to get into this. I've been gone too long, so I'm excited to be, and we'll be on next week, and we'll continue over. It's been so fun thus far to see these top-level teams duke it out, and what a pleasure it is to be on the desk.
All right. Thank you, Franco and Valir, for hyping us up during the matches. And thank you all as well, fans, for watching and sticking with us to the very end. And we hope you all have a wonderful night. And be sure to come back tomorrow for more action and, of course, to see me. But that's all, folks. Goodbye and see you tomorrow.